brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
So while you was doing this, I was doing. That's why I was looking at my phone. Y'all was doing research or whatever.
Oh, Marcus Garvey.
And it says, you know, people look at Marcus Garvey as a scammer. And it said, however, the circumstances of his convictions are highly debated and considered politically motivated by historians and supporters.
Stop the cap.
That, you know, when he got prosecuted, the case was heavily influenced by J. Edgar Hoover.
Stop the cap.
Who was the head of the FBI at the time. So we all know how crooked.
There was no FBI at the time, but he claimed he researched this. Stop, bro. And why do you skip to the trial, my guy? Why don't you go back to the ships and the stock sales in Liberia? This is what we get on family when they listen. All of the Garveyites, they're going to skip and go to the trial. Don't argue the trial. I don't argue the trial. I know the trial more than them. I don't argue that. Because the trial is Marcus Garvey versus the federal government. We're talking about the scamming. So he got two charges. Well, I'm sorry. He's charged with two. One officially, one unofficially. FBAs charged Marcus Garvey at that time scamming Black Americans. That's an unofficial charge. The American government formally charged Marcus Garvey for defrauding the government. So don't let them get you to the government argument. No. We're gonna argue what he did to Black Americans, not the American government. So there's two different arguments here. He defrauded two different people, two different groups, two different entities. Trying to Black Americans and the federal government. I don't argue the federal government. They could hold their own. You dig? I argue FBAs.
Head of the FBI, you know, at the time. So we all know how crooked he was and the FBI was.
But Marcus Garvey used to do business with the KKK too. Did they talk about that?
Nah, I didn't come to that part.
Okay. Yeah,
so he was. So just to skip ahead, he was exonerated in 2025 by President Joe Biden.
So family, watch the language. None of these guys, Dr. Ruxpin, Dr. Ancient Mama, Can Pick, Syrup Bottle, Mayat, none of these guys can slip one on me. He was not exonerated. He's lying. Now, he's actually, that's what he said, but look what he reads.
He was, so just to skip ahead, he was exonerated in 2025 by President Joe Biden. So he got a...
Stop the cap.
He said, the President Joe Biden pardoned Garvey, acknowledging the unjust nature of his conviction.
Oh, he was pardoned. not exonerated. See, they say one thing, but the research says something else. I know this trial. I know the research. They won't pull one on me. I'm a Marcus Garveyologist. Okay? The dude was a scammer.
That was the time period we were in.
So
we were in that time period where it was kind of like you have to have all these woke moments.
now they do say that he had failed ships, one of them being the Shady Side. They said they were plagued with mechanical issues and even one of the ships sank. They said it was internal corruption, which we see this all the time. You know, with people who are trying to do anything, you always have somebody that's in there that, you know.
Okay, so they're giving excuses why he failed and scammed the government and scammed Black America. See, to have this honest conversation, we got to look at it for what it is, man. It's either true or false. If it's true, get over it. You know, everybody has shortcomings, you dig? Now, these people point at Tariq Nasheed's shortcomings. Oh, he this, he that. But then they want to exonerate Marcus Garvey's shortcomings. No. The thing about FBAs, we stand on our shortcomings. We're not afraid of them. Now, we might resent them, which never happened, but we stand on it because we know that we make mistakes and we're in a better place today. That's what matters. We're in a better place today.
Looking out for themselves.
Did he have a team?
Yeah, they said that he was cheated by his own associates. In one instance, one of the captains received kickbacks from the seller of the ship. So
Stop the cap.
They say despite being a financial disaster, the Black Star Line was a powerful symbol of Black economic potential.
A powerful symbol. What the hell is that? That sounds like an intangible. Remember, all these Pan-Africans talk about you got to build something physical. So don't talk about symbols, my guy. We don't want to know nothing about a powerful symbol. Y'all Pan-Africans always talk about building something. So what did Garvey build? Nothing. Powerful symbols don't count, according to Pan-Africanists.
That inspired thousands of supporters. Its failures was a major setback of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So I mean, there's a lot of people, you know, that dispute the scammer situation when it comes.
I didn't say he was totally a scammer.
Yeah,
but I said, but the behaviors is potentially scammy.
It's a scamish.
Yeah, it's a scamish behavior. Because you take advantage of people's woes and you get money out of them. You know what I'm saying? You know he died very poor too, and he died in you know how he died?
Huh.
He had a stroke and he was living in England.
Okay.
He had a stroke and he didn't die, right? But then he picked up the English newspaper and he was reading about his stroke.
Yeah.
And he saw that they read about him having a stroke and they wrote him as being deceased.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And he wasn't. So he read that he had another stroke because I guess he was heartbroken from seeing how people felt about him because he read the stuff that they wrote about him.
Yeah. So
all right, these guys want to rewrite history. We're not into that. We're about dealing with history. So I'm a quickly go into Tariq real fast, a video. I got to get some at the car. Plus, I was going to play this anyway. So check this out, family. Where we at? Second. Okay, right. Oh, all right. We're right here. No, we weren't there. Dang. We were here.
Yes.
Hello, Salvatore.
Hi, Nasheed.
Is this Rohan? This Rohan?
So, yeah, Congolese. Sorry, go on.
You Congolese?
Yes.
Really? Family, is this Rohan? This sounds like Rohan.
No,
what part of the Congo you from?
Me, I'm from the central part of the Congo, but I was born in the capital city of Congo.
Right. Now, where are you now?
Me, I'm in Congo.
You're in the Congo now. You still in the Congo?
Yes, I'm still in Congo.
Do me a favor. Show us, get on camera, just show us what it looks like over there right now.
Is that a debate today?
No, we're going to talk. I just want to see what it looks like over there.
No, I'm not in a position to have my camera on now.
Uh-oh. Sound like some funny business is going on. You don't even have to get on camera. How would it hurt you to just show?
Of course, I know how to get on camera.
Okay, so how would you showing the village there, what would that do?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm in a position where I can't turn on my camera.
Why not?
I might be sitting in a toilet or something. I'm just in a position of not showing my camera.
Yeah, all you gotta do is just turn the camera on and show where you are.
Pause.
Okay, you want to see me inside the toilet?
You're not in the toilet, sir, because you ain't got one. All right, well, let's play this. We know you shit in the streets, so I just wanted to see your village, sir. I just wanted to see what the village looked like. All right.
Well. Let's stop with the insult. I'm not here for the insult.
We're not doing insults, sir.
Yeah, well who told you shit in the street?
You must be. I think you're in the UK. You're just saying you're in Africa. I don't think you're in Africa. That's why you don't want to get on camera.
What makes you think I'm in the UK? Do I have the UK accent?
Yeah, because you're not getting on and you're not being honest. You're not getting on camera. So, yeah, I think you're in the UK. Or you might be here in the United States, right?
I thought this was more about you learning about Africa or something like that.
Yeah, but I like honesty. I like for the conversation to be honest. You know,
I'm being honest with you.
Then why can't you get on camera or? Okay, sir.
Why wouldn't you think I'm in Africa? Can I just know the answer on that, please?
Because you won't get on camera.
No, listen, I go live almost every day. I don't turn on my camera, and right now I'm not in a position of turning on my camera.
Why? You are in a position. You just won't do it
because I say things that are not politically correct. That's the reason why I don't turn on my camera.
That's why you ain't gotta. I say a lot of stuff that's not politically correct, and that's my picture. I stand on what I stand on.
Yeah, but you are known. You're a known person. Like, people know you.
Right.
Yeah, you're a public figure, right?
That picture. That's why I post this is my picture.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm in Houston. That's me today. I took this picture a couple hours ago. It's nighttime now. So yeah, I stand on business.
No, listen, I'm not a public figure, and I don't want to be known. You know, and now I'm not in a position.
And I don't even want you to get on camera. I just want you to show your village. And I don't think you're in the Congo.
No, I don't live I never lived in a village before.
Yeah, I don't think you're in the Congo, sir. But so this is what I'm saying. So now that we've seen that you're not honest, whatever conversation we have is not going to be seeped in honesty. It's probably going to be trolling or lying or whatever.
No, I'm not here to troll at all. I'm not here to troll.
Let's proceed.
Okay, let's proceed, please. Yeah.
Let's proceed. All right, now what would you like to know, sir?
I've seen some of your videos and I've debated with some of your people that make the same claim as you of the FBA.
Stop the cap.
And I think that claim is a bit misinterpreted, like whatever you make as a claim. I'll tell you why. One of your claim is that Africans don't like you. That's not true.
Okay, let's slow down right there. Let's slow down.
Stop the cap.
That ain't got shit to do with lineage, man. That ain't got. What the hell does that got to do with lineage? Somebody liking an African or an African liking us. What does that have to do with foundational Black American lineage?
The reason why I ask you what's the topic, I'm just going with what your guys, like your people say on the internet. That's what I'm going with. But if you have a question for me, and then I'll answer that question. But I had more questions on
what's your people? What do you mean my people say on the internet?
I mean, people that claim the same thing as you, being a FBA, being like FBA, yeah, that's one of the claims they make. That it's like saying one of the things, yeah, they said that Africans don't like.
Slow down, because the way you're framing it, you're confusing yourself because you're framing shit in a bullshit way. People who claim FBA, they don't necessarily. Everybody doesn't follow me who claims FBA. All right. So saying my people, I don't know them. I don't know who you're interacting with whatsoever. I have no idea who you're talking to or what you're talking about. There's 49 million foundational Black Americans, sir. I don't know what your conversations are about online. We're not an organization. That's probably why you're getting frustrated, because you want to frame our lineage as an organization because this thing is so big you can't control it. So you think if you can control it in your mind and pretend that there's like a group somewhere that I'm controlling, that'll make you sleep better at night. I'm sorry, there is no group that I'm controlling, sir. There's 49 million foundational Black Americans who think for themselves, sir. Whatever conversation they had with you, you have to take that up with them. It has nothing to do with me, sir. That's why y'all start saying stuff that I had a conversation with a nigga. He said, okay, I didn't say none of that. So why are you telling me? But go ahead.
Well, the reason why I say you have people making the same claim as you and make like identifying themselves as FBA, it's because I spoke to other Americans that don't have that mind. Like Dr. Umar doesn't stand with you.
Stop the cap.
Dr. Umar doesn't agree with what you're doing. Americans that don't have that mind. Like Dr. Umar doesn't stand with you.
But if you learn something today, I should earn something. If you learn something, I should earn something.
Family, hit your Cash App, $ unbiased Ron. I can't cap, he deserves it. Hit your Cash App for your hard-working brother, $ unbiased Ron. He's all about teaching Black boys and little princesses as well. Signing off, Prince of Panhandling Hustling. You dig?
Yeah! It's because I spoke to other Americans that don't have that mind. Like Dr. Umar doesn't stand with you. Dr. Umar doesn't agree with what you're doing.
And
so which makes your thing a movement. It's not like an identity, it's a movement.
No, it's not. What's the movement?
Well, you know, I've been following up with Black Americans.
What's the movement? What's the Dr. Umar comes from a Cuban background, so his lineage is questionable. He's not an authority on our lineage. His background is Cuban from what we know.
Well, okay. I know Americans that are like there's a guy that I know, I forgot the name, but he always go lives every time on TikTok. Yeah, he doesn't agree with what you guys are doing, what you guys are claiming.
Does that change our lineage?
What's your lineage? What do you mean by lineage? Like you guys came from Africa.
Everybody on the planet came from Africa at one point.
No, but you guys came from Africa.
Everybody's lineage didn't come from the beginning of this country, though, and only one group did it, right?
Like, okay, I'm going with history. Yeah, history tells us that.
Notice they can never answer this question.
History tells us that Black Americans are the descendants of Africa that were enslaved and taken to America. Are you doubting? Are you saying that's not correct?
Partially. Foundational Black Americans are a combination of people brought from Africa and had an ethnogenesis, and the Black indigenous people that were already on this land. There was an ethnogenesis and we became a whole new ethnic group, sir. That's what a foundational Black American is, sir.
But I do agree on that partially as well, because with time, Black American.
By the way, family, I support all of y'all. Y'all support me, but stick to the names that I use, okay? Don't name drop nobody channel over here. They don't name drop my channel. So don't promote anybody channel. Okay, that's number one rule over here. Man, we all good until people start promoting names and channels, and I gotta get people out of here. Okay, so over here, they don't promote my channel, I'm not promoting theirs. So if the chat, be careful. I'll throw your ass off. All right. Don't promote nobody channel, especially now at the FBA, yeah, you promote FBAs. If it's an FBA brother, sister, promote FBA channels all day over here. It's nothing but love. I'm talking about ops. Don't promote nobody channel over here that's an op to FBA. All right? And you cool with me. You cool with me as long as we stick to that rule. Let's stay on code. No ops channels or names should be mentioned over here.
Americans mixed with other nationalities, other races like Latinos, white, Indians, etc. On that one, I would agree with you. But saying that there was black people in America, that one, there is no facts proving that there was black people prior to slavery.
You're saying, listen, let's unpack what you're saying. You're saying on this big ass continent, no black people were on this big ass continent?
Well, there might be people with darker skin, but no 4C hair, big nose people.
Yeah, they were. Why did the Europeans say it when they got here then?
No, the European didn't find any black people. They were
Why did they say
Indians.
Why did they
what
say
you guys call Native Americans?
Notice they can never answer this question. Why did they say it then? Why did so many European explorers say that then? They said they saw people who look like the folks over in Ethiopia. That's what they called Africa at the time. Why did they say that? Several of them.
Can you give me a name of one historian that claimed?
Pizarro said it. Balboa said it. Ponce de Leon said it. So many of them said it.
Okay. Right. I'm going to look that up, but I doubt that's true. I'm going to look that up.
Get a book by my brother Chase McGee. He has a book called The 19 White Men Who Saw Black People in America Before Columbus.
How do you spell his name? How do you spell Chase McGee?
Chase,
whatever.
Chase. CHASE, last name McGee, MCGEE. All right.
I'll look that up. I'll look that up.
Look up, and let me give you some other books. Look up von Woutenau, Alexander. This is a white man, Alexander von Woutenau. He has a book called Unexpected Faces in Ancient America. He has a whole book. This is a white man. He worked with the Smithsonian. He blew the whistle. He talked about how they would hide a lot of artifacts showing ancient figurines with Negroid features over here. This man has a book showing the different phenotypes of the ancient people that's been here for thousands of years. Some of these folks look like Gucci Mane. Some of these people were clearly black. This is white people saying this. So.
I mean, people like, I'll tell you one thing here. You might look a little bit mixed with something, but if I didn't know who you were and then I was asked to guess your nationality, I'll probably call you a South African. You know? If I look you look South African.
I don't look South African. Y'all always say that. Y'all say we look Nigerian. Y'all say, and then when I go to South Africa, I stood out like a sore thumb. They knew I wasn't from there. So why we stick out like a sore thumb then?
Well, you like any black American I see, I can identify them with one African country. If you look at someone like
notice they can never answer this question. Let's roll it back for a minute, because see, y'all like to jump from topic to topic, because again, I'm sticking to the black indigenous topic. There were black people on this land just by logic, sir. You don't think black people got here?
No, that's not right. But I'm going to read your books. The reference that you gave me, I'm going to look into that. And if that's right, then I'll be learning something from now onward.
Have you seen the people in Fiji? Have you seen the people in Fiji?
People in Fiji, are they? Yeah. Well, let me just do a quick Google search, Fiji people, and see what they look like.
Right. Do a quick search, sir. This isn't Rodrigo. I'm not going to.
Okay, I see that we have some dark skin in Fiji, but this dark skin doesn't. It's not a 4C. They don't have a 4C hair.
Are you out of your mind? Fijians walk around with big ass afros. I was over there, sir. I saw them. They got big ass fros over there. You can't
Okay,
get
now
them.
the question is
Sir, did you just
were
say
those
they don't
people
have,
in
no,
Fiji?
sir? You just said they don't have 4C. They got afros, sir.
Well, the first picture, yeah, I saw some of them with afros, but my question is, yeah, are those people originally people from Fiji, or they were brought to Fiji just like Black Americans?
The point is, sir, people from Africa circumnavigated the world millions of years, thousands of years. Some of those people ended up in Fiji. They are all in the Polynesian Islands, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You go to Samoa, there's black-skinned people with afros. Let him cook now. You think those people didn't reach here? You think black-skinned people with afros didn't reach the Americas, sir?
I mean, that question will be something that research has to be done on, and even the books that you gave me, even the books that you gave me, those books must be. I must look into the author, because nowadays anyone can write anything, you know. So I have to look into the author.
And anybody can be in denial. Okay, it's already been proven. Okay, so the point is, let's go back to the point. We are foundational Black Americans. Our lineage. We have a lineage. We had an ethnogenesis. We have our culture rooted here. We had a different ethnogenesis than other people. Just like in Africa, y'all have all them different tribes based on the different ethnogenesis. We had an ethnogenesis here, sir. So we are a unique ethnic group we're the foundation of this country, right?
My question, I have a question for you. Like, I can't answer that question, but
why can't you answer that?
Like, when I went to school, when I did my research on Black American, everything traced back to African slave trade.
The African slave trade, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we had an ethnogenesis. We became a new ethnic group on this land, all right? That was separate from Africa. That's why we're not continental Africans anymore, sir. We're not European, even though some of us have European ancestry. We're not European, are we?
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe in those DNA tests?
Every time I ask you something, you want to this is what I'm saying.
I do.
Notice they can never answer this question.
Okay, let me answer that last one.
You keep changing the subject, sir. You keep changing the
Let me answer the last one.
You're not answering anything.
Okay, let me answer the last question, and then
I don't know what you notice. They can never answer. What's your point? You won't answer anything.
My answer is that question is not that's a false claim. That the question, like, you know, the question that you just asked, it's not proven. It's a false claim.
What's a false claim?
Stop the cap.
It's a question. Prove it wrong. That's your opportunity to prove it wrong. So you can't. A question is not a false claim. It's your opportunity to prove it wrong.
Like now, I told you, like
is somebody. Listen, is somebody the foundation? Is there a foundational group to America? Who's the foundational group in any new nation? Some group is the foundation. Who's the foundation of America, sir?
The ones that you guys call Native Americans, the one that
no, they're not. They're not to the United States. Red natives, because you're trying to say red natives.
Now you see now, you done fucked up. You know that, don't you? I'm saying that you done fucked up now. You know that, don't you? No, you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
Red natives had zero to do with the foundation of the United States. Absolutely nothing.
No, so are you saying that all the books lied about them being Native Americans then?
I said the foundation of the United States.
Yeah, but Black Americans cannot be the foundation of United States.
Stop the cap.
And that's just a hater. Hey, yo, listen, man. One thing about me is that my name, believe my name. My name is Unbiased Ron. That means FBA, Tether, Pan-African. If you off code, I'm a cookie. All right. Now, I know people pop in here, say a few words, and they leave. And they go back to the Pan-African chats. I know. I see you. That's why. And then they come over and promote those Pan-Africans over here. Y'all better stop that, man. Y'all either on code or you with the Pan-African bullshit. But I see you guys. I don't say shit, but I see you. All right? I'm watching you.
Who's the foundation then?
The American Indians,
what did they build?
People, like,
what did they build?
Hey, family, highlight his name right now. He's not in the chat. Highlight his name right now. He's not in the chat. They bounce around. They in Pan-African circles, and it's like they give intel over there. They update them and shit. You dig? But highlight the name right now. They're not in here. Look, I noticed, man.
In the United States.
So before the Europeans,
what
they didn't build
did they
anything.
build in the United States?
Are you asking when the American came or before the American came?
What did red natives build in the United States? Why? Notice they can never answer this question. Why can't you answer that?
I know they didn't build anything post-Americans invasion.
Right. So they're not the foundation of the United States.
But so what did black people build post-American invasion in the United States? They were slaves.
What is the foundation of the United States? Who's the foundation then? You just proved red natives didn't build nothing in the United States. They did not. You just proved it. So
that's because there were tribes fighting each other. There were tribes.
All right, hold on. Let me give you a quick roll call. We got Notre Dame. We got Iceman. We got Humble Servant. We got Renaissance Woman in the building. We got Marvin Rowell, Straight G. We got FBA Mr. CJ. You know what he on. We got B-Mac. We got Fresh Always. You already know he stay lit. We got the family here, man. Who else we got in the building? You dig? The chat be lit. We got Allstel Gray in the building. You dig? We got Athletic Tutor School. And then, by the way, if y'all got links y'all want to promote, y'all can put it in the chat. Anybody with a wrench, with a link you want to promote, a business, whatever, put it in the chat. The hell I'm hating for, you dig? We all family. Ain't no money, free. Put in chat. We got Chill J H2E in the building. We got Carl Dog in the building. We got Shadow 2 Limelight. You dig? We got Chosen 1619 in the building. We got Yusuf Broussard in the building. We got Puddin. That's a good name right there. That Puddin. That's a good name. Puddin. All right. We got Jeffrey Allen in the building. We got Khalid Chambliss in the building. We got Real Blackmatic in the building. You see what I'm saying? We got Greets with Fire in the building. Dang, he greets you with fire. God damn. You have to be careful running to him. You know, don't call his bluff. You dig? You're gonna be met with fire. You're gonna meet your maker, which is Satan. You dig? So, but we in the building. We lit.
Wait, that's not the ad. That's not the question. We're talking about the United States that we are currently in now.
He knows, and he wants to deny what we did here, the foundation. A lot of Pan-Africans deny it too. I see you out there. I'm with Alice. Peace. We got Christian Andrew. Let me give Christian Andrews a wrench. Let me give you a lineage rich Christian Andrews. Just subscribe and like the video and hit the notification bell, my family. All right, family. Yeah, but they don't want to admit. Listen, if you want to pull their coat and call their bluff, have a Pan-African or tether admit that Black Americans are foundational. That's when you know you're rocking with somebody that's true or on some bullshit. At least the first part. There's some other stuff to ask. You gotta ask about Garvey. You gotta ask about who kidnapped us, who enslaved us, who sold us. Those are more questions.
What and who is the foundation of the United States?
The one now it's Europeans like basically I'll say English people with the head of the colonization, like the ones that took
So the
part
Europeans, so the English. So you're saying the English were the foundation of the United
English,
States.
French, English, and English.
Hey, yo, we got 5100 Oakland in the building, California. Yo, California be thorough as hell, man. I wish people got on California rules, like really. You did, because there was the Viral Way podcast running his mouth, and when I called him out, yo, those Californians made that dude pull up over here, and I cooked him. Yo, but they stood on business. They're like, nah, you gotta call in. It's like, nah, ain't no way out of this. He called you out for the fade. You got to call in. And yo, they made the dude call. He reluctantly as hell, he called in. So yeah, California be on some real business out there. We got Sty Side in the building. I see you out there. Donnie C. Williams just checked in. All right. Yeah, but I like those Cali rules, man. Somebody call you out, they're like, yo, you have to see him for the fade. Ain't no, because he was in the chat explaining it. They was like, nah, bro, you gotta call in. And that dude reluctantly as hell called in and got filleted. He was met with fire, by the way. No pun.
French, so you have places like Louisiana,
So they were the
French,
foundation of the United States.
and then you have Texas, which was Spanish.
Slow down. I'm just getting what you're saying very clear. Don't babble. Let me just get your answer locked into the record. You're saying the English are the foundation of America.
Yeah, you crazy for that. We got logical common sense in the building.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Why did they fail? Why did they fail when they tried to do colonies over here without foundational Black Americans?
Okay, see, now that question that they can't ask. It's like, yo, they're foundational. And listen, man, Tariq is way more. Sometimes, I don't know, man. I don't know. But for me, the way my style, I'm going to make you prove what you said. I'm going to have you Google that shit. ChatGPT, did the English men build the foundation of America? It's going to be an absolute hell no. It's going to say the enslaved did. See, for me, I want you to leave bowing with your head to the floor. You dig? That's why when I take care of Revenue, Jamaican Dreams, all these guys, you're going to leave bowing down to FBA. You're going to leave here knowing you're not Black. You dig? Ain't no more argument or confusion when you leave here. Straight up. Okay, but the Englishmen didn't build the physical hands on the foundation with Black America. This is any search is going to just corroborate that. This is easy work.
Every European colony failed over here.
What do you mean they failed? You guys speak English. Do you know why America speaks English?
The European colonies failed without us. Did you hear what I just said? Name a European colony that was successful without us. Go.
The European colonies operate the same way in Africa, same as in America. So
the European colony that was successful before foundational Black Americans were produced. Answer the question, sir.
Let me answer the question.
Answer it. Yeah? Answer that question. Okay. Don't filibuster.
Okay.
Name it.
Name it. I can't give you a name, but I can describe what happened.
Have a good day, sir. There you go. All right. I just wanted to show how dumb these people are. That's it. I'm just playing with my food.
All right. Right. Yeah, they be saying some stupid, reckless stuff and can't back it up at all. And I like that. I like that strategy. All right, next one. Listen to this fool right here.
Yeah, we're live right now. Kenyan analysis. All right, Kenyan, hop on in. You're making comments in the thing.
Kenyan analysis. Let me see if he's on IG so I can cook this dude further.
All right, well, you coming in here with tether babble, Kenyan analysis. What you?
Oh yeah.
Now, what'd you say? King grifter? What'd you say?
I said you a king grifter.
Yeah, what was a grift? What was grifted?
These lovely FBA people.
Okay, what's the specific grift? See, when y'all tell the lie, y'all can never follow it up with anything. That's the
What do
problem.
you mean the lie? Like
Yeah,
what you do?
You can't say what's the grift.
This.
What's this?
Like the FBA identity.
How is our lineage a damn grift?
No. It's not the lineage, bro. It's the creation of this facade.
You can't get your lie out. Now, no, it's what? Because FBA is a lineage. Okay, he paused. See,
No, I didn't pause. It just turned off.
Got it. So what? Yeah, you can't get your lie
created
together.
that as an identity because it didn't always exist.
You can't get your lie together. No foundation.
All right. Who created it as an identity? Because it didn't always exist. No identity always existed. They all were created, including Ghana, Africa, Zimbabwe, Haiti. Haiti has a date. That's 1804. Nigeria has a date. That's around like 1901, something like that. All of these have a date. All identities were created. This is a fool.
Black Americans have always existed.
America was established in 1776. Everybody has a date. What's wrong with this guy, man?
We've always.
What about Iran? Iran, that's not ancient. You dig? Yeah. These tethers, man.
Been here.
No, who coined the term?
I coined the term, but the people have already.
Okay, then. So that's your grift.
How is that?
Because you're using a term, right?
All right. So keep in mind his argument. This is what I'm good at. That's why I'm a top debater. He said you coined the term. Okay, Delineation coined the term Haiti. You dig? Jesse Jackson coined the term African American. Okay.
Right. Black. That's a term created by white people.
That don't
and
make
you're
sense.
using it.
Okay. Well, obviously, black is an English word. That's from English people. And a lot of Haitians speak French. That's a French language. A lot of Africans speak French. That's a French language. So everything they say in French is invalid now because that's a white man. And he's speaking English, by the way. The guy he's debating is speaking English. So that's a white man language. So everything you say in English holds no weight because you're speaking. It gets stupid. It gets stupid. These guys are desperate. And Delineation is killing them. Delineation is killing these guys.
Naming our lineage is not a grift. How is that a grift?
No, I'm saying you created this whole thing.
I didn't create anything.
Because you're saying that, okay.
I didn't create anything.
You just said you coined the term.
Yes, that's not creating anything. If there's a tree,
you created the term.
No, sir. If there's a tree and somebody says that's a sequoia tree, you didn't create the damn tree. You just gave it a proper name. Do you know how things work, sir? You don't create things.
No.
You don't create. I didn't create a lineage.
You separated them from what you call tethers.
Sir. Okay, don't be sassy. You're just saying stuff, sir. You're not making any sense.
But you said there's tethers, right?
You don't create people by putting a proper name to them. That's like saying Jesse Jackson created African Americans. Did he create African Americans?
I didn't say you created FBA people. That's dumb. You're not God. I said you created the term.
Yeah, I coined the term.
So the grift isn't people. The grift is the actions that you do on a daily basis.
And you know what's crazy? At least let the guy be foundational. If you're not foundational, what the F do you care what we call ourselves? If you're non-foundational, why is that even a concern of yours? Dude, your homeland is in shambles and you're trying to correct people who are damn near perfect. Who got the FBA green flow, fresh always, you know.
Which is what?
This? What do you mean? Which is what this?
What's the
Always
grift? What is
saying,
this?
"Oh,
Talking?
Africans are out to get you. Africans are the boogeyman," and this and that. Like,
Okay, so you're
that's the
lying.
grift.
So you're
Yeah, he's completely lying. Hey, yo, that's your interpretation. You're projecting. Hey, family, let's like the video. We are down half likes. We got 160 folks listening. We only got 80 likes. Come on, let's get the likes up there somewhere near the the viewership. It should be equal to viewership, but at least close.
your grift is lying because I've never said Africans are the damn boogeyman. You don't have an
No,
argument.
it's
You're doing, and you were
a
doing,
figure
and
of
sir, what you're
speech.
doing,
It's hyperbole.
what you're doing is the reason why we're delineating because you are a lying
It's
tether.
hyperbole.
It's called lying tether. You can't even get your lie straight, sir. This is why we delineate. We need to know who's of this lineage because people of this
Oh, now you
lineage
got to mute.
generally stand on business, and you come from a culture of lying and scamming, which is what you're doing now, sir. Which
You're
is why
scamming.
we delineate because you're lying, sir. You come
What
from a
what did I
culture.
lie about?
You just lie. Everything out of your mouth was a damn lie.
What exactly did I lie about?
You said I done created some people. You said that I done grifted something. You said that I go around saying Africans are the boogeyman. So everything out of your mouth is a liar. You're a lying tether.
You don't understand what
Hence the reason why delineation is
understand
possible. This is why, sir, you failed your homeland. This is why we don't want to be associated with tether.
I didn't feel nothing.
Yes, you did. You're not in
Now
Kenya.
you're scrambling.
You're not in Kenya
How do you know that?
because your phone line works well. You're not in Kenya. Your phone line works well too.
We have Safaricom. You know what
Yeah.
Safaricom is?
No, you don't, sir. You have the
Stop the
biggest
cap.
slum in Africa over there, and you're not over there. You're over here with
Do you know what
us.
Safaricom is?
You're over here, sir. You're in America
Safaricom's
with
not a
us.
slum.
You're in our homeland. Are you going
telecommunications.
are you going to lie about that? Because you ain't over there. Are you going to lie about that too?
What did I ever
Huh?
lie about? What have I lied about so far?
Yeah, you're about to lie and say that you're in Kenya and you're not.
I never said I was.
All right, then why are you talking about telecommunications over there, trying to give the
No,
impression?
no, because you said
that you are in Kenya. You're over here with us. Don't everything.
You said
you are lying.
you said I don't have
sir.
internet.
Yeah, you don't have internet over there like that.
Okay, and I said you know what
it doesn't work good, sir. So don't
and
try
I
to
said
give
you know
don't try to give the impression that you're in
Safari-
Kenya. You fled over here to us, sir, didn't you?
I was born here. What are you talking about?
You're an anchor baby, right? You're a musty little anchor baby
Oh.
who had to benefit off of our 14th
Now
Amendment.
ad hominem.
There's no ad
This is
hominem. No. There's no ad hominem.
Ad hom-
sir. There's no ad hominem. I'm telling the truth.
You just said I'm musty.
Yes, you're a musty lying
You
tether.
just said
You're a musty lying
You
tether
just-
anchor baby. You're a musty lying tether anchor baby. You're
You
proving
just said
you're proving why delineation is important, sir. Right? Huh?
You just said I'm musty, but you can't smell me. That's part of it. So
I can tell you
that's
musty. I can tell you musty.
it's ad hominem because you
I can tell you musty, and you sassy. You sound like a punk. The way you acting. To be honest, you sound like a musty punk.
you're muting. That's punk behavior.
Yeah.
You don't want to have a
Now,
conversation because you can't.
Because now
That's what punks
now
do.
sound like you trying to
That's
flirt
what punks
a little
really
bit.
do.
Sound like you a little flirty. Hold on, I'm looking. Let me look at your picture for a minute.
Pause.
Are those you got braids? Are those dreads or braids? I can't see
Well,
that. Good.
we call them locks, sir. Dreads is a term. There's a negative term. Don't me.
Yeah, okay. I'm
Stop the
looking at
cap.
your locks, and
Super punk over
yeah, and you got them dyed blonde. Okay, so yeah, you got a little Mary J. Blige thing going on over there, don't you, sir? Yeah, you a punk. And
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
I don't know.
know. Okay. Look, Miss Thang, this ain't that type of party. All right. Yeah. You trying to flirt? You just saying dumb shit so you can flirt. You got honey mustard dreads, nigga. This ain't that kind of party. You got some honey mustard damn dreads that you got in a bun, and you calling up here sounding sassy. This ain't that kind of party. I don't talk to sassy punks. All right? Yeah, this is you flirting because you ain't got no argument. You just call up lying, and then when you get called out with one lie, you move the goalpost to another damn lie. Yeah, well, wait a minute. The way you talking, you sound like a punk. Yeah, you kind of getting off on this. No, I'm good. No, we're gonna end this thing.
Yeah, so when I was looking at oh my God. When I was looking at the demons, when I was looking at Dr. Ruxpin's, somebody sent me the link late last night. So I just went quickly through his bullshit live. I was gonna play some of his video or Dr. Ruxpin. I can't give no free promotion because you said the same thing you said the last 20 times. You didn't say nothing different. Okay, yeah, he said, FBA is nonsense. We're divisive. We're a fake group. He calls us nonsense. He frames it as manipulation. It's an ideology. It's a cult. It's a cult. Reparations isn't unique to Black Americans. We never said that. You're gaslighting. Okay. He says other groups get reparations all the time. Exactly. And we're using their cases to show how we deserve it the same way they deserved it, dummy. So he tries to flatten the concept into general legal compensation. I'm gonna cook him with that because he got his doctorate in some bullshit, but he definitely got it in law. Okay, bro, you want to fact check yourself before you get on here publicly on a live stream and lie and be wrong about law, idiot. Okay, so he said that we should stop focus on delineation. It's this talking point. He says everyone has been harmed. They can claim reparations. We don't argue that. He said we can't monopolize reparations. What do you mean by that is we can't gatekeep people sneaking into what's owed to us. Like, you a fool. Okay. And then he said we're selfish for making the claim lineage based where it's supposed to be. What the hell wrong with this guy? All right. He says a Pan-African international approach is better. He talks about Ghana and what they're doing, the nothing burger they're doing. He got this global strategy. This dude ain't in Africa at all. He don't live in Africa. He has no African followers. He has no African supporters. He has done nothing with Africans. He have done nothing in Africa, but he got this fake ass dream about Africa and Africans. The people who actually go, they go and learn. They go and find out. But at least they go and they live there for 2-3 years. This guy is comfortable as hell in America while he worships Africa. All right. So he claims, hey, we're all under Tariq Nasheed's spell. We're idiots. We need to follow him instead. He wants to be the co-leader. Like, dude, knock it off. So what he does is he attacks a caricature. He never attacks our actual argument. When he does, he looks like a fool. Okay, so this is for you, Dr. Ruxpin. I know you're listening. Before we can even get into reparations, my guy, you literally cannot critique something you refuse to define correctly. What do I mean? You keep saying FBA is a tribe or an ideology. That's your definition. You made that up, my guy. You can Google FBA and it's going to tell you it's a lineage. It's the name of a lineage. Okay, so your revision of what is actually is don't mean nothing. Okay, it's a lineage-based classification tied to U.S. policy harm, my guy. That is not identity politics. That is legal specificity. Okay, so now watch this. If Japanese Americans had to prove internment lineage, why is it division when we got to prove enslavement and the continuity lineage? No, it's the same. It's the same energy, my guy. It's called same vibes. He keeps saying everybody can get reparations. I mean, duh. And what they got to do with us? So, but his biggest mistake on this podcast was that he compared lineage-based reparations to general compensation. This is a fool that needs to stay in his lane, my guy. You get crushed by me every time you come out there and make a fool of yourself. You're comparing general compensation to lineage-based reparations. This fool was comparing lawsuits, settlements, things with immigrants and ICE, or policy abuse with lineage reparations, lineage-based reparations, which is multi-generational harm tied to a specific group. Okay, so Dr. Ruxpin, you can't compare a lawsuit to 400 years of chattel slavery, all right, Jim Crow, redlining, and federal exclusion. Okay. He is talking about ICE settlements, ICE with immigrants, right? Uh, Dr. Ruxpin, learn these two words: tort law, TORT law. You can't compare tort law. You and that reject Reggie compares tort law to FBA reparations, which is not tort law. It's historical debt plus federal policy harm. They're not the same. You're comparing apples and rocks with your rock head. All right. So now let's talk about delineation. He has a huge issue with delineation. That's weird because he respects African tribes. He respects African tribes that's all Nigerian, all Zimbabwean, all Ghanaian, but they separate themselves based on their shared histories. He respects that. He has no smoke for them. But then he act like we're denied our ethnogenesis, our delineated history, our delineated group. Okay. It's an idiot. He also have no issue with Jewish identity. He has no issue with native tribes, right? And who they want to be called, Chickasaw and whatever else. Aren't they all indigenous? But they're respected individually by their tribes. He acknowledged that. But he wants to disrespect Black America's ethnogenesis. My guy, you're a clown. You're not my level at all. But that's why you don't click that damn link. As a matter of fact, it's too late to click the link. I no longer want to talk to you because you say the same argument over and over. And I heard Pam Mulatto cook you over there, and you just kept muting him and put him in backstage and say you even said he couldn't even ask questions at one point. Oh, nah, you can't ask that question. Like, I'm like, what? I allow people to ask any question they want. I allow people to go different rabbit holes. Cause I know wherever they go, I'm like Jason Voorhees. I'm gonna walk them down and delete them. You dig? So yeah. So Ruxpin, Dr. Ruxpin, FBA, we had a ethnogenesis, and it was through shared historical conditions such as slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, cultural formation. That is literally how ethnic groups form. That's how those tribes in Africa form, and that's how the native tribes in America form, my guy. So reparations, the reason why we got delineate, it's not even up to us. It's just what we got to do. You dig? We have to delineate because for reparations to work, it only works if the harmed group FBAs are clearly defined. We can't be sharing the same name. I can't be African American and some musty primitive baboon also be called African American. I can't be Black American and some dirt eating fool also is Black American. You dig? Listen who the defendant is. The defendant is the government. Okay. And guess what? We identified him. He's not a boogeyman. It's the American government, the federal national government. So we got to be identified as well. You can't sue on behalf of everybody. All right. Everybody of African descent, as you think. Okay. Those cases get thrown out immediately. It's about all of the Pan-Africans, the Ollie Moors of the world, the new Republic of Africa, all these Pan and Cobra. That's why all of them did nothing. They all failed and flopped because they try to push a race-based reparation case. Courts require standing, specific plaintiffs, defined injury group. Everybody can't be tagged along. You dig? So we are not divisive. We're not xenophobic. We're delineating because it's legal necessity. You hear me? Okay. So no, we're not going to fight collectively. You want to fight with people of Africa, you go do that, my guy. All right. You go do that's all you. You're by yourself. We're not even gonna stop you from fighting with Africa. Do what you want to do. All right. So, family, to sum up his bullshit, nothing burger live, he was really arguing, whether he realized it or not, he was arguing that we, Black Americans, should not define ourselves. We should not specify our harm, and we should not pursue targeted repair because it makes tethers uncomfortable. And people married to tethers uncomfortable, Dr. Winkler. Okay. But the fact is, no group gets justice by being vague. No groups get paid by being inclusive. They get paid by being specific. FBA, the foundational, the F, the Wheezy F baby before Black American is how we're specific. Okay? So you can't dilute a claim and expect payout, my boy. This ain't about feelings. It's about legal standing at the very least. If everybody is eligible, then nobody gets paid. We know we're doing, stay out of our way. There's levels to this, my guy, and you're not there. That's why the link is right there. Nobody ever clicks the damn thing that oppose us.
Thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but
Umar, yo, that is a nut. All right, so now let's talk about the Pan-Africans who believe that Africa is better than America.
About something that a lot of expats deal with here in Africa. You know, part of it is about relationship building. Part of it is about, having good contacts, good people around you. You know, a lot of your success here will depend on that. And for some people, for most people, it is hard to find good company, at times. And I say some, I'm not generalizing for everybody. I'm kind of being facetious, if you will. But what I'm saying is that there are people here who have left everything behind. I mean, everything. They left their jobs, they've left their families, they left their children sometimes, they've left their that a lot of expats deal with here in Africa. What I'm saying is that there are people here who have left everything behind. I mean, everything. They left their jobs, they've left their families, they left their children sometimes, they've left their very comfortable lives to come live in a world that is not so comfortable. Let me just put it that way. Not so comfortable. You're dealing with, countries that are very volatile and desperate and greedy, and the dollar bill, you coming in looking like money is very enticing to people who don't really know your story, don't really know what things are about, don't really know what you really got going on. They look at you and they see dollar signs. So when it is the case that you may have left everything behind, you've not got many people on the ground, people on your side, people that are looking out for you day in and day out, you become a target for some people who's just looking for opportunity, or looking for a come up, or looking for you to be the person that they get close to in benefit of them in the long run.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? Oh, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? No, you done fucked up, don't you? No, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
There are people here who are looking at you as prey. And it's really sad because, but it makes it difficult when the outside perception of you as an American living in Africa is that, you know, you've got money just falling out of your pockets, out of your ears, out of your mouth. What? Any other place that you could think that money could be coming from. They thought you might have brought a money tree with you. You planted it somewhere at your apartment complex, your compound.
Stop the cap.
But you know, it's not the case like that for most people. Most people are coming over here with little that they have left from whatever life they left in America. And it's not as easy for those who are, you know, not having so many backings that they can just be so frivolous with their income, with the money that they do have, and to run into people who are not legitimate, people who are looking to scam, looking to get over, looking to come up off of them. You know, it leaves a very, very sour taste in their mouths, right? And from a small level to the largest levels, you know, that level of betrayal, like where you feel like you're supposed to come over here and just feel like family and things are just hunky-dory. Man, it feels like a slap in the face that people that look like you would do you like that.
Let him cook.
So what I'm saying, in short, and I'll wrap this up, is that, you know, a lot of us are dealing with what I would call betrayal trauma, you know, and to come to Africa and also have to deal with that is very devastating. And I'll keep it short because I could go on about this, but this is something that definitely goes through the minds of us who are here on the ground and have dealt with people who are just, yeah, not 100% secure. You know what I'm saying? So, to my expat family, all right, so peace. So I'm gonna leave you with that for the day. And
This delineation got these people losing their minds. He's big and ashy, sitting in there with them damn Sesame Street ass bed sheets that they'd have donated to him from the Make-A-Wish Foundation or some shit. He's just saying shit, projecting these weird fantasies onto us. These tethers got a fantasy that we're getting beat up by Mexicans.
But if you learn something today, I should earn something. If you learn something, I should earn something.
Family, hit your Cash App, $ unbiased Ron. I can't cap, he deserves it. Hit your Cash App for your hard-working brother, $ unbiased Ron. He's all about teaching black boys and little princesses as well. Signing off, Prince of Panhandling Hustling. You dig?
You know, let me know who you are. Foundational Somali, hop on. Foundational Somali, Mr. Foundational Somali, hop on, man.
Okay, this is for those Pan-Africans who be trying to lie and act like Tariq Nasheed website is confusing or is creating a different narrative or different groups. No, he makes it very clear. FBA is it's a homogenous group, right? Built on different people. Some people have indigenous, roots. Some people have African ancestry, right? Some people got European, and some people got all three, right? But it doesn't matter. You become a homogenous person, one with us. If you start off with U.S. chattel slavery, you dig? You become a homogenous group called FBA. No matter your starting point, whether you was always here, came on a slave boat, you dig? Your starting point is cool, but the bottom line is how you ended up. If you ended up going through an ethnogenesis, you are no longer how you started off. I mean, you're not that African, part of a tribe. You're not that native man, woman, part of a tribe. You are now part of the ethnogenesis. You're an FBA. Listen.
And I just invited you, hop on. If you got a question.
Mostly all the people that's over here?
Yeah, foundational Black American, just a Black American whose lineage goes to the beginning of this country. That's all the foundational Black American is. It is nothing else. There's nothing else classified as a foundational Black American. It's only people whose lineage goes to the founding of this country. That's it.
and you've
Okay.
met them before.
So when you say founding of the country, you mean founding of the United States or founding of like just in general North America at the time?
The United States. We're talking about the United States.
Okay, so from the time United States was formed, the people
Yes.
that was here until now, basically.
Right. If you were here during the formation of the United States, that would be in the 1700s, 1800s. If you were here as a black person, no matter how they came, when the formation of the United States was happening, and you were black, you were part of the ethnogenesis. We became a whole new ethnic group during that formation. So that's what the argument is. Some people try to get into well, who are the Native Americans? Are you really Cherokee? I don't get, that's a bullshit argument. I don't even get into. That ain't got nothing. That the ethnogenesis is what we're talking about. We're talking about the ethnogenesis where you became black. You know?
Yeah. Well, no, it makes sense because there's a lot of people that claim, like you said, you don't get into it, but that claim Native American that I feel like got absorbed by the FBA people, and it's like it's a little weird because it's making the FBA how do I put it? It's two different two different views, but they come together to make one. So it makes it look.
I don't know what this is not about views. This is not about an ideology. So somebody misinterpreting history, that has nothing to do with the fact that foundational Black American is a lineage that's documented. All right? Even if a handful of foundational Black Americans told you, well, I think we were the first Native Americans, or I feel like I'm a Native American, now whatever. Our lineage is still our lineage. All right. None of that stuff. Nobody's ideology deletes plantation archives, Freedmen Bureau records, the 1700 census pages. None of that stuff gets deleted. Our paperwork is still there. Our lineage is still there. All right. No matter what your ideology is, no matter what your views are, that's irrelevant. See, people try to get into these ideological arguments. If your lineage can be traced to the beginning of this country, you are by definition foundational. That's it. That's it. No matter what you can pretend you from Mars or whatever, but if your paperwork can trace back to a certain place, which is America, and you were black and your ancestors were black, that makes you foundational. It's that simple, right?
The way I don't know why they have never explained it to me this simple, bro.
Yeah. It's not rocket science, and it's been explained like this before. I think. Is this a troll account?
No, this is not a troll account. Hi, Tariq.
How you doing, bro?
Hold up, family. Let me switch to my phone. 1 second. Yeah, but as you can see, he's clearly, and this is for these clowns who try to attack the website and the flag. He's clearly breaking it down. Like, you can't get this, you're just an idiot. You just want to cause issues. Right? But the link is there. The link is definitely there for those who want to play stupid, play confused, who watch and listen from the shadows. The link is definitely there. Let me share from my phone. 1 second, time. 1 second. I got it to my phone. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Get my Bluetooth back popping. All right, here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Oh, hell no. Oh my God. All right. Let's pick up where we left off at. I done learned something new. You dig?
With your work, I've been a fan of Hidden Colors. I've always, loved the series. It's nice to learn about Black American history.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to ask 3 questions in specific.
Yeah.
So I'm in the beginning, I didn't understand what delineation meant, but I looked into the argument, and it's basically an ethnogenesis argument. The same argument for Jamaican people, and I kind of get behind that, but there are some Black that are claiming like Cherokee, and I'm wondering if you're on that boat as well, right? Because there's like this specific thing happening in Jamaica as well, where they're trying to put like, oh, I'm a Taino now, right? Because sometimes they copy what Black Americans do, and I'm telling them I'm not a Taino, I'm not no damn Taino, right? So I'm wondering what's your opinion on the whole Cherokee thing, because it's kind of like a side effect that's affecting Jamaica as well. So
Yeah, no, I've talked about that before. Some of the people who will call up and say, hey, we shouldn't say we're Black, we should say we're Native American. And I've had issues with that for a few reasons, because we've developed a foundation of Black American culture. And the people in their family, if they're really genuinely from here, because a lot of times, a lot of people will try to do the indigenous thing. Oh, we shouldn't say we're a foundation of Black American. We should say we're from some tribe. Because a lot of these people are low-key immigrants from the Caribbean. They'll try to say, let's claim Arawak, because the Arawaks were going between Caribbean islands and the North American mainland. So that's a little backdoor way they try to seep into the lineage. But we've had an ethnogenesis from the tribes and from the African tribes, and became a whole different ethnic group. So that's my argument.
Oh, so you're basically claiming that you're just Black American now.
Yeah,
right?
we're Foundation of Black America. I don't, and some of us have Native American indigenous ancestry, but to claim the tribe, no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
On the dead homies. I'm not Black, nigga. I'm Jamaican. Remember back in the 90s? We would hear that all the time. They act like they weren't saying that. I used to hear that when I was single back in the club days. I would always hear these Caribbean and African women, Black as hell. Oh, I'm not Black, I'm Ethiopian. Oh, I'm not Black, I'm Caribbean. Oh, I'm not Black, I'm Trinidadian. They would always say that. They wore that shit as a badge of honor.
Let me say that again. I am not Black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as Black. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as Black. She's like, you're not Black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is Black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to referring to yourself as Black, you know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians.
Like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation. There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
Always open to the conversation, because one thing, being Black Brits, and we're both of Ghanaian West African heritage, but we're British born Africans. Always open to the conversation, because one thing, being Black Brits, and we're both of Ghanaian West African heritage, but we're British born Africans. We're British born Africans.
Understand when you say Black British or Black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as Black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color, because if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh and like, this is black. I'm brown, you know? I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am. That's where I come from. So,
The man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
On the dead homies. But the thing is, black, understand this, black is not just a color. That signifies a lineage and a struggle. You understand? Black is not just a color. It's not just a melanin. It's based on a lineage. You understand? It is based on resistance. We actually chose black because they were saying Negro and the N-word and colored and all of that. No. We're foundational black Americans, not just foundational Americans. Because, yeah, people will try to co-opt that. They can try to remix that. Now, when you say foundational black American, now you're being very, very specific. You understand? Yeah, blackness, the black identity is legally and historically recognized throughout history. Blackness, that's been used to determine access, exclusion, exploitation from slavery, the 3/5 clause, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration. They were doing that to black people. They used the word black, and we're going to let them know, okay, yes, we're still black and you still owe us. Now, I ain't about to make this shit vague. No. We're owed as black folks, as foundational black Americans. We're going to use the legal and social language used against us to get compensation, which includes black. Yeah, we're removing black, that disconnects foundational black Americans from our unique cultural contributions. Hip hop, black. Foundational black Americans, jazz, foundational black Americans, soul food, foundational black Americans, hoodoo, foundational black Americans, civil rights movement, foundational black Americans. We're owning that. You understand? It's not just foundational, it's foundational black American. See, we just say foundational American, that ignores the cultural, spiritual, and artistic genius that rose up out of blackness. That's the thing that makes the shit so great. We did that when blackness was being oppressed, and we still rose up and created all of these great things as black people, as an oppressed group. That's what makes us goddamn superheroes to a damn certain degree. The blackness, that's the thing, that's the key ingredient in the sauce. That's the key ingredient.
There's basically a bunch of Jamaicans who apparently went abroad and then exclaimed to other Black American people that they're not Black, right? And that's been an issue for a while because it's affecting me, right? Because some Black Americans are looking my way and saying, oh, you guys said you're not Black, right? And I'm trying to explain to them that there's a specific classes structure within Jamaica where whenever a Jamaican goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on the island, right? And the idea that they're not Black is something that usually cultivates when they travel abroad because Blackness is something embraced inside of Jamaica, right? There's a colorism issue, but it is, and because I'm very dark-skinned, I'm a very dark-skinned man, right? So I just wanted your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, because I've heard with my own ears some Jamaicans over here say, well, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. I've literally heard that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they look at themselves as different. And they look at Blackness as something different. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans. So that's an argument that a lot of people are making, that we should be the only people classified as Black or considered Black.
subscribe. Tariq Radio. Like and subscribe.
Y'all need yeah. You're just babbling, trying to be relevant. Okay. Enough of this tether. Family, this is why delineation is a great thing. They don't really have an argument. You're just saying shit. They don't have an argument. Nothing is ever logical. They just get up here lying, babbling, and who paid you, nigga? Who paid? You fled too. You went to Chicago. You're just saying shit. The delineation movement has these people babbling out of their damn minds. This has made these folks lose their minds, ladies and gentlemen. They can't refute anything. So what they do, the name of the game, family, is for them to try to come around us to center themselves with babble.
I'm not black, nigga. I'm Jamaican. Remember back in the 90s? We would hear that all the time. They act like they weren't saying that. I used to hear that when I was single back in the club days. I would always hear these Caribbean and African women, black as hell. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Ethiopian. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Caribbean. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Trinidadian. They would always say that. They wore that shit as a badge of honor.
Let me say that again. I am not black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. Growing up, my mom absolutely...
We're here to help y'all.
No, sir.
We're here to help you out. We're here to help you.
Sir, we didn't abandon our homeland. You abandoned your homeland.
The YTs.
Sir, you're tether babbling. You don't really have an argument, sir. See, family, this is how great delineation is. They don't have an argument. So all they call up and do is tether babble. You don't have an argument. You're just trying to babble for relevance. You're just babbling, trying to be relevant. Okay. Enough of this tether. Family, this is why delineation is a great thing. They don't really have an argument. You're just saying shit. They don't have an argument. Nothing is ever logical. They just get up here lying, babbling, and who paid you, nigga? Who paid? You fled too. You went to Chicago. You're just saying shit. The delineation movement has these people babbling out of their damn minds. This has made these folks lose their minds, ladies and gentlemen. They can't refute anything. So what they do, the name of the game, family, is for them to try to come around us to center themselves with babbling because delineation leaves them in the dust. And I say, you're trying to be like us. How? You're sitting here looking like us, dressing like us. You're not dressing like the people in your homeland. Yeah. And the fact that we're owning our culture, now you have to acknowledge you're acting like us. That's the thing that's whooping his ass. We all black. No, you're acting like a foundational black American. You're trying to have our swag, sir. You understand? That's why I'm giving them just so much attention. When they are just clearly trying to get attention, I'm using them as a case study. The name of the game is to not give these people the attention that they crave. Because a lot of them, let me tell y'all something about babbling tethers, especially the Pan-African artist and the tether class. A lot of these people, family, they are contrary for content. A lot of these people are contrary for clicks. A lot of these people are contrary for clout chasing. You understand? And it's really rooted in jealousy, especially jealousy of me. They're jealous of us in general, but boy, when they always whining about me, that's out of jealousy. I want y'all to understand something. See, the tether class, especially when they always try to bring my name up, where the FBA was Tariq. See, these people, number one, they're jealous that I have influence that they can't manufacture. A lot of the Pan-African artists, They spend years trying to build platforms. And me, I just come along and organically move the culture, move trends, move language, move political conversations without institutions, without sponsors. And that level of organic influence, that breeds a lot of jealousy. So they'll try to fixate on me so they can basically try to ride my name to relevance because they see my name is in the algorithms. So they need my name for online traffic. Also, your lineage family, your lineage, everybody's talking about it. Foundational Black American and FBA, that's in all the algorithms. And they've realized, okay, we talk about foundational Black Americans, we can get clicks, we can get a little money. Yeah, there's like, what, 1,400 people here now, live. But they understand. Y'all see all these FBA spaces? They start talking about foundational Black Americans, they know that's going to get some clicks. You look on YouTube, all the channels using foundational Black American. There's people trying to get clicks, trying to get views. You understand? FBA discourse, that's one of the biggest Black topics online. And the Tethers and the Pan-African artists, they depend on that algorithm boost. So they're farming for engagement. Notice when they ain't talking about foundational Black Americans, their videos don't get no clicks. Don't nobody want to hear what they got to say. They have to talk about foundational Black Americans in order to eat. So they get into this bad faith contrarianism. That's their branding strategy. These Tethers and Pan-African artists don't have no organic content. They ain't got no original ideas. So their brand is basically whatever foundational Black Americans say, they're going to oppose it.
Family, go to their platform, the Pan because a lot of you guys be over there listening to that garbage anyway. Go look at their videos. Go look at the videos when they don't talk about us and they talk about Pan-Africanism. Look at the views compared to when they talk about us. Like they like that's why they hate us so much, family. Now they realize they get triple amount of views if they talk about us as opposed to talking about what they truly believe in. So they feel compelled, like, damn, we gotta talk about these FBAs. So they hate us. That's another reason why they hate us. Yeah, but that's true though. But y'all ain't gotta do that. Y'all ain't gotta bow down, bend the knee, and talk about us. Talk about your shit and hopefully you can water it and grow it. You had 200 something years and it ain't grow yet, but keep hope alive, I guess.
That's just them desperate for attention. They're just being contrary just to be contrary. So whatever foundational Black Americans say, they're just going to be contrary. That's their whole brand. That's engagement farming. And these Tethers and Pan-African artists, they know that I'm a cultural barometer. So they think attacking me makes them feel relevant. You don't attack irrelevant people. And they start using my name trying to clout chase because I'm in the center of a lot of cultural conversations. And a lot of these people, they are frustrated that their Pan-African projects never produce no damn results. Let's be real. For decades, these Pan-African artists, they promise unity, nation building, Akon City, African diasporic coalitions. Yeah, but it all remains theoretical, symbolic, and performative. These people don't have nothing. They ain't produce shit. You want to be real? The hell, me alone, I done produce best-selling films. We got a damn museum out here. We even got rallies popping with thousands of people showing up, conferences with thousands of people showing up, best-selling books, the whole tangible outputs. So productivity sometimes, that triggers envy. Yeah? Come on now. Us looking at our lineage and people getting on the lineage wave, you know, that makes them feel like their whole Pan-African shit is just completely obsolete. Because see, Pan-Africanism is built on the idea that all black people are just one big group. And foundational Black American delineation, that shows that lineage, history, and political differences, that shows the cracks in the Pan-African cosplay. So the thing is, their obsession with our lineage, that shows that they need foundational Black American culture to survive online. Yeah, most of these people, they can't go viral unless they attach themselves to foundational Black American conversations. They don't create no waves. They cling to the waves that foundational Black Americans create. And if they ain't talking about me, or they ain't talking about our lineage, if they ain't talking about foundational Black Americans, their whole content crashes. They don't get no clicks and views. Yeah, I raised $1 million in a month. When I did that, boy, ooh, everybody, those tethers lost their minds. When I raised $1 million in a month, when that's when they start sending them feds on my ass. All them feds start showing up at the museum. Boy, it was Fed City. The feds filing frivolous lawsuits. But right when I got the museum, when I raised that money, they said, oh, shit. Uh-oh. When they saw that, because that's powerful to raise $1 million in a month. Yeah, that set a whole standard. They looked at that as dangerous. Family, I'm telling you, the alphabet people, when they saw me raise $1 million in a month, they looked at that as extremely dangerous. And all the tether class and the Pan-Africans, oh, that really chapped their ass. And most of them are on the take anyway by these alphabet people. Yeah. See, a lot of these people trying to get clout online who are Pan-African artists and tethers, they're very envious that the foundational Black American grassroots, they trust me more than they trust any of these Pan-African figures. The grassroots actually show up for me, while these Pan-African artists, they spend years trying to build up something, and nobody rocks with them. People are not dumb. See, they try to, then they try to insult the audience. Y'all are brain dead. Y'all is brain dead. Y'all ain't trying to follow me. How y'all finally listening to Tariq? Y'all ain't gonna listen to me. I'm trying to build a satellite solar powered city in Uganda. Y'all need to see my vision. Okay, and ain't nobody trying to rock with you. And they mad because people ain't rocking with that shit. Y'all have had decades to get the solar powered city in Angola somewhere, and ain't nobody on board. People are cool on that. People are cool on that. They can't, these Pan-African artists and tethers, you can't get no loyalty, nothing. And they see the kind of respect that I get without corporate sponsors or nothing. I get thousands of people to show up somewhere multiple times. I can get thousands of people to show up to a movie theater, thousands of people to show up to DC, thousands of people to show up to a conference. Yeah? Because y'all don't understand, people like results. I'm a result person. I like to help people get results. I want to talk to people about results. I talk from a military science standpoint. I want to see people win. I don't come in the room selling pipe dreams and all that old bullshit. I'm going to tell you the real deal. I'm going to keep it 100, good, bad, or the ugly, and people can respect that. So that's why when I see saw the tethers doing what they're doing, I'm checking the tethers. I'm not going to sit here and go along to get along. If it's going to lose a couple of dollars or whatever, that's fine. I ain't here for the money. I'm here for the truth. Because if I just wanted to get some paper, I'd just sit up here and play the kumbaya role. You understand? And just be like, I'm going to ignore all the fuck shit y'all doing so that people around the world can buy my movies. Because my movies sell around the world. It's no big deal. But what people are not going to do, I'm not going to keep quiet about folks coming over here specifically undermining people of my lineage. I ain't going to be quiet about that because I sell films around the world. I'm not, no. We're not going to do that. Yeah, it ain't that serious to me. There's going to be some respect on this end. You know, it's going to be some respect. Yeah, that's what it is. Who is this? Rebel Cats. Rebel Cats, hop on in. Ask me your questions. Rebel Cat, hop on in. Rebel Cat, yeah, if you say something, you need to hop on in with it. Yeah, don't be saying stuff in the comment section. You got to stand up on it. Yeah, Spike Lee is FBA. Yeah, Spike Lee is FBA. Yeah. Yes, it is. But the tether class, they get very upset when they see people like me get results done, because then that makes them look obsolete. Just the fact that we get results over here, that makes these plebiscite babblers look completely obsolete. And they're upset because I can bring together different classes of Black people, the street culture, the intellectuals, the artists, the entrepreneurs, the grassroots activists. You know, these Pan-African groups, they can mobilize think piece communities, but that's a shrinking audience. And they resent the fact that my reach, it cuts across age, class, lifestyle lines. See, that's where a lot of that jealousy comes from. You know? And these people, they keep trying to attack our lineage because that's the #1 cultural topic right now. The foundation of Black American delineation movement, it's not a niche at all. It's not a niche. Right now, this is the biggest Black social movement going on right now. The delineation movement, the foundation of Black American delineation renaissance, because it's a renaissance, family. This is a renaissance. This is a renaissance. And the Pan-African influencers, man, they try to exploit that visibility so they can stay relevant in these digital places. Yeah. So these people are just trying to clout chase because they ain't got nothing going. They're trying to clout chase off of our lineage. Yeah. Man. All right, let me get some folks in here. Let me get a couple of folks in here. Yeah, while I'm talking. Who's that? Who's that? Angela.
My fault, family. I'm over eating salad. But I remember I dared to compare Tariq Nasheed to Malcolm X to my boy who's FBA. He was like, hell no. So I'm like, how? Like, shit, it's, in a lot of ways, I think Tariq Nasheed got Malcolm X. Nah. And he really couldn't give me some things that Malcolm X accomplished. I'm talking his overall body of work that was greater than what Tariq did, and like his influence. Like both of them got the law, law of attraction. Like they both can attract people. They both got the gift of gab. And I'm like, when it comes to projects, it's like Malcolm X don't compare accomplishments and projects. It's like, and I was not even arguing that Tariq was greater. I'm saying he's on that same level, that same stage. He was saying no. I'm like, I don't know about that, man. The dude is very influential, not just with people, but with politicians. You dig? In politics. I'm like, nah, I think you kind of looking over him because he's alive. See, we give people credit when they die. That's when they get the credit, or when they done, when they're like no longer relevant. Muhammad Ali was hated on until he retired. Okay. Mayweather was hated on until he retired. So a lot of Black Americans don't really get the credit until we retire or die. And then all of a sudden, white media want to prop us up and, based on their narrative. So I was like, I said, I'm looking at Tariq works. I'm like, I don't know, man. It looked like there's an argument for him, man. If you just take your blinders off, there's an argument. So Tariq Nasheed addressed that, and I was like kind of shocked that he addressed it. So I'm like, I was shocked, but I was like kind of like beating my chest like, yeah, I was the first person I ever heard draw that comparison. You feel me? So I'm gonna play Tariq Nasheed talking about it. I know some of you guys already heard it, but I want to let you know I had already drew that comparison light years before Tariq publicly said it. All right. So I'll be on you listen, family. Those who know me, those who new here, trust me, I'll be on it way before it becomes public. I get my boy in 3-way right now or 2-way on the live and say, hey, did I do that comparison? Yes or no? And he'll tell you. He'll tell you because he remember. And he might still disagree. All right, so I think so. Let me get to that.
Because then you would have to point to tangible proof. So because you can't prove anything, nefarious, very clear. His legacy became bigger
Here we go.
later. Tangible proof.
So, hey, listen, man. Fresh always listen, Donnie. I have my boy. He's reputable. He's been on here before. He's been cooking on tethers. He'll tell you. I said this about a year ago. I'm like, I don't know, man. I think Tariq, he got Malcolm. And this is like lineage love, lineage comparison, and lineage challenge. I'm like, I think he got him, man, on a collective work because Malcolm X, we love the dude, but we got to be honest. He really ain't do much after the Nation of Islam. Like he went to a downward spiral to irrelevancy. You dig? He started doing that Pan-African shit. That went absolutely nowhere. You dig? And then he got assassinated, so he couldn't live, a long life. But based upon like him working and being active, he left the Nation of Islam. He wasn't the same. You dig? Love the brother, but his influence, his magnetic power, he doing that Pan-African John Henry Clark garbage. Like Black Americans wasn't really rocking with that.
So because you can't prove anything nefarious, you just throw the word grift out there because it don't mean nothing. It just means whatever you say it means. That's why they just talk in circles. Yeah, they would be lying. You know what I'm saying? Grift is just an empty ass punk tether term. You grifting the people. Grifting how? You said that we the boogeyman? No, I didn't. And how is that a grift anyway? What's the scam? Who got scammed? Who got deceived? Scam means deception. Who was deceived? What dollar amount got scammed? What didn't get produced? You see, you can't do that shit with me. Because let me tell you, that's a projection. That's all it is. Because tethers, notice the tethers always running around saying scammer, grifter to all of us. Anything we do, they try to talk that scammer, grift shit, which is a projection of their culture. That's their culture. They come from that. They come from that. That's nothing but a projection. Because they come from that. You see, you can't put a scam label on us, especially me. I am the thorough motherfucker up out here. Shit. Look, as far as black activism, nobody's more thorough than me. I'll take that. As far as black activism, who's more thorough than me? I don't like bragging on myself. I do not like bragging on myself. Who's more thorough than me with producing shit? For real, for real. I don't like to brag. I don't like taking victory laps, but ain't nobody gonna put no label on me like I don't put in no damn work. Love Malcolm X. Love Malcolm X. We're talking about right now. We're talking about right now, sir. And Malcolm X, they martyred, he became a martyr, so his legacy became bigger later. All right, let's be very, very clear. His legacy became bigger later after death because he was martyred. But yo, for real, I'm like, right in modern times, right now, who puts in the most work as far as activism? For real, for real. So let's put some numbers on the board. Do y'all really want to go there? Name some people. Or more. Man. Man. Who is that? Ashley Johnson? Hop on. You said who's Ashley Johnson? Hop on. Let's talk about it. Come on, Ashley. You're probably just trolling in the chat room, ma'am. Ashley, hop on in. Ashley, hop on in. Let's talk about it. Sounds like you're projecting, Ashley. All right. Ashley said, not boots on the ground. Are you insane? Ma'am, are you insane, Ashley? Ashley, hop on in. The boots are always on the ground. Ashley, who brought thousands of people to D.C. twice on grassroots lineage business? You can't get more boots on the ground than that. I done brought thousands of people to Washington, D.C.'s doorsteps twice, standing on lineage and reparations business. Come on, Ashley. Let's talk about it. Sweetie, I'm like Candyman. I'm everywhere. Oh, yes, I did.
Yes, so anybody who want to have a fun lineage discussion about that, the comparisons, click the link, because I want to hold Tariq Nasheed next to John Henry Clark, Ben, Professor Smalls, all these guys that people give credit to, don't give Tariq Nasheed the same flowers, and he might be greater than all of them combined. But let's look at it. I haven't drawn a conclusion, but he's up there with them. He's up there with Dr. King. Dr. King said this. He said, the next time I go to Washington, I'm going for a check. Tariq Nasheed literally completed Dr. King's dream. Yeah, take that off. Go. Yeah, Tariq Nasheed literally completed the dream of Dr. King. Dr. King, before he assassinated, one of his last speeches, last sayings was, I'm going to he said, I'm going to Washington for a check. Okay. And Tariq Nasheed did that. Who besides him went to Washington, or where I can't even tell you where he went. I forgot. It's been a little while, but I thought it was Washington. It could be somewhere else. But wherever he went, who did that? You did. Who went to anywhere publicly in mass numbers to demand reparations? Okay, stop. Okay, so who went anywhere in mass numbers publicly to demand reparations? So he really continued the dream of Dr. King. He took Dr. King never completed that dream. Like Tariq fulfilled that dream. Like that's you see, like people can say what they want to say, but you don't remember or you don't know a lot. So, but click the link. Like let's have a fun comparison, fun challenge of people who was there before, and let's put Tariq in that conversation. Let's see where he stands. Okay, but if you don't know a lot of what Tariq did, it ain't gonna be a fair conversation. But because I pretty much know everybody who you talking about, but if you don't know what Tariq Nasheed did, then you're at an unfair disadvantage. Okay, but I want folks to click the link and let's have a family fun conversation on, does Tariq Nasheed belong in those conversations? Malcolm X, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, Professor James Smalls, Dr. King, does he belong in those conversations based on his body of work? Because the people who hate on him, they can't do nothing with him. They can't even wash his car windshield. You dig? All they can do is get splashed by water during a rainstorm. That's all they can do for Tariq Nasheed. All his haters get splashed by water in a nice white dress, white suit.
muddy water.
I am everywhere. Come on now. All right, don't just be saying stuff in the chat room. Okay, yeah, your people say stuff and then you can't back it up. All right. That's what I thought. All right, let me get some more people in here. All right. Let's get some more people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Immortal Melanin, what's going on with Immortal Melanin? I don't know what you're saying, sir. All right. Don't pick on Ashley. Okay, Immortal Melanin. Sound like you want attention, Immortal Melanin. Immortal Melanin, you trying to get attention in here? Immortal Melanin. Immortal Melanin, hop on in here. Immortal Melanin. That name sounds familiar. Why does the name sound familiar? Let me hear your voice. It'll ring.
Yes, sir. I have no idea why you would think this voice is familiar. It probably wouldn't.
But the name Immortal Melanin looks very familiar. I don't know.
But that's okay. Everything's all right. Calm down. Everything's all right.
I'm very calm.
Don't get excited.
Now, what you say I did do what?
Just because I'm in here, don't get excited because I'm in here.
I don't know you, but your name sounds familiar. You said I didn't do what?
I just know, I don't know you either.
Then why are you in here? Why are you in here talking about what I didn't do? Okay, you just wanted attention.
Thousands of people
okay, you just wanted attention.
Why I'm in here. Nigga, you want me to leave?
Yeah. So family, that guy was literally a time wasting tether. Nothing to see there. Nothing at all to see there. But I did want to, so again, the link is there. They want to have that fun discussion. What does Tariq Nasheed rank amongst, people like that? That's a fun conversation. I know the haters mad at that one. Hell no. All right. Well, the haters, why don't the haters click the link? You dig? Hell no. How dare you compare Tariq Nasheed to Malcolm X? Well, maybe you are a Malcolm X glazer. You dig? I'm not. I'm going to keep it real on both. I'm not going to give Tariq Nasheed more flowers than he deserved. I'm not going to give Malcolm X more flowers than he deserved. And also, I'm not going to take away the flowers that Malcolm X deserved. And I'm not going to take away from the flowers that Tariq Nasheed deserved. You feel me? But I think that's a fun conversation. You dig? Click the link because I know, again, Malcolm X passed, he got assassinated, so people, that's a sad thing to happen. Dr. King got assassinated, that's a sad thing to happen. But when you look at the body of work, you dig what everybody did. Again, don't forget, I'm not saying greater. I'm well, possibly, but that's not my argument. My argument is he there on that same stage from what he did for Black Americans. Is Tariq Nasheed his influence, and people got locked up. He called in and put the pressure on them, got people getting bail, getting people out of jail, got charges dropped. Like, does that count for something? Does that count for something, or does it count for nothing? So I got a book, and I don't want nobody glazed. I want you to. I'm not saying glaze, Tariq. I'm saying be honest. Like, where do you believe he's on the same stage as Malcolm X, Dr. Claude Anderson, all those boys, Dr. Nellie Fuller Jr.? Does he belong on those stages, or did he fall short? Honest conversation. Don't glaze, don't hate. Don't glaze or hate. Let's just be honest. You dig? So I got Buck Horse calling in. And like I said, I don't want nobody to glaze or hate. Just speak from your heart. Speak from your FBA heart. What do you think he's at? Do you think he just missed the stage? He got some things to do to get to the stage?
But don't forget, he's responsible for coining the term FBA. Like he took ADOS to another level with FBA. Buckhorse, you there? You can unmute, Buckhorse. All right. So he's busy. All right. So he's busy. All right. So let me play the video. Yeah. So the FBA thing, Malcolm X ain't do that. You know, a lot of people have ideas, but you know, popularizing FBA and defending the lineage and got us delineating. You dig? Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like, look, I studied Malcolm X. I was a huge fan and supporter of Malcolm X. Huge fan and supporter of Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I'm not going to name a name that I wasn't of a huge supporter and fan of. I'm gonna tell you. So I'm really qualified to draw the comparison. And what I'm saying is Tariq Nasheed, the delineation movement, I don't know, man. Reparations stance, getting thousands to, I don't know, man. You got the Breakfast Club asking every politician about that was running for office, presidential office. He's asking all of them. Charlemagne's asking all of them about reparations because of his interview with Tariq Nasheed, not Umar, nobody else. Tariq Nasheed interview got them asking all of the Democratic candidates about reparations. That's called influence. So, you know, let's have that conversation with anybody. And again, it's a fun lineage conversation. If there's a hater in the crowd, you can call in too. Because I know you don't know Malcolm, especially if you're tethered. I know you don't know Malcolm, so I'm gonna flame you on Malcolm and Dr. Khalid Muhammad and Dr. King. You don't know my history better than me. Ain't no foreigner know my history better than me. So I know I'm gonna flame the hell out y'all. Y'all call about Malcolm and Dr. King, them boys. So I wish I was not on my phone. I could do a poll. Does Tariq Nasheed belong on the same stage? I'm not even arguing greater or surpassing. Does he belong on the same stage as Malcolm X, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, all the great, Dr. Nelly Fuller, Fuller Jr., Dr. Claude Anderson, all the people we love? Is Khalid? Is Tariq Nasheed at least on the stage? I'm not even arguing hierarchy or placement, just on the stage. I think that's a valid question. Speaking of trademark, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the trademark. Like, I don't shy from nothing that our lineage folks have done that's great for the lineage. Like, I openly challenge people, like, hey, or to question me on the lineage, right? The trademark. Let's talk about it. Do you think that's a gotcha moment? All right, well, call my bluff. Click the link and let's talk about the trademark. But it seems like every time a troll call in about something, I know that's something 1,000 times greater than them. All right. All right. So check it out. Speaking of trademark, let's go.
Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I'd have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, Using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir, right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't them?
All right, so one last thing, unbiased. I'm gonna let you jump back in, but one last thing, guys.
Yeah.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to Foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No. Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait? Bro.
No, it's not.
What?
It's not reconcilable. Stick up in unbiased. Let me just read this real quick.
Yeah,
and then
it's common sense.
And then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here,
Foundational Black Americans, trademark details, status 630, new application, serial number has it right there, word mark, Foundational Black Americans, status date, March 16, 2022, filing date, March 13, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know, right? Yeah. It says here, statements, disclaimer with predetermined text, Foundational Black Americans, goods and services, advertising and marketing. Stream audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that's smart.
So it's not just a lineage.
Okay. No. Okay, wait.
That's a lie.
That's basically what's going on right now.
Yeah, so are you doing a tether and I say so? Because the only cult is in your imagination, sir. Is the cult in the room with you now?
So who runs the FBA title? Who runs it right now?
Nope.
Don't you hold on, Tariq.
Yeah.
Don't you own the trademark for it?
Mm-hmm.
You do own it, right?
I do own the trademark.
Okay, so you admitted to it. So if you own
I own the trademark. This is Fed talk. Now we're getting somewhere. This is Fed talk right here. This is the Fed attempt. This is like a feeble attempt of
Tariq, calm down.
Oh no, this is a lesson. Let me break this down. This is the lesson for the family. So you notice we've been getting these little Fed talking points the last few days. So just to let the family know, but this is a lesson. Let me show you what we're dealing with. Okay. So now let's get back into it with the bad faith arguments. This is like a Fed talking point that they didn't sent from some because no. Yeah. African American has 3,000 trademarks on it. Is that a cult?
Okay, all right. Do you view
No. African
Hold on. Tariq, hold on.
Don't stop fading out. They better tell your supervisors they better get some more experienced feds. African American has 3,000 trademarks on it. So all 3,000 people the leader of African Americans. So what do you, come on?
All right, can I speak?
Just answer the question.
What's your question?
Giggling ain't helping you, sir. Giggling shows that you're talking in bad faith. I'm asking you, I'm bringing it back to you. Yes, I own the trademark for Foundational Black American when it relates to educational and
Okay, so why
when it relates to educational and promotion.
why do you own the trademark, sir? Why do you
To protect it. The same reason why people own African American, for different reasons. Right?
Okay, so why, from your understanding, since you're the one that understands everything else, right?
Did you hear what I just said? You asked, why do I own the trademark? For several reasons. Number one, because I put out books and promotional information. And that's trademark because we sell products. All right? That makes sense? You trademark products. If I put out a book or if we have an event using the word FBA, a promotional event, you trademark it so that nobody does another event similar that undermines your event. You know, do you know how trademarks work? Did they teach you that in Ethiopia?
All right, so I have a question. Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
are you?
Oh, no. 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 We're still talking about this. You asked the question, and I'm giving you an answer. Now you're changing the subject. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand how trademarks work?
Yes, but you're dodging the questions.
How am I dodging the question and I'm asking it directly? I'm answering it directly. I'm telling you why I own the trademark of Foundational Black American. We put out promotional projects and books, and you have to protect them. Does that make sense?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick?
Family, study these tethers. Study.
Listen, y'all, this is kind of cool. FBA News Updates. What's your thoughts on about FBA? I don't care about FBA. There's no such thing as FBA. Hey, Rashidi, what is? If somebody asks, what's FBA?
What?
What is the FBA?
FBA. You find out.
He said, "Let me find out." What is the He said, "FBA News Update."
This is for like restaurants and stuff.
I don't know.
Where you saw that?
Somebody asked the question on here. FBA, you know what that is? The fake stuff that Tariq Nasheed made.
Oh.
Foundational Dead Americans.
That's what
It's trademarked.
it's crap. I ain't foundational. I'm original.
He said, no, they said they ain't Africans neither.
Yeah.
I bet you they got African in them. He said they say Foundational Black Americans said they don't have African in them.
Tell me, it's fulfillment by Amazon.
I'm done. Nigga, I'm done.
Fulfillment by Amazon. They taking somebody else's acronym, nigga.
I'm finished.
They gonna get sued.
They gonna get sued.
Or it means functional behavior assessment. Oh, there it goes. They did pick it up. Foundational Black Americans.
It's trademarked. So this is the thing. Like, I really need some of these foundational Black Americans to do some real research. I really, really need them.
FBA News and Updates.
I really need
Wow.
them because this is the thing. There is no such thing as a foundational Black American. It's still an Anglo-Saxon word. It's Anglo-Saxon. It's not ancient.
Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. You know, people always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacist tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, Black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creatives and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about that Tariq had trademarked Foundation of Black Americans, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand, this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. Hell, that goes all the way back to Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest. Remember, it's a black man who created the Jack Daniels whiskey. And Jack Daniels was like, hey, that's a great little thing you got there. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. Well, let me go ahead and get that off your hands. I'm going to run down here to the trademark office. Now, this dude has a multi-billion-dollar business off this black man who created this thing. This happens all the time. We do things, our music contributions, a lot of stuff, a lot of our cultural inventions. That's why this is the thing, man. People will take your trademark and they will take your likeness. So you.
Wait, before you go too far, family, I'm gonna do a live tomorrow. I keep saying I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna just do it. Since he brought up Uncle Nearest, I'm gonna do a live tomorrow, Uncle Nearest. Right? Okay. I think that's important. The Jack Daniels whole thing. Yeah, but what he's saying is absolutely correct. But yeah, I think it's time to learn about Uncle Nearest. Now I know it's not gonna be the most entertaining live you guys think. It will be because you're gonna learn a lot. But the name itself, people don't know what it is. So I understand. I don't expect a large number of FBAs to pull up tomorrow because it's not rah rah. It ain't, ratchet. You dig? It's information. It's history. It's our ancestor. It's an elder that was done wrong. You dig? Now I hope you do pull up tomorrow in massive numbers. I'm gonna do this early tomorrow morning, like 9, 10 a.m. Around there sometime. But I think it's time for us to know about Uncle Nearest. A lot of people don't know who the hell he is. But it's an interesting story. It really is, because it goes deeper to him. I think a daughter or a niece or something like that had took on the business and made it a billionaire, business. He did in a short period of time. But if y'all interested, I'm gonna do it tomorrow anyway, unless there's some groundbreaking news. I'm gonna do that. So if y'all want to know about your history and not just rah rah ratchet shit, then I expect to see you guys tomorrow morning in large numbers learning about Uncle Nearest and Jack Daniels. You did, because over here I make sure you guys learn. So I had Chad Smith said, "Unbiased Ron, when you get a chance, go over endonym, exonym, ethnonym, demonym, all those things over for the chat." I said, "I'll do that." So when I get a minute, I'm gonna do that tonight. All right. But let the brother keep cooking.
Better have your paperwork together. Shout out to our good brother T.I. and Tiny. Remember, they just won a big lawsuit because a huge company, MGA Entertainment, took the likenesses of the OMG girls. That's their daughter's group.
I actually got a live. I actually had a live covering that. That was an interesting story. Yeah. So by him trademark, that's the smartest thing you could do, because T.I. and Tiny, they did not trademark. They went back and trademarked, and they say, okay, so the person that stole their likeness and image of the dolls, I think they automatically thought T.I. and them trademarked it. So they're trying to be slick, but they did not have a trademark, and they went back and trademarked it after that finesse happened against them, and that's an interesting case.
Huge settlement, because this company just said, "Hey, okay, well, we like that look. We're gonna steal it and trademark it and put it in our joint and act like nothing happened." And no, the T.I. and Tiny was like, "No." So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with, because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you.
Their family. He ain't just talking about the white team, man. He's talking about Pan-Africans, because they're the main ones clowning Tariq Nasheed for trademarking. But let me tell you about Outkast. When Outkast came up with ATLians, you dig? They had an album. The album went like diamond. But guess what, family? They did not trademark it. So Tariq Nasheed, you gotta give him his flowers. I just told you, T.I. and Tiny didn't trademark. Outkast didn't trademark. There are so many millionaire Black Americans who you would think know the business did not trademark their stuff, and they damn near got it stolen. And Tariq did. Like, this is a smart man. You guys just hating because you're just jealous, and it might be some zesty vibes you got within your DNA. You dig? But real men salute people like Tariq Nasheed and people who handle business. You dig? So anyway, so Outkast had an album called ATLians. ATLians, right? Good play on words. And well, guess what? They never trademarked it. So just recently, some white boy band group in from the UK, not even America, they realized Outkast didn't trademark ATLian. We're talking about 30 years later, family. We ain't talking about 5 years. We're talking about 30 years later. A white group who was obviously fans of Outkast rewarded him by trying to steal the name ATLians. and they named themselves ATLians, family. And guess what they did? They trademarked it to protect it against outcasts. This was their finesse. So they trademarked it. They ain't just steal it. They, go ahead and steal it. They trademarked it and said, yeah. So their goal was to not have outcasts have rights over the word they coined. They made up. And yeah, it's a big thing. Outcasts sued them, right? Even though they didn't have a trademark, Outcasts sued them. Okay, and you know what happened with that? It was a settlement. They had to pay Outcast even though he had a trademark. And let me tell you how he got lucky, because there is something called the use of law, something like that. And what that means is the fact that Outcasts used ATLians for 30 years. It's like common law marriage. Yeah, you together for 30, 40 years, you're not married on paper, but you're seen as married. In some states, it's the same shit in some states. But you have something called common usage law. That's what it's called, common usage law. I'm off the top of my head. I'm laying down. I'm on my phone. I'm not reading that nothing. I'm just freestyling because I'm a good studier. You dig? It's called the common usage of law. And what that did is they used that name for 30 years. So it was exclusively tied to them, nobody else. So although they have a trademark, when the white boys tried to trademark it, the court didn't see it as legitimate, authentic. So family, trademark court is different than regular court. Regular court, the white boys would have won. But trademark court, no, they're like finesse alertists. You feel me? Like they're on alert of finessers. So the white boys ain't really win that, and they had to pay Outcast a bag. Outcast won that one. But you see what I'm saying? So he's right. These folks are really out there trying to trademark your stuff. We're talking about T.I. and Tiny. They're celebrities. They're international celebrities. Outcasts. You know they're global. So these ain't Tariq Nasheed type people. These are international celebrities who almost got finessed. So yes, he's right. They're sitting down and waiting to take advantage of us. And you have these Pan-Africans and tethers who are helping them out, who are condemning us from trademarking our intellectual properties to leave us unprotected so the white man can take advantage, trademark, and now we're asked out. You got Pan-African and tethers. They hate Tariq Nasheed so much that they want the white man to take advantage of them. That's some sick stuff, man. And they only hate him because they think that he stopped their bag.
Watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, Black folks, particularly foundational Black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, Black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen.
The store's attempt to commemorate Juneteenth, the holiday celebrating the end of slavery. There was a message on the side that read, quote, "Share and celebrate African American culture, emancipation, and enduring hope." Many saw it as a form of corporate cultural appropriation of the Black community. Walmart has apologized for the product and removed the ice cream from its stores.
FBA has no lineage. It is trademarked
by Tariq Nasheed. Let me show you the receipts, because that's what we do as Atlanteans. We don't just talk, we come with receipts. We don't do that plebiscite babbling, Tariq. Now, as you can see here clearly, family, when you Google FBA, this is what comes up. Trademark application of Nasheed, Tariq, filed in March 13, 2022. Let's get into the article. Now, here's the article, family. Disclaimer with predetermined text, and it says what it says in quotes above. Now, the goods and services, right? So how does this lead to any lineage? This is a trademark so that he can use that term to make money off of, right? He ain't teaching nobody anything. Look, party name, Tariq Nasheed. I had to highlight it there for you for the non-believers.
Flag. If you see people who keeps talking about trademarking, that's a bad faith argument. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a bad faith argument. As you see in the Jumbotron, the word African American, they love to lie about this. All right, this is proof right here. You can look this up for yourselves. The word African American is trademarked, ladies and gentlemen. It's not African American Inc. It's live and it's registered. It's some dude named Quentin Lewis owns African American. All right. They love to lie and say that African American is not trademarked. African American is trademarked. There it is right there. Y'all can look it up for yourselves. Go do a trademark search. Don't let them waste your time with bad faith arguments. All right. And there's more African American words trademarked as well. I can't put all of them up here. You understand? It's trademarked. You see? And then you got somebody in the room, Kiran, up here telling you it's still not trademarked, and you're looking at it.
It's not trademarked. You can't trademark a race.
Sir, what you're looking at is a trademark. You're saying it's not?
You cannot trademark a race.
Hold on. No. What you're looking at is a trademark for African American. Is that a trademark or not?
You cannot trademark a race. I don't care what.
I know you can. I know you can.
What are you saying then?
So you tethers are always talking about FBA is trademarked. African American is trademarked.
I'm saying you're a white asset. I'm saying you work for the white man and you're a
you're just projecting. You're projecting. You're a hostile tether. That's called projecting, sir. Are you mad because you can't leech off of us, sir?
Where does it say it's trademark?
What you mean, where does it say? You go to trademark, the U.S. trademark website. What you're going to do is lie. Okay, you're not going to lie, sir. It's sitting right here in your face. It's sitting right here in your face. Now, you're not going to lie. You're not going to sit here and lie when there's evidence staring you right in the face.
That's not evidence.
It is evidence, sir.
I don't know what that even is. What is this?
That's a trademark, sir. That's the word African American. That's trademarked.
Where does it say it's trademark?
What you mean, where does it say? You go to trademark, the U.S. trademark website. Look this up. It's there. The trademark number and everything.
That's a word mark.
That's a trademark, sir.
Does it say trademark anywhere on this?
You're the musty fleer who don't understand how trademarks work, sir.
You don't understand.
And you're in denial because your lies are falling flat. Y'all tethers tried to lie and say that African American wasn't trademarked and is right here in your face. So you're trying to pretend to be mad. You're trying to pretend to be mad. Okay, you're not going to sit here and lie. Get out of here.
You can't show me the word.
All right. Get out of here. You're not going to sit here and just lie. No. You're not going to sit here and lie. Yeah. Word marks are trademarks. Word mark is a type of trademark. This is why we don't want these goofball tethers in our mix. Yeah, he tried to spell. It's a word mark. Google it. Google. It's a word mark. Show me the word trademark. Go to the website. It's on the trademark website. These tethers are loud and wrong. They love being loud and wrong. That's why we delineate, ladies and gentlemen. What we gonna build with that? They can't comprehend shit. Lord.
Watching these tethers. No, you guys, whatever media you're talking about that brainwashes them to hate us, they are voluntarily casting that amongst the entire country, the continent for that matter. But yeah, there's no projection from outer space that's blast onto Africa where they're forced to watch that. Okay, whatever you're talking about, they wanted to play that. They wanted to believe that. They wanted to watch that.
In the media over there, you really don't, because we don't do any grand scale things that would garner international attention that's negative. You understand? We don't have no. Go ahead.
Like, for instance, when I was teaching in Kazakhstan, I was there for 7 years, and you would see pictures, well, videos of, Black women twerking and doing all that kind of stuff. And it's on the television. So in the minds of those people, that's how they see.
Yeah, I got a little stronger pushback. Ma'am, what television company is doing that? And what country is allowing that? What president is allowing that? Stop. Peachtree Ministries, $20, 1999. Actually, super chat, Lineage Love in the building. Appreciate you. Said that. Thanks for your work. Oh, definitely. I'm on it. Exposing Africans and Pan-Africans. Both are booty scratchers.
Black women. And I recall the first city that I was teaching in, I was the only Black woman in that city of 130,000 people. And so when men would see me, that's the image that they would have in their minds, even though that's the farthest thing. I mean, by that time, I was in my mid-50s, but that's the attitude. But that shapes their attitudes, you see, and so there is that impact, and it's happening globally. So I was just curious as to, how these notions get there, and I don't understand how these people in such small numbers are able to undermine us without white complicity.
Yeah. I mean, this come around in cosplay and just coming our circles, dissipating the energy, and not all of them, but enough. Getting into certain organizations like the Congressional Black Caucus, which don't do a damn thing for foundational Black Americans at all, but they do a whole bunch of stuff for immigrants. So that's a problem. They come around us talking about minority coalition, and then we elect these people, and then they get in and don't do anything for us, but do something for immigrant groups. Just like Kamala Harris. Hell, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama. Barack Obama's non-FBA. Kamala Harris, non-FBA. Those are great examples of how people get in certain positions and they undermine us and do the whole benign neglect against us. And that is a problem. So we don't want none of these non-FBAs to act as our representatives. We realize that these people are horrible representatives of us. They're not going to represent us properly. They're not going to honor our ancestors. So this is why the delineation movement has popped off. It's our job to honor our ancestors. It's our job to make sure the people of our lineage get the correct justice and the compensatory justice, especially when it comes to resources, because nobody else is going to do it, because we sat up here and we tried to play the kumbaya role. Nothing has worked out as far as that. So we're going to have to take control of that. And that's exactly what we're doing. Let me ask you this, beloved. You're married, right?
How do we get them to change their behavior without us, publicly tearing each other apart? Because it seems like there are a lot of people who just really, that's all they do.
Look, we're not interested in changing their behavior, which is delineating. They could do what they want to do. You dig?
Because it seems like there are a lot of people who just really That's all they do.
We don't
and
give a damn.
I don't hear like,
At this point, we don't give a damn. We're focusing on us. What we want them to do, go fix your homeland. If you got any kind of hostility, go figure. Myron Gaines, all these people come over here denigrating us. We ain't gonna do nothing with a Myron Gaines. I don't want you to do nothing but get your ass back to the Sudan, help your people. We're at the point, anybody who's remotely hostile to us, we don't want nothing to do with them. We ain't got to negotiate with them. We don't need them. That's the thing. And that's what they are tripping out about. They realize that we don't need them. You don't really benefit us at all. We don't need them.
Yes, she's gonna highlight it. This is what I'm trying to say, like, bro, you gotta slow down, bro. Like, you need people to vet your stuff, bro. You out here making a fool of yourself. Now, look, I could say, hey, you gotta check your mans. You know, I could hold you to somebody else. And that's all I'm asking. No, I should not be held to somebody else's research.
No, but I can tell you when I disagree with them niggas. It ain't like I don't argue with them. You feel me? And if they say something that I disagree with, I'm on that biscuit.
Yeah, but that's it. But y'all channel is based on that though. So you expect a channel that's birthed by that to do that. But other channels that just trying to keep the peace, like, hey, you know, all right, whatever you get into, that's what you into. And but
so
there's a greater goal.
Familiar, right? But you might not be familiar. Me and beef for 3 months over African slavery and the slave trade. We beef for like 3 months.
What? Yo, just give me a quick rundown. Like, what could possibly be the beef on that? Like, I do think that's common history.
They were trying to say that Africans did not practice slavery. You dig
So
what I'm
the
saying?
the homies are fake. Queen of Zinga, all these guys never existed.
Exactamundo. So we differed on that big time. Half of the stuff that you argue about Africans selling us to the European, we went through all of that. They fought me down tooth and nail. So only beef that I have is with that Abo stuff. Like, it is not, that's not cogent. That don't go with nothing. Like, and I'm not a Pan-African. You feel me? So, you know what I mean? Like we differ over there. Like, but I'm not even over there. I just popped up because of the conversation. So, you dig what I'm saying? Like, it's stuff that they argue with me. Chief Facts, and a couple other dudes came on and argued with me when I was saying, yo, I can accept the FBA term, long as it's not dealing with the Abo stuff. They went crazy on me. The same way Dr. Mayat said, yo, in one sense, I am FBA. But she said, I don't agree with the Abo part. And that we was here before Columbus and stuff. Like, that's the part that most of us have the disagreement with.
And this is why we say, and people act like they deaf. We're saying that's not a requirement to be FBA. And people act like we're not saying that, and they know that. You could just Wikipedia, ChatGPT. I mean, you guys use these resources when it benefits you, but when it doesn't, nobody want to Wikipedia, Google AI. Nobody want to do that no more. Everybody want to rely on their own ignorance. It's like, dude, but I get it though. Like people hate certain groups or certain individuals, and they want to, because people claim the same thing. Everybody's grouped in. And that's why I got some questions for those that would like to click that.
Who came up with FBA?
Tariq Nasheed.
So this is what they're basing it off of.
Okay. Now, and who came up with ADOS?
Yvette Carnell and
So is she the leader? Is she the leader?
I don't know.
Right. See, it's stupid. It's goofy, and then you got Jesse Jackson with African American. You got Melvin Charles with the Black American Heritage Flag, like that. No, an idea. It's an idea. You say, you know, I like that idea. That makes sense. I'm rolling with that.
But it don't make him the leader.
Over an idea?
It don't make Jesse Jackson the leader of all African Americans. I agree.
Right. So when people argue, again, they could just Google, Wiki, all that stuff. They don't want to do it because they want to be right, but they're on the wrong side of history, and they get cooked on these panels. The Wambis and myself and ex-architect, like they die on these panels because they will hold that position, and we know how to articulate and express those ideas very well. So you're not getting over it. Ain't no flim flam. That's not gonna work. An idea, and you take an idea, don't mean that you're the leader. Like a lot of us sag our pants. We dress a certain way because it smells idea. We say cat. We say no cat. This is my idea. You're nobody leader. So you have a good idea, and sometimes you take the idea and do it better than them. Our culture is inventors and innovators. Okay, we're some of the best innovators in history. Yeah, we're innovators. So we hear something, we like it, we tweak it, and it's ours. And we believe we make it better and more fitting. Okay. So let me play the video real fast.
And this is why when you and I were arguing on the telephone, so I want the family to know, and maybe the people who are just watching us don't know, that a lot of these conversations that we have publicly are birthed from arguments that Unc and I have behind closed doors. This is why when you and I talk, I say, Unc, you don't think we should throw the term African American away? No, we shouldn't throw it away. I say, Unc, it is not specific to our lineage here in America. Anybody that comes over here who's a descendant, who is of African,
you sound like you
claim to be an African American.
Then she went back to call herself African American. You did. So I'm saying, like, listen, bro. I went back and watched.
Like you right there.
I went back and watched all of these. I do that. I go back and watch 2-3 hours of something, clip it up, and be ready to cook somebody. So I got her. That's why she won't call in. I got her. Stuff like this. I'm waiting on her. But she just said it. Now look, Unc's doing a presentation. Watch this.
This is why I said I do believe that we should have a name that is specifically for us.
Okay, so by saying that, she don't believe African American is specifically for us.
Black immigrants cannot come into the country and hijack. And
so she's delineating. All right. How long ago is this? This is 9 months ago. Let me let you see. 9 months ago, she sounded like us. All right. This is why people be like, yo, the agents, they getting paid. Like something going on here. Because she reverse pivoted, never came back and corrected this, just reverse pivot. And then you get mad at Lexus saying changed his mind, but she changed her mind.
You were like, no, African American, they know who's who, and they, you went through all that. But in your slide, these two bullets talk about exactly what I was arguing on the telephone that day. But please continue.
I know I'm sharp as a harp, though. Let me
finish. Hey, yeah, do you know he didn't finish though? Look, let me fast forward. Hold on.
She cooked them right there. That's crazy.
Status, contemporary. African American is a broad identity.
Right. So look, so he got Freeman up here. All right, look, exactly what I said. Broad identity for all people. I said what I say. It's actually called POD. It's POAD. Like the African Union calls it People of African Descent. POD. Okay, freedmen, specific descendants of enslaved Africans in the United States. We call this FBA, ADOS, and other names people want to use for that. So what I'm saying is to take away from this phone call, it doesn't matter what you name yourself because the people exist. Name changes, name goes, they get tweaked, but the people don't go. The people are here. You could call them Ninja Turtles. They're still here. They have a history and a legacy here. They did something as a collective. So the name, people argue the names like, yo, you won't get anywhere because our name is colored, Negro, Afro-American, Black American, Black, Black American, and things like that. You feel me? And now it's African American, I guess, all over again.
For all people of African descent in the U.S.
That's
now,
what I was trying to tell you.
Of course, linked to post-emancipation legal status.
So he's reading his own obituary.
How did he get out of this?
I don't think he ended up playing the whole thing, if I can remember. But he's reading his own obituary like Marcus Garvey. I don't know if you noticed that. If you knew that, but Marcus Garvey read his own obituary. They did him dirty in London. Yeah, he was in a hospital dying, and they wrote he already dead. He already died, and he had to read that on his deathbed. Crazy work.
Reconstruction, cultural and ethnic identity encompasses historical and modern experiences, and these are the sources: National Archives and Records Administration, Smithsonian African History. That
Did you change your position?
Look. No, I didn't. I'm still the same.
She comprehended what you comprehended, what the chat comprehended, all together at the same time. Like, dude, you just cooked yourself. And he said, I'm not changing my position. All right. All right. So, Chef, I was going to say this to you.
Right.
So, the Abos, right? So they have a belief. I think that they were, this is what I know for sure, that they believe that they were always here and they didn't come on slave ships. It happened backwards, right? That they sent people to Europe, something like that. Is that, or Africa, something like that, right? Or am I wrong?
They have multiple different beliefs, but that's one of them.
Right. But do they all agree on that they did not come on slave ships?
No, I don't think that's the total belief. I think some of them say some black people did come on slave ships, but some of them say my people didn't because I can't find that in my lineage. So it's a whole bunch of, you know what I mean? It depends on which one you're talking to. But the general belief is that they are indigenous to the Americas, right? And so that's the general belief. And it's mixed up. It's different beliefs all in there, but the consensus of what I've seen that they believe is that the misnomer African Americans are, native to America, and they was always here. You know what I mean? Came before Columbus, that type of shit.
Okay, so Tariq on his website have an origin story, right? He got origin stories of how people got here and were already here. So from what I know, he said some people were already here.
Mm-hmm.
Some people came on slave ships, right? And then some of the people that are already here admixed with the people from slave ships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some people believe that, right? Now that's a personal belief. That has nothing to do with an ethnogenesis that happened in America, because that's a fact. That's something that happened with real people. Now, belief is separate. People can believe they came from Planet Risk. Doesn't matter. So what I would say is this. You will argue that a lot of them they were not always here. They came on what, slave ships, something like that?
Yes, the transatlantic slave trade.
Got it. So now, if a requirement to be FBA is to come on through those slave ships to this country and experience chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Black Reconstruction, and those people experience that, even though they believe they didn't, aren't they still FBA?
Yeah, they would still be a part of the group. No matter.
That's why I don't argue it.
You could be in the Nation of Islam and believe you Asiatic black man.
All right. So, but that's why I don't have to argue, because like, either way, whether you're true or either you're wrong or right, you're still FBA. So that's how I came to that. Like, why I'm debating about that. My thing is to galvanize people within the lineage. So your personal beliefs, it's nothing. It's nothing over here. Are you FBA? That's it. And I tell them that. Oh, I've always been here, bro. I get that. Are you FBA? And once you say no, you're done. You got to move around. Okay.
But see, I know I get you, but I argue that I'm FBA, but I make a clear distinction that I ain't got nothing to do with that Abo mess. Like, and
that's fine.
That's the thing. You feel me? Like, if you ask Uncle and they beef with me over that, I say, why wouldn't I be FBA? The same way Dr. Mayat said that she was FBA or a couple shows ago, according to the definition, right? Not the Abo definition, but the other definition. You feel me? She said it. Even James Small said he was FBA. You feel me? According to the definition, you feel me? But he agreed to all of the definitions. He crazy. You feel me? He agreed that he a Abo, he a African, he's an African American. It's time for them to sit him down. Like, period. Like, it's nonsense. But he agreed. You know what I mean? So.
All right. So, all right. because like it's either you fall into that definition or you don't. And Tariq Nasheed, FBA, people should know that Tariq, he believed that that was a more clear and concise definition for the lineage than Adolf. Right, that was his reason why he came with FBA. He felt like Adolf still allows, whether it's true or not. That's what he said. He said he believed Adolf still allowed immigrants to sneak in the back door. All right, but both requirements are damn near identical on how you're, part of. That's why I just say the lineage. So just to be clear. Okay, so I got that out. Okay, so now let me play the discussion between me and Unc and the slave trades. Okay, so now he said,
Are y'all going to debate this?
we already did. I don't record for doing that, but he in the chat. And matter of fact, he was on a panel with. I told him he was on a panel with Dr. Mayat, and she even said that the Africans enslaved, raided other Africans and it's sold them to white folks. She even said he was there on the panel. He didn't argue her, and that was by the way, that was before my discussion with him. So he already learned that, and still kicked against the pricks.
Bro, me and him argued that 2.5 years ago. I mean, for 3 months straight. We argued about the Africans' participation in slavery. Like, he fought tooth and nail, but I thought we got some clarity on that. He not gonna accept it, yo. Like, that's obviously. I mean, we broke up the pseudo killers. Me and Corey left over that argument. You feel me? Like, because it was so out. Like, I thought he was already I thought he was straight on that part. You dig what I'm saying? That's
all right. So when people say, "Hey, man, you to hold people accountable to what they say," people I don't know, and no big deal to me. And this is people right hands mans. You dig? They clicking that. You know what I mean? This guy out here acting as a leader can't yield to correct information, and then will brag about how scientific literate he is. Like I challenge that. I think you just say it.
yeah, but you already said what your aim is. For me, whether it's Reggie, Unc, Smash, whatever, I argue with everybody. If I have a disagreement with them over something, then we gonna bang it out. If I got a disagreement with you on something, you know what I mean? That's just what it's gonna be. I'm gonna state my disagreement with you. Like, you know what I mean? So you never seen me, you know what I mean, in any platform where I disagree, where I'm not gonna make my disagreement known with you. Like, that's just how it's the internet. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna do that. So
right, and that's why I said.
Go ahead.
That's why I said going forward, I want people to challenge me on what I said. Not somebody, not that for me, 2026. Don't ask me about nobody else. I mean, not you. I'm saying this is for everybody out there. Because people want a low key indirect win. No, challenge me in what I say. I have a whole different thought about this than Tariq. Tariq calls other folks black. I don't. I say we're the only blacks. Everybody else is not, and there's something else. They're from their court. They're from their country, their tribe, and I go into the history of exonyms, endonyms, ethnonyms. I go into all that. What people called you and what you called yourself, and temporary terms, and and then we got the black is being used as an adjective. We say, well, which one of these guys use black as a proper noun with a capital B? So I call it capital B, lowercase b, or big B, little b. Like, which black are you, big B or little B?
So they little B's.
All of them. The only big B started over here. Now because an exonym is somebody else calling you that. So the Arabs called the Sudanese people Balad al-Sudan. That means black. That means someone else called you that. That's an exonym. They didn't call themselves that. They call themselves Sudanese people. So that's an exonym. So we're the only people. So now at one point, Arabs.
So now they call themselves Sudanese, though.
Yeah,
so what do you do about that?
No, but they don't call themselves Balad al-Sudan. Like that, you got that whole thing is the black. See, that is called the black Sudanese. Yeah. So, but somebody called them that. They already had a name for themselves prior to that calling.
Yeah, but now they call it, they identify as black with the name
No,
Sudan.
nah. Sudan is a country in Africa, and that has nothing to do with an ethno. It's nothing to do with them. Like there's a if I type in Sudan right now, it's going to give you a definition. Okay, it ain't going to say what you just said. It's going to have its own definition of why that place is called Sudan.
So
Okay?
why is it called the Sudan?
Let's look it up. So now, let's look at it. Officially, the Republic of the Sudan is a country in Northeast Africa. Its borders the Central African Republic to the southwest, Chad to the west, Libya to the northwest, Egypt. Let's click the Wikipedia.
So what are you saying is not? You saying that the word Sudan for the country Sudan don't have nothing to do with the people being black?
When you say black, you're talking about see, here we go. Big B a little bit. You say
If it's a Arabic term, Balad
right,
as Sudan,
right.
meaning
Color black.
yeah,
That means color.
exactly.
Right.
Right.
But that's
So
different then
you're
because we
saying
don't
that
call
the
ourselves black as a
modern
color.
right. So but you're saying
Yeah.
that the word Sudan for the Republic of the Sudan don't have no connection with the
That's
Arabic term black
no, that's not what I'm
that was
saying.
talking about the people.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're using black as a descriptive term, you're out. Bro, I'm light as hell. I'm not black because I'm dark skinned. I'm not black because of a color, bro. I'm black because of experience. We didn't use black as a color in America. We use black as an experience. So that's why it's a proper noun in America. And they wrote it's an adjective. Adjectives are not capitalized. Proper nouns are. So that's the distinction. Proper nouns are not adjectives, and adjectives are not proper nouns. Adjectives describe, proper nouns are people, places, and things. Right. But that's like a capital of a city, a name. That's why it's a proper noun. It's more important than a regular noun. You gotta give it its capitalization. It demands that. So we don't use black as a descriptor. They did. Well, somebody else did when they called them that.
Okay, go ahead, make your point. What
Yeah,
you about to
that is. So what I'm going to tell you is that Black Americans are the only people who use black as an ethnonym.
Okay.
Everybody else uses it as a descriptor, and it's a temporary name before they name themselves something else.
So the black didn't have nothing to do with the descriptor at first?
Yeah. So when it comes to us, white folks, and look, thank you, because we're the only people on earth to turn an exonym into an ethnonym. There's nobody else that did that. Everybody's rejected. When the Arabs called Sudanese black, they rejected that. When white folks call other people black, they rejected that.
But why is their country named the Sudan now?
We're looking at it.
Right.
Look at it.
I think it's the same thing that you just explained about African Americans. Go ahead.
Because you're talking about a land. Okay, you just said a country is called Sudan. That's a geographical area and land. And people call themselves after that land. So they said, that's Sudan, I'm Sudanese.
Right, but what does the Sudan mean?
Oh, that's where we're going. Okay, etymology, here we go. Okay, so North Sudan redirects, okay, blah, blah, blah. The country's name Sudan is a name given historically to the large Sahel region of West Africa to the immediate west of modern-day Sudan. Historically, Sudan referred to both the geographical region stretching from Senegal is a place, bro. It's no damn color. And so stretching from Senegal on the Atlantic coast to Northeast Africa and the modern Sudan. Okay, so now watch this. The name derives from the Arabic. So okay, watch this. The name derives from the Arabic Balad as Sudan, as I said earlier, or the land of blacks.
Right.
Color descriptive. They're done.
How? It's saying the same thing. Unbiased.
No, bro, they're calling themselves the color. We didn't call ourselves. Okay, listen. White folks called us black. We didn't call ourselves black as a color. We called ourselves black as an ethnonym. I think you keep missing that. When they were called black. Okay, cool.
I'm missing
Okay.
that. I think the same thing was happening, but go ahead.
Nah. Yeah, because whatever. All right, look. Now I'm trying to explain it. I can go to some tools for you where it can be articulated for both of us. So let me do that for you right now. I got you. Let's go to the tiebreaker. I'm explaining it. You claim you're not getting it. Okay, cool.
Let's go because if the black was put on them, black was put on us.
Yeah, but we changed. Okay,
hold on, as a descriptor.
Hold on. First. Yeah, but we didn't receive it. Okay, they received it as a descriptor. We didn't receive. Okay, family. I don't know. I'm doing this guy. They were called black as a color. They accepted the term as a color. We never accepted black as a color. We rejected it. Then we started to call ourselves black during the 1950s and 60s, but it wasn't based on the color. We called ourselves black as an experience. We were first called black in the 1800s, 1700s. We were called black around that time. I think the British, whatever, is calling us black as a disgrace to try to play us out like did most black people, most people of color throughout the world. But we never embraced it. Most people rejected it. So they embraced it as a color. We rejected the color. We then took it some 100, 200 years later and said we're black. We were called Negro in color, but when we named ourselves, we didn't name ourselves Negro. We didn't name ourselves color. When we finally named ourselves, it was black, and it wasn't based on color. Like they call themselves black on color. We called ourselves black through experiences, a unique, distinctive experience throughout America, throughout the world. So we didn't say we're black because we're dark skinned, broad nose, thick lips. That's not what we said why we were black. It still don't make sense.
I mean, it does, but I'd rather not even go down that. I think you can argue that either way you want to.
No, you can't.
Take your way. If that's how you like, because if it started for me, if all of them was the script.
But you're not understanding language. Okay, I got it. But you don't. Obviously, you don't know what an endonym, like that's something you got to look into. Take what I'm saying right now. Take this. Go type it in. After you get off, go type it in, whatever tools you got, and then come back to me and tell me what you got. That's all. Like, so now you haven't studied it. I got it. This is the language, it's a grammar thing. Go do that and then come back and talk to me. And they say, I'm biased, you right. I kind of, that's all you gotta do. But yeah. So we're the only black people in the world. Everybody else is what they say they are. They're Sudanese. That's what they are. I'm black. Nice to meet you. This guy's Jamaican. This guy's Moroccan. This guy's Libyan. That's how that works. We're black. BLACK. They're Sudanese. And black is used as a race in America, like outside of how we use it. So when they're black, it's still not something called themselves. That's the group they're thrown into when they come to America. They're still Sudanese people under the racial term black. We're just black. There's no something else there. So we're black as a race. We're black as an ethnonym. So they're what? Black as a race, but Sudanese as an ethnonym? How does that work? So we're black as both race and ethnonym. They're not. They're done.
That's crazy.
Yeah, get them up out of here. Yeah, so now, and at one point, everybody rejected it anyway. And that's why I say we're repoing black. We're gatekeeping black. Y'all gonna be exactly what you said you were in the world's history. So Sudan means the land of blacks. Okay? And that's who you are. We're not the land of blacks. You agree with that? We're not the land. We don't call ourselves the land of blacks.
No, we're not the land of blacks.
Yeah.
That would, but it, yeah,
So
that's
we called
wild.
ourselves black for different reasons, right?
Not originally, like, so it's
No.
splitting
Okay,
hairs.
you're mixing up. So wait. They were called black by Arabs. We were called black by Europeans. So yeah.
Exactly.
So right.
As a
Okay. So
descriptor.
all right. No, I'm saying you missed what I just said. I said we called ourselves and they called themselves. We called ourselves black. Now it's we. There's no longer him or them or they.
Mm-hmm.
We call ourselves black, different from why Sudanese people call themselves black. That was the question.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. I say that. I say that.
I got you. Hey, family, they called themselves black because they was black as hell. Color. That's why they call themselves black. We didn't call ourselves black until 1960, my boy. They call themselves black after a color. Yeah, I guess we are black. And that's an exonym. We're not exonym. We're ethnonym, bro. They were exonym. Sudan is an exonym. Somebody else called you that. And you agreed that that was good. We don't call ourselves
for the African Americans, somebody called them that, and then they agreed to it.
Well, I don't know what an African American is, but for black people, no, yeah, no, I don't know what African. You made that shit up because again, that's a racialized term. That I know a lot of y'all Pan-Africanists. Now look, it's Black Power, it's Black Wall Street, it's a Black self-defense, it's Black City Plan, it's Black everything, Black crime rate. But you guys want to call us Africa something. Everything, all of their language is black. But when it comes to identifying, they deliberately and intentionally don't say black. They say African American all the time. Okay, that's
so
intentional.
When did you stop calling yourself African American?
I never call myself African American. That's something we filled out. That's why I don't know if you're from this country. Like you're saying you are, but listen. I got aunts that's 75, 70, 68. I can put on three-way. Auntie, what did you call yourself growing up? You think she's gonna say African American? I got my mom, bro. I got access to my mom. I got access to uncles, older cousins. Nobody's saying we already.
No, I
already did that.
I said you.
Yeah, no, I never call myself African American, bro.
Oh, okay.
Black. I mean, but none of us did. Ain't nobody call himself African American. Yo, when somebody said, "Hey, how we look?" African American. Give me a description. Okay, well, he had locks, right? He was African American. No, bro, it's black. Black Wall Street, black this, Black Panther. Ain't no African nothing.
So people walking around calling themselves African American. You're saying you never seen that other than online. With Pan-Africans.
Okay. Say that again.
So you're saying in real life, you never witnessed black people calling themselves African American, like this some made up online stuff, African American. Hello?
Okay, I don't know how hard this is to understand, but ethnonym is your name. Two ways names are given normally. The most common way is obviously you name yourself and you define yourself. Okay? And that's called an endonym. Okay, the other unfamiliar way is that somebody else name you something and you take on their name and their definition. That's an exonym. Okay, so people were being called black by outsiders. They're ops, either Arabs or white people. Okay, you took on their name and the definition that came with it, and it was usually disrespectful. It was a derogatory term. All right, cool. Exonym.
We did not do that. Once we became free, once we became able and available to name ourselves, we named ourselves after the word black. But it was not used as a descriptor as it normally was in history. We named ourselves black, and we made that adjective, that descriptor, a proper noun. That's never happened before. Okay, we put a capital B on a word that would normally have a lowercase b. We said put some respect on this name, this word. Then that's black. We then defined black, and it wasn't a color, my guy, like the outsiders name or call people black. They didn't even name them black. They called them black, but it was a descriptive term. For us, black was not a color. It was an experience, a lived experience. Okay? The black experience. So that's an endonym. And we put the definition to it, proper noun. Nobody's done that. Nobody took a color, adjective, called themselves after it, defined it, and made it a proper noun. Put some respect on it, made the color be capitalized, taking it from the adjective sense to a proper noun. We did that. Everybody else were called and named by their ops, and they took on the definition of their ops. Exonym, right? Are we clear now? That's an exonym. These same people that took on names from outsiders and their definitions, a lot of them end up renaming themselves anyway, and that's it. But we're the only people to take on black or a color, but black. We're focused on black and take it for ourselves. We're exclusive to us. It's defining our lived experience. In America, it's called the black experience. Starting from U.S. chattel slavery all the way down to 2025, going into 2026. Endonym. Everybody else who so-called were called black by their ops, that was a nickname because the first time they got a chance to name themselves, like the Haitians, they said 1804, they said we're Haitians. Other folks said we're Ghanaians, we're from Ghana. Other folks said we are Congolese, Sudanese, Eritrean, not black. Okay, so all those names I mentioned, those are not nicknames, those are not buffers. Those are their real names that they named themselves. When we named ourselves, it was black. 1960s and in the 1970s, the government made it a racial term or whatever they did. So it was on the books. Black. We're the only black people in that sense. Took a word like black, made it an ethnonym, capital B, proper noun, no adjective, and defined it ourselves. It's nothing to join. It's nothing to later on come behind us and be that as well. It's no black Brit. Those people are from West Africa, and they're Nigerian, and others are from the island, the Caribbean, right? So that's a term they took on later, cosplaying us.
So in America, my race is black African American, but it's a race. You're too dumb to know that. That's why I put the link down there. That's a race, but that's not exclusive to just black Americans. That's everybody African descent that comes to this country. They're putting down. So, but that's not, you are not your race. The guy who said that, so you're not clicking that link. You are not your race. You are your ethnonym. You are your tribe, or where your country is, the man of your country. You're the countryman. You're not your race, my guy. one time that's called successful. That's called, you found something out, you know what you're doing. But I just invested in thumbnails, better topics, be more consistent on my times. It's simple shit, and business stuff, and that's what helped it grow. And I focus right, and I just focus more on me rather than everybody and their mother. Right. All right. So now, but all that being said, so when people start to see, and then I'm talking, I took a position. I'm FBA, Foundation Black American. I'm ADOS. I'm an American descendant of slavery, and I'm a descendant of a freedman. These are all facts, right? This ain't something that I joined or this was inherited. Like I have a lineage that goes back to 1700 sometime. So these are facts. Now I know this. I know that we were using wrong language. Like there's no disaggregated term for us. When we're called African American and Black American, we're grouped with everybody who's African descent. Now the difference is that they can peel that off and be considered the most successful immigrant group in the country. That's called Nigerians.
Now,
so you see,
Sheffrin be in that very discord, he be arguing that very point that you about to say right now. Sheffrin be in there arguing. He be the only one in there arguing the very point that you finna say, that is no delineation. Like when they fill out an application, like a guy from Nigeria can come here and he fill out an application, he gonna check African American. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is the argument that Sheffrin be having. So like that's what I'm saying. Like for you to be here saying like Sheffrin is Pan-African and you've been beating him up for years and whoop-de-whoop. This is kind of wild to me because, like,
hold on, wait.
This guy every day. On
wait, so before we go backwards, right? So let me just tell you how, because I was watching, and this is for everybody who holds this position. So now what I'm saying is like, so I'm saying anybody can call and debate me on this, not some random talking point or defend or the Indians. Yeah, I made that up on that channel, talking about I was siding with. First of all, y'all don't even know the reason for my channel. And speaking of channel changes, shit went from pseudo killer to this and that to Armor Rock Squad to now it's community sketch.
Believe me, I'm biased. You know who you talking to, bro? The guy who done argued to the cows came home. Well, on all kinds of different topics, bro.
Right, now I get it, but what I'm saying is, so if Chef is arguing that, and he's actually arguing
so
it.
To bring up Unc wouldn't do any good in this conversation. Like, it's whether Unc is a wild ass nigga or not, we probably all agree on that, right? So,
okay.
To bring that up, that ain't gonna do any justice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the thing though. But when y'all bringing me up, you're bringing up Sanchez, you're bringing up this person, that person. So it's like, well, they only talk about me. They don't bring nobody else up. Same energy. But look, so if that's Chef's argument and that's his position, I'm like, well, what could the pushback be? Because either he's wrong or he's correct. So if people are pushing back on that, I want to talk to those people. I want them to come over here, and I want to hear what they got what rebuttal they got against that.
So those people are the ones that push back. Usually, usually they Pan-African. Usually they have a.
Yeah, but some of them ain't though.
Yeah, some of them ain't, but and a lot of them. So when I hear the conversation, most of the time I hear like kind of like divisiveness, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a little divisiveness. That's the argument that they have. Like it's divisive or whatever. That like ADOS and FBA is kind of a divisive thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right now,
whereas, you know, and I don't know that. To me personally, I don't know that like some. You know, Nigerian immigrant is my biggest challenge. You know, I run into a lot of challenges in my 40 years here in America. Some Nigerian ain't never been one of them. But,
I got it. See, but again, right, because that's how you phrase it. But I do know this. Maybe I know a little more. I know this. I know that some Nigerian come here with white supremacist viewpoints. They say they got it from their parents, and then they find themselves in politics, right? They find themselves mayors of a city, and they find themselves in a school board, and they find themselves in a position of power to allocate money, fundings, and resources. So to me, that's problemsome. You come to this country, look like me. That means you can misrepresent me, you can speak for me, and you can deny stuff and say, no, we don't need that. We're good. And you came over here totally different than how I got over here, and and one of us have a legacy, a lineage
how
legacy.
would Black Americans get in a position for some? Like, how wouldn't that be? So if somebody came and got in a position to speak for me, and then deny me and control my circumstances, wouldn't that be a fuck up on my part?
No, because we know that this country is ran by white supremacists, and they use their systemic racism, and that's a real power. That shit got us at 0.00% of the wealth. So that's a real power, and I'm not going to act that doesn't exist. That shit is real, no. and these people,
white supremacy definitely does exist.
Right. Yeah, and then, like I said, people come over here and they align themselves up with white supremacists, and they call themselves conservatives, right? And they, again, it ain't like they coming as Jamaican conservatives.
Because they diluted, because of somebody comes over here and dilutes.
But I wasn't done though. No, I wasn't.
Go ahead.
That's my point. My point is, I know what you guys do. You guys act like they're powerless people. They just fucking third-class citizens, no,
they can actually get in power, but I'm talking about diluting meaning mentally, because they could dilute themselves mentally. Go ahead.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is Black Americans, we're the only people who were subjected to another people for as long as we live, right? So we've been deprived, not like nobody else, neglected, benign neglect, all that. We got a whole history, a whole everything that happened to us. And matter of fact, we didn't gain riches, and we're literally taken from us, some Debo shit, right? Urban renewal. We know about all this stuff, right? So all the way until 1968, at least on paper, where it was taken off the books, right? And then we know that our efforts allowed everybody who couldn't come in, even white people who could not come in this country, who had quotas. We know that. We know that our fight, our plight, end up benefiting everybody who couldn't come here before 1965. They're here now. And these same people who Dr. King looked out for and Dr. King made sure that they were protected by civil rights. Dr. King made sure that they could move around and get to resources, and not just him, his whole organization. So making sure these immigrants come over here and we're good. These same people, their lineage, their descendants, same people had the nerve to, even white people, like I said, they also benefit from our plight, can look back at us and say, you guys are lazy. You guys are this, you guys are that. When these guys are being, like Tariq said, she said, allowed to be progressive in this country. They're being allowed to be progressive, right? They're not targeted. These guys got flags in their car. So they keep saying, if a police officer pulls us over, they can. No, they can, because you got a damn Trinidadian flag in your car. You didn't even get pulled. They already know who you are before they pull you over. And you got a Jamaican flag. And this guy got this flag. No, they know it. The Barbadian flag. No, they know exactly who the hell's in that car. And
some racist white cop in Kentucky gives a damn about a Trinidadian. Yeah. Like he gonna respect the Trinidad guy more than me.
Yeah.
I don't think he give a fuck about neither one of us. Both of us niggas. He's not seeing that nuance that you seen. All of the nuance that you see. Like that white police officer that jump out that car. He's not seeing none of that shit.
Yeah,
now, I'm not saying what you're not saying is not valid. What I'm saying is when the police officer get out the car, all he sees is nigga. That's it.
But I don't believe that. And let me, because again, like, I don't know if, I don't know if you even know what they were doing. Okay, do you know what they were doing when they came to Ellis Island to separate themselves from me? So we're talking about Afro-Caribbeans and West Africans. Do you know how they were differentiating themselves from us so that white folks could give them a pass and allow them in there?
They were deluded, but yeah, go ahead. I hear you. They tried to do something that was deluded. This delusion.
They were showing their paperwork
certain organizations they were down that only they was part of and we weren't, and they were using their accents when a police officer talked to them, they would speak with an accent, and guess what? And they were left alone. So white Americans, they know that Black Americans, we deleted backspace their ancestors, their relatives in the Civil War. We have that history, and that's something that they never gonna forgive us for. We fought and we ended their money, not the people coming over today. All right, so they have a, just like many people say when they take their ass to South Africa, they say those people in South Africa do not look at Black Americans with the same hatred they have for the South Africans over there, because they understand that we're not tied to anything over there, so they don't have the same strong feelings, and that's everywhere.
Right, they would have the same strong. Yeah, once you do figure out the delineation, right? I guess they will. But I'm saying, like at face value, I don't think they really, like, some cop is really trying to make that difference.
Okay. So let me give a case in point then. Okay, let me not say anybody random. Let me point to an actual individual who African descent, Caribbean descent, that he's not Black American, and who set us back some hundreds of years. You ready for this one?
Oh, I'm definitely sure you can give some examples of some wild guy or whatever. Go ahead though.
No, he ain't wild. It's Marcus Garvey. It's like he's one of the first leaders of Pan-Africanism. He came over here.
Pretty wild guy in my opinion. Scam artist, snake oil. If you ask me, but go ahead.
He definitely was. Yeah, but he okay. But he came over here from another country. He disrespected everything we were fighting for, everything we always fought for, our wins, our L's. He didn't give a fuck about none of that. He said, I got the answer, follow me. Forget about which answers you already accomplished here and what you're building on, adding to. This is the answer, and the answer is leaving the country. And that was never an answer for nobody. That was never an answer for no Black American in this country, leaving the country. We fought for rights. We fought equality. We fought for all type of shit. That was not on our mind.
That's to leave the country. Uniqueness. Yeah, we built this, so why would we leave it? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what I'm saying is that energy is constant. So when they come over here, they like to feel entitled, like they have the answer, but they fled from a country that they didn't have answers for, and they're the majority. It's like, hold on, so you're gonna come over here as a minority amongst the strongest white people on human known history, and you're gonna have this the answer for us? And you just fled your country and you're the majority?
Why that's kind of the case. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just Jamaicans or Islanders or whatever. Like, worldwide, folks want to come to America for financial gain or whatever.
Yeah, but people don't come to give us. But people don't come to give us answers though. Like people just mind their business normally.
When Marcus Garvey came and said he had the answers, well, like, Black people should have shot him. But go ahead.
Yeah, they tried to, but he was speaking. But here's the snake oil. He was speaking to the poor, and the Red Summer just happened where the KKK had to. So we know that he studied us. Like, we know that he was over in Jamaica studying our plight, and he knew exactly where to come. He didn't take his bum ass to the South. He came to the safe.
He knew how to run his scam, right?
He came to the north, but north.
They wouldn't have had that kind of money to fund his scam in Jamaica. But go ahead.
Got it. So, well, we couldn't fund it either. And then you're selling stocks. Like, yo, what the fuck? Stocks? We looking like, what the? So our leaders are like, what? What's he selling? Stocks? Oh, get this guy the fuck out of here, man. So, like, they already, like, was on him from day one. Like, yo, okay, look, watch this guy. And then he just proved them right over and over and over, where we had to do the Garvey Must Go campaign. But what I'm saying is that they had, now this is one, remember, you said,
the government did that for us. I think the government put out for us in that case. Go ahead.
That ain't, do you know, that's actually false. Yeah, that's actually.
Did they ship his ass out of here?
Yeah, but why? Why?
Because of mail fraud.
No. We put them on them. It was our leaders who contacted, that's known as FBI now. We contacted the FBI and said, get this guy there. He's scamming us. Right. No.
The how they prosecuted him was through mail fraud, though.
Yeah, of course. Because he's scamming us. They don't care about that. He's scamming us. Okay, but the minute he started to commit mail fraud, that's when it's okay. We got him. Well, now we got something legit because this.
You thought I was being serious about the white folks looked out for? That was hyperbole.
I don't know.
That was a little bit of hyperbole here.
Okay, yeah, I'm just speaking factual. But what I'm saying is, you said there's one guy. You said the one immigrant can't do much, and I'm showing you one immigrant did a lot.
Yeah. So I'm saying like I'm sure what I was saying is I'm sure it is a guy that you could point to that was doing some wild shit. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we deserve to have
what I'm saying in general.
But we don't know. We don't know. We're trying to stop the next Garvey. So what I'm saying is, brother, we have a right to have a never again moment. So now the Jewish community, anything that's remotely smells like anti-Semitism, they're on it. They're knocking it out. And it might not even be that, but because they really stand by that never again chant. Okay, right. So we got one, sir. We got one too. And we saying anything that smells like it. So when these folks come over here and say that they've been trained by their mothers to stay away from us, we're lazy, all that shit, that smells like a Garvey shit. So we are on them immediately. We ain't giving no legs to that shit.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, if your mama told you to stay away from niggas, you probably should listen to your mama. I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah, but you know, we know that there's a lot of people who give these guys excuses. Oh, just ignore them. I mean,
white folks told their kids, their daughters to stay away from them.
Right. So that's why we don't see them that's why we don't see them as no different. Like we don't, when people say the enemy, I always ask them, who's the enemy? You know, because I recall the largest human trafficking event in history was the transatlantic slave trade. I'm asking people, who's the enemy, the buyer or the seller?
The seller.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Who's the enemy, the buyer or seller? Yeah, so we don't look at people because they're skin folk, they're automatically kinfolk. We look at actions, right? We see consistency. We see what they do when they actually come here. What effort they're giving. They're here. They are our minority. They're here in the small millions. We're 43 million deep. You would think that you come to another country with other melanated people. You know what? Let's rock with them. Like they're the larger body politic. That's like common sense. That's not what's happening. Like let's join their fights and their plights and let's see how we can get some shit snuck in there.
They didn't come over here for that. They came over here for financial gain.
Right, and that's
to be a part of.
I know, but that's what we thought okay. What I'm saying is, that's why I say we and them got two different worldviews. We looked at it as, is us against white supremacy. Like when I say us, all melanated people. That's how we looked at this. And when they came over here, we see that's not how they seen it. And we were kind of confused because we're trying to join them in our organization, some join and whatever, but we thinking that they have the same worldview as us. Like we got to stop white supremacy, global white supremacy. And like you're saying, when they came over here and we see that's not on their brain, we're like, what the fuck happened here? You know, that caused some confusion. And then we watched them and here comes some undermining. Here comes some sabotaging. And then the reparations thing pop up. And we see a lot of these guys running it and purposely losing. Well, that's my opinion, but they gotta be, because you cannot claim no race-based reparations, and they all did. As a matter of fact, there's a reparation case right now in New Jersey, and is led by a goddamn tether who's arguing for race-based. So now look, we already exposed you cannot do race-based. That's like clearly known now. So they probably didn't know at that time, and maybe they did, but we know now you can't do it. There's a guy right now in New Jersey arguing for race-based reparations. So it's like, at some point,
he's doing something within.
But you can't do a race-based nothing. Like that's at this point, it's common sense because Adolf said FBA already exposed that back in 2016, and we're like 9 years later, and these are big movements with big noise. You know, we the ones that Adolf is the reason why California had changed the reparations stance from race. From race to lineage, and matter of fact, they did a vote, and we won 4-5. They voted for lineage-based reparations because it's common sense, and legally you can't do nothing race-based. That's an L right away. So what I'm saying is, like, we have a loud roar. So for this guy, for this tether to come over here and argue for reparations, I don't know how he even doing that as an immigrant, but then he making it race based in 2025. That's the problem. We're like, okay, dude, you can't say ignorance today now. You got ChatGPT, you got Grok, AI, and come on, dude, like, what are we doing? So at some point, it becomes intentional, and we call that undermining, sabotaging, and that's a huge issue for us.
Well, I definitely hear you. I mean, I ain't really mad at much you said there. You know what I mean? Ain't really got objections to much you said there, but you know, I just came on just to let you know that I was never.
Okay, so now let me explain why I said what I said about you. All right. Well, why I called you a coon and whatever I did. What's going on, bro? Yeah. So let me explain that. All right, Stu Pease in high school. They got a long history. Like X had a full debate that I played like 20 times through all my 3 channels. You can find it right now. Just any channel, FBA Defense Unit, Unbiased Ron, or FBA News and Updates. Just go to search and type in Stu Pease or X Architect. You're gonna see them debate for like 40 minutes. X cooked the
good debate. I could see that being a good discussion.
But it wasn't. It was one-sided, and then Stu Pease, I mean, it was not even close at all. And all Stu Pease did was disrespect Black Americans to try to win a debate versus like what they were talking about. So we're lazy. Being bad faith arguments like this. Well, the Nigerians are doing better, you guys. Okay, so X articulate. He says, Stu Pease, are you dumb? Nigerians are an immigrant group. They are only compared to other immigrant groups. You can't compare a small group to a whole populace of people. You compare population with population, and you compare groups with groups. He made that very clear to this guy. But because he'd be stuck in his emotions, he still argued that point. And he said other hateful things that was towards Black Americans. And Haskell did the same thing. And they always have done that on my channels.
So you call me a coon because of stupid.
Yeah. Right. Because you got a guy on. As a matter of fact, Chief X called him out. This guy was the title's FBA, but he's lying about ADOS. He's lying about. I mean, like to me, I'm gonna be real. If somebody can't see that Stu Pease is a fucking hater of the Black Americans, I'm good with them. Like, I'm gonna just be real. If somebody can't see that this dude has straight hatred.
Conversations with Stu Pease though.
Say that again. I hear you.
I don't think we don't really have like that discussion. But when we do have that discussion, like he ain't never said nothing like kind of off the wall. Like I've heard. You know what I'm saying?
Well, ask him some questions. You'll see, because he can't hold it in. Like I didn't even know he's like that. And then I said the origins. Before you guys can ever say I'm grifting, you out your goddamn mind. It was Stu Pease and Haskell kept bringing up ADOS and FBA on my panels when we were not talking about it. I was ignoring them. I kept saying, get back to topic. So you guys got to know, you don't know that. But all this stuff is live recorded. I know where they all are at. And I should tell them, hey, man, get back on topic because I knew where it was going to go. So, okay, so then finally, I'm like, all right, let's talk about it.
I've had some discussion, but I've never heard like that discussion on your panel before, like the AD.
Oh, yeah.
The ADOS. Usually you talk about something else when I was.
Yeah, exactly. And they kept bringing, like we're talking about rappers, who the best rapper. We're talking about boxing. We're talking about everything, and maybe some Dwight York, and then Stu Pease and Haskell, because they be having these conversations amongst themselves. On my panel, they would bring up Tariq Nasheed, Yvette Carnell. Oh, they divisive. And then I'll say, I'm like, ho, bro, we're not doing that. We're talking about this. And then when they kept doing it, I finally was like, all right, look, what y'all want to talk about? Now you even said it. You said divisive. Okay, then y'all want to jump the gun and like be disingenuous. The division came when they would come into. I recall them calling Tariq Nasheed spaces and trolling and debating and arguing, roasting, and he's roasting back. He's a funny guy. He's a comedian. And so people would clip the roasting part, not the serious. he also had serious conversations with them. When they call and say, hey, what is it about, blah, 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 he'll be straight up real with them, no jokes. But they would come with the jokes or the disingenuous or the bad faith arguments undermining us, and then it goes there. But when they initially call, it'd be a legit conversation about our talking points, reparations, delineation, self-identification. These be serious conversations with some of them. And then some come with the trolling shit. Then he gave them nicknames. Okay, so what people do is they clip that. They clip the roasting session, not how it started, and say, hey, look, they're being divisive. So if anybody fall for that, they're an idiot. Because I know me. I need context. You give me 3 seconds. You give me a 30-second clip. Let me click where's the rest of it? And anybody serious won't even do a video. We'll clip it. See, when you clip something and play it, there's the option to listen to the whole thing. Like, all my shit are clips. I don't make videos. I don't make short videos for Movie Maker. All of my stuff are clips where if I send it, you guys can click it and see the whole context. These guys are making videos. So you can't even click to see where this original conversation stemmed from. So like that's just bad research, bad faith, everything right there. You made a video. You didn't even clip it. And the clip feature is free. It's there.
I don't know that everybody all savvy with that. I mean, I know how to do it.
Then stay off the internet. Then, if people are lacking, and they trying to come in these spaces, and people like me know this shit, and then that's why they get cooked. You come over here lacking. You know what happens when you lacking. It'll end up good for you. When anybody got beef and they're lacking, it never ends up well for them.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I think you did a little bit of an evolution yourself, though.
Go ahead, start. Let's go.
I don't know that you always seen things the way that Tariq Nasheed, see things.
Like what?
Well, it was a time where I can remember a time where you thought that like maybe Tariq Nasheed was maybe like some type of scam artist or something.
No, never said that. So now let me tell you what I said, because I know there's nobody on earth I agree with fully. Okay. Right. Okay. So Tariq, I'm fully jabbed up. He's not. All right. Right. So I disagree there. All right. So there.
Oh, you talking about
yeah. I'm fully jabbed up. Okay. That's what we're trying to tell people, man. We can have differences and still be brotherly and sisterly. We don't have to agree with. I'm not into UFOs. Okay, wait. Let me say this for the chat, because we're talking to a chat, and the video will be replayed. Like they replay my videos, even though they don't catch it live. So this is for them. I always maintain that we're 43 million. There's some Tariq might like the Lakers. I'm gonna like the Knicks. All right, and we're gonna argue and disagree. That's okay. He's going to be into UFOs. I'm not UFO at all. Tariq is into some type of spirituality. I'm not. Okay. So, but these are good disagreements. It shows that we're not yes men towards each other. All right. Even me and ex-architect debate all the time. We differ on the school system. We differ on what is the problem. He says the teachers, I say outdated information. All right. So, but that means that we don't get along now, and we not. No. So I'm a real guy. My name is Unbiased for a reason. I'm going to let you know when I disagree, and I'm never going to agree with certain things I don't disagree with. But when you say something that I think is brilliant, I'm going to give you flowers. Because I know the conversation in 2001. You don't, when Obama was running for president, and they was naming him the first black president or the first African American. I know for a fact. I got clips, and I know that time, because DJ Focus, Dad's Nation of Islam. All right, and as soon as he ran for candidacy, he did lectures. I got video lectures in 2003, 2002. DJ Focus' dad said Obama's not black. He's from another country. Okay, and I know that was the argument at the time. Many people standing up saying he's not black. And then they actually said the acronym DOS. Of course, they said it. They said he's not a descendant of slaves. Not just him. You had white people say Obama is not a descendant of slaves. So they were saying DOS, and we just ain't put it together. We didn't even have a word for it. The sister Dickerson, she was saying this. Like, they was laughing at her because they were kind of confused what she was saying. She said he's not black. See, but at that time he was black, because black just means somebody to the average idiot somebody who's just dark skinned or of African descent. But she clarified, but there was no real term for that. So she said, well, he's not a descendant of slaves. So immediately when she had to think of something real fast to show how he's not black like us, she said descendant of slaves. And everybody stopped laughing and they understood what she meant. So all Yvette Carnell did was have a light one day, a genius moment where they said, okay, I got it. I got the terminology. Since people were already using DOS way back in 2001, let's stay right there and let's just throw the A on there because there's many descendants of slaves all across the world. Let's throw that A there. Now that A is American. American is a demonym. I got to teach people this shit. A demonym is the shortcut name of the nickname of the country. The country is called the United States of America. So you cannot lump up the Americas when we say American. So when you say American descendant of slaves, that's a demonym for the United States of America. Now, when somebody say, nah, Americans is all the Americas, I know that's an idiot that don't understand. We use it as a demonym. Okay, we don't use it as that. We're talking about all the Americas. All right, so we know that when it's said American, we don't gotta clarify that a demonym is a real word, and Americans are demonym, and Nigeria is their demonym. It's called the Congo, some other shit, the real name. And there's many demonyms for many countries. So she threw the American there because she knows it's a demonym that only leaves it to us, this country and this government, in chattel slavery. So U.S. United States of America, descendant of slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And so all she did is put the A there so the confusion won't be like, well, there's many people from different Americas, and that's why the A was there as a demonym to specify and target. No, we're talking about U.S. chattels, U.S. United States of America. That's all, USA, basically. Right? That's also a nickname, right? Abbreviation, because that's a long-ass title, so we just made it short. But yeah, so she said that. Tariq Nasheed came behind that, and he felt like that term wasn't all exclusive, like it wasn't airtight as they think it is. He thought he sees some loopholes how somebody could come, immigrant could come and tag on to that. And he said, okay, look, because again, they kept saying, we all been slaves somewhere. Because that I know the arguments that was going on at that time. I watched all those fucking podcasts, unbeknownst to Stupides and Haskell. They thought they was going to do an ambush on me. But let me say, he said, okay, the foundational will eliminate the whole argument. We've been slaves somewhere too. Okay, well, you haven't been foundational here. And matter of fact, we all say, you know what? We like that term better because we don't want to be associated all the time with something old like slavery. So we say, yeah, and because I seen that something shame, we know that people from other countries would use that to shame us. So, all right, look, we're black, we're American, and foundational is our contributions are free labor, cheap labor, all that convict leasing, sharing cars, all that stuff, what we did for this country. And I want to say this lastly, because you got people like the Italians and the Chinese who expanded the railroads west. You have the Irish who was in the steel mills and they were in the coal mines, right? But the difference is they were just there. We did all of that. So we did what they did and more. We did tobacco, sugar, cotton, we did all that shit, railroad tracks, steel mines, and the what's the last one? The coal mines and the steel mills and the coal. So we did all that. They didn't. None of those groups did all of it. They did one thing or two. We did all of it. So they say, hey, we're foundational too. Yeah. I guess you could say, you contributed, but you're not foundational in that you were involved in every aspect of making this country great.
Right.
That's all. So now, just off that, I don't think there should be pushback from there. Oh, Tariq made it up. Oh, okay, so what? And then I see Unc and Chief. Somebody got him. So now we got him because it was Thunder. I think Thunder did a good job actually. Thunder did what X-Architect did. See, Unc. I just can't believe that people still be following Unc, knowing that he's Mr. Confirmation bias. So X did what Thunder did. He showed him the definition of FBA. It's the first paragraph on the website. What Unc does is skip that and go to something else that's different from the definition. The definition is laid out. That's the first thing laid out, what a foundation of Black American is. Now Unc is so crazy. I was gonna say something else. That X knew he didn't read that part. He skipped somewhere where that's confirmation bias. That's cherry picking. He went where he wanted to go. So X read the definition off. He didn't tell Unc where he got it from. He said, Unc, does this definition describe you? That fool said yes. And he was reading Tariq Nasheed's definition of FBA. So be like, oh, so you got a problem with just Tariq's acronym. Right, not the definition, it's the acronym. Then you run to 3 strikes, he run to 3 stars somewhere. The 3 stars is separate. That's not the definition.
I don't, because see, well, at least even me, well, I'll speak for myself. I can't speak for all these other folks. But what I'll say is, so you can, I mean, when you define the FBA, yeah, I could identify as that myself. But when you, a lot of times there's baggage that comes along with certain names, the way the way things are in a group. So
explain the baggage that comes with FBA.
Yeah, so like with the FBA, right? Fine. When you read I guess if you define it in the way that, I don't know what the definition was, but I'm sure you can find a way to where I could definitely agree with it. You know what I mean? And then, but
what's the baggage?
So it's baggage that comes with that, though, right?
Like what?
So like there's an ideology that comes with the way Tariq Nasheed. It's an ideology with his group or the FBA, I guess. You know what I'm saying? And so FBA is associated with Tariq Nasheed. He got a certain type of rhetoric, you know what I mean, that comes along with that. And sometimes, people don't identify with that part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about they got to make up something. Okay, first of all, there's no ideology. Tariq gave the definition. Now, anything outside of that, that's personal. So if he says, hey, man, some people were here before, that's personal. That's not a requirement, bro. That's not a requirement to be FBA or ADOS. The requirement is the ethnogenesis. So for people that believe they were here, people who believe they came on slave ships, that's your origin story. But that's not the requirement to be FBA. So if you only was here before the slave ships, if you only came by way of slave ships and you never underwent the U.S. child slavery, you're not FBA. So there's a specific requirement to be FBA, and coming on slave ships ain't the only requirement. And or being here all time. That's not enough. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery before we even have a conversation.
No, so you said, say again, I misheard. You said, okay,
cool.
You only came through the slave ships. You're not FBA. Are you still there?
Yeah, my mic is just like, oh, I think my son destroyed it. Okay, so it might be me. It might be me because he's 4, but it might be me though because I keep it in. Like, you don't take the best care of it. You dig? I throw it in the bag, so it's probably me. Just blaming his little ass. But so let me just make it more simpler. A requirement to be FBA is U.S. chattel slavery. If you didn't go through that, however you got here is meaningless. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery. There's people who got here and got shipped right to the Caribbean. They're not FBA. And I think
a lot of the people, I think it's a lot of mixture. Like, so, some people were born over here, I guess, after a while within slavery, but those people were brought over here too from the Caribbean.
Right. And they're FBA. Right. See, we already covered that. See, like, there's no confusion with us. See, people like to talk about it, but they don't like to talk to us because talking to us, some answers are finally delivered. Yeah, those people were brought over here. That don't matter. If they stayed here the whole way and had descendants, they're FBA. It's that simple. You have to stay here, go through the ethnogenesis, complete ethnogenesis, and be known as an American citizen your entire life, you're FBA. But chattel slavery starts the conversation.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the slave? I ain't getting the slave shit part, though.
Okay. No, I just summed it up. I was talking to two different audiences.
Okay.
So I just so without adding too much confusion, because I was talking to people who because there's people who say I came on slave ships, I was not here before slave ships. So I was talking to them, and then there's people saying I never came on slave ships, I was already here. So I was talking to two different groups at the same time, trying to address both of them, and that's why I say so to be more clear.
Was here?
No. I'm saying for people who, okay, listen, bro. You can't gaslight me. I'm saying for people that believe that I were talking to them. So I'm saying those stories.
I'm trying to get clarity.
Right. So, but you got to listen. I'm giving you clarity right now. I'm clarifying. I'm saying.
No, I'm asking clarification questions,
right,
bro.
Okay, cool. And I'm trying to answer it. You're cutting in.
I don't like when people be like, "Oh, you gaslighting." It's like, bro.
But you are though, because I know what you're doing. All right, but check it out. It ain't gonna work. So let me say this. People came on. Right. I got you. I know. But people came over here on slave ships, right? That don't mean they went through chattel slavery, right? Like we agree, some of those people got shipped off somewhere else, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
Right.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So they're not FBA. Now, for those who like to say they were already here, they're not necessarily FBA either. If they didn't go, so I'm saying bragging about that ain't good enough. You got to now prove your ass went through chattel slavery. Because you was always here, you ain't go through that. You're not FBA.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, how would you have went through chattel slavery if you wasn't on the slave ships? It's kind of
because, but if you're already here, okay, watch this. Watch how easy that is. If you're already here, you didn't come on slave ships, and you look like us, and they throw you in the midst of us, you're doing slavery.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all of that. That's what I'm saying. Like all of that baggage, like that's to me.
That's history. That's light work.
That's just,
all right, cool. I mean, but that
to me.
Yeah, but okay, cool. Well, you know, worst baggage.
Like that's was like
worst baggage is saying you're African American.
Identified. That's why you.
Yeah, but. Okay, it doesn't matter. Worst baggage is saying, are you African American?
Yeah.
That's worst baggage. So you're a race, but what is your ethnonym?
I don't know what the ethnic.
Yeah, see, okay. All right. So what is your ethnic label? So outside of being part of a race and outside of being part of the descendants of African race. Okay, so let me give you an example. A Nigerian is considered African American. That's his race. But his ethnic standing on label is Nigerian or Yoruba, right? A Jamaican is considered African American as a race.
Black
so now I'm asking. Say that again?
Black African American.
Wait, hold on. So African American, I mean, you said the same thing. You just added black there. So African American is your race, and your ethnonym is a black African American. You just said the same thing.
I don't know. I don't know what to say, bro. I'm a black African American. That's
so,
what I
okay. I got you. And look, I don't tell people, like, what I don't do is make people, you know, I don't do like a religion where you gotta say FBA. Hey man, call it what you want to call it. That's not important to me. The only thing that's important to me is, are you of the lineage? And when I say important, I'm saying important that what we're trying to do, like we're trying to galvanize on a simple commonality. That's not ideology based. That's not religion based or political based. None of that stuff. Just simply because you were born a certain way.
FBA got an ideology. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. No. Okay. Dude, nah, that's weak. You just said this. You just said to don't mention Unc when I'm speaking to you because Unc sometimes could be wild. I said, okay. Now, you just did that to me. You're saying because a couple FBAs are saying some wild stuff.
With Unc though, I don't have it.
I got you, but I'm just saying. I got you. I'm just saying back what you said to me. I'm saying, why would you have me to speak?
You can't say the same thing to me though, like because you have Tariq's ideology. I don't have.
No,
ideology.
No, I don't. Wait. Okay, prove out now. See, this is what he tiptoe and twist and tap out. Hey, bro, prove one ideology I got from Tariq. Prove one. You said it. Now you got to prove it. Source up.
We're gonna say what?
Source up. Prove. Give me the ideology I bought from Tariq Nasheed. I just said that he's against jab. I'm jabbed
Right.
up. Okay.
So Tariq. So what comes with an ideology is like language and different.
Okay.
Things.
So go ahead. So tell me.
Who's a tether and who's not a tether? That's an ideology that.
Okay. Hold on.
Rhetoric.
Hold on. All right. I see why they're crying now. Actually, are you familiar with Melvin Charles, the one that created the Black American Heritage Flag?
No, I'm familiar with the Black.
See, yeah. See, here's the thing. He had wording too that we agreed with, and we even adopted the flag. So yes, so we agree right now. Yeah, in people homes that don't consider themselves FBA at all, they have the Black American Heritage Flag. That's 1967. That shit been popping, and that shit was used in public phones for certain cities and states. They was using that flag to represent Black Americans, delineating. All right, and he has certain terms and phrases that he used that we borrow. That's okay. So if Tariq says something, we got Yvette say things I borrow from. When she say disaggregate, I like that word. I use that. See, we're Black American. When we say something fly, we borrow it. Look at cap. I say no cap, right? No cap. That's a fly word somebody came up with. And he might be a gangbanger. He might be this, it might be that. But that's a fly terminology to say somebody's lying. So yeah, that's part of AAVE, man. Like we borrow language. Look at your dig.
That's
like some. But hey, look at yo. Chef say yo, I say yo, and I'm from Jersey, from Baltimore. We're both saying yo. Okay, so I'm saying like that. That's part of FBA culture. Certain words hit and some words don't. When Tariq Nasheed decided to label those people who fight against that's obviously immigrants or immigrant born, who fight against our talking points, tooth and nail like a stew peas. He had a clever name for them that he got from a movie. These little tethers. Now, some stuff he say we don't adopt. See, that's the thing. He's a human being. He's a loud voice. He has a microphone, and so does Roland Martin, and so does Umar Johnson. When he says that's bunny, but that's no bunny shit. People borrow that. Hey man, and even Seti, when he said that's Negro pink psychosis, people actually borrowed that, even though they don't subscribe to the whole the Hotep stuff. People don't subscribe to Umar's Pan-African stuff, but they agree with the Snow Bunny stuff. So I'm saying that's normal. If somebody say some fly shit and you feel like it fits better than any other option, you borrow it. She from the streets, that's Future. Everybody been saying that ever since. She for the streets. That was some fly shit, and the way he had the swag to go with it. Nigga chilling in the back of a Maybach, whatever he's in. And he talking about some women. He like, yo, she for the streets. That went viral. So what about the?
So let's take so you familiar with the Nation of Islam, right?
Yeah.
So when you're a part of the Nation of Islam, right? Mm-hmm. Nation of Islam has a certain ideology. They got certain rhetoric that comes with that and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So like one would say, just because you Islam don't mean, and there's a lot of similar things in Islam that the Nation of Islam practice, right? You know, of course you wouldn't say just because you practice Islam, you're down with the Nation of Islam. But once you start adopting certain certain rhetoric and certain ideology, then that kind of identifies you or kind of puts you in the realm of that Nation of Islam thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Like you can identify people through the rhetoric. You know, you're like, oh, okay, that's the Nation of Islam guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but it's false though, because You got so many people.
That's a lot of shit that old boy say that that the Nation of Islam would say that I would agree with. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say that. Because I agree with one or two things that now I'm the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. That's a false argument because Dr. Malachi York used to say non-ether, right? 5% say non-cipher. People use that verbiage and don't even know where that comes from. It just sounds fly to them. And matter of fact, it ain't even non-cipher, it's noun cipher. But they say non-cipher because they think that's what we're saying. It's actually noun cipher. It's part of the supreme alphabet. It's noun cipher, but they say non-cipher. But they get a pass because we know they're trying. But it just sounds fly to them. They have no idea where that comes from. People say non-ether. They have no idea where it comes from. It just sounds fly. Certain people that say fly shit, it just be more lit.
None of that shit before, but
but all right. I mean, but yeah, you're not from the East Coast, so yeah, okay, I got it. But you're not from the North.
Oh yeah, they see. So that's what I'm saying. So especially on the East Coast, right? You'll hear a lot of that lingo because of that ideology, because of that. You know what I mean?
It's because of the net. No, it's
that black power, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the lingo, it's an ideology that comes with that lingo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a false equivalent. If I put that shit in AI right now, it's gonna cook you. Like that. I mean, like you guys be saying shit and making that shit absolute. If I put that, I know. We know because we hear the arguments. Like, yo, that shit sound crazy. We listen. This is what you guys. This is
with other human beings, bro.
Look, this is what you guys want to believe. All right, but
it's not a belief of mine. I'm just having an opinion. I'm just having.
Right, okay, then go ahead. All right, everybody got an opinion, and we got one too. It's all right.
A belief, bro.
Okay, all right. So we got it. All right, so we got it. Your race is African American. Your standalone ethnonym is Black African American. We got it. So when you fill out forms, you put Black African American on there.
And I check Black African American. Yeah, absolutely.
No, but that's a race, though. I'm saying, like, when you were able to identify yourself somewhere, like your ethnonym, what do you put down?
I just put American. What do you mean? Like, what are you saying, bro? Like,
American's your nationality.
There's a box. There's two boxes. Whether you're American citizen, I check that one, right? Are you Black or Black/African American? I check that one.
Right, that's your race. But then, like, if you were to try to separate yourself,
nationality and a race. That's all I need.
Right. No, you need wait. No, because Nigerians they have an ethnonym tied to that, right? Everybody in the world has an ethnonym. How are you? Yeah. You see. Okay, so you got it, and that's the issue, and that's why we say you're Pan-African. That is the Pan. Now, I mean, like, look.
Give a damn about
yeah, you just said that we borrow the ID. You just said that we take a word here and there or thought from Tariq Nasheed. We're part of him. But now you're borrowing arguments and parts of the ideology of Pan-Africans, but you're not a Pan-African. There's baggage that comes with. Wait, hold on. Let me say this.
Pan-Africans they had a whole kind of
but part of their ideology.
So I don't.
I got you. Baggage. No, but you're saying that. But when you say that you're good with a racial
government thing, that ain't a Pan-African thing.
What's the government name?
When I talked about the boxes I checked, that was about a government thing. I wasn't talking about a Pan-African thing.
Okay, okay, I got it. I just asked you personally. I said every human being has an ethnonym, a standalone ethnonym to differentiate or show distinction from them and other people in the world. I just said, what's yours? You said, I ain't worried about that, I don't need it. I'm saying that is part of Pan-African ideology. Right, and I'm saying that's part. Got it. And I'm saying your answer is part of the Pan-African ideology. That's how all of them answer. And because you hang around them, you don't know you're being influenced around them. Yeah, but that's exactly their stance.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so you're saying so.
Go by anything, but
like, so I got it.
when I'm filling out my official government records, bro, that's the way I go, bro. Like,
Got you. And yeah, I mean,
I don't have any.
Most people do too, right?
So the difference between me and you is what you saying I got baggage, but I'm not having any baggage because I don't claim Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm saying? You said you are FBA or whatever.
And what else? And what else? And what else? I said I stated a fact. I'm a Black American. The F stands for foundation. That's credit. Okay. Right. So that's not baggage.
I never would have asked you that question.
No, I'm saying that's not baggage though. That's being real. So if somebody say, "Hey man, are you a Black American?" Yes. They say, "Hey man, are you a descendant of slavery?" Yes. Are you also descendants of freedmen? Yes. These are simple historical answers. Like there's no baggage coming with that. That's a reality. And are you did your people lay the foundation for this country? Yes. And also the foundational part, family, we kind of leave in the 1860s, but the foundational part is even in the 1950s because these folks couldn't be here without our fight. So we even laid a new foundation for those folks to come over here in the 1960s. So we laid two foundations. We physically built the country or helped build it, a significant portion of it. And then in 1950, we laid the foundation for other people to have a foundation. We like double foundational Black Americans.
You're against that. I'm biased for 1 second.
All right, so now I would just the reason why I asked you those questions about
No, I'm saying, do you think I would have argued against that for 1 second though?
Hey, I don't think you should, but the reason why I brought up African American, it wasn't a gotcha. I was showing you that you're saying that we're borrowing something from a man. Now we're tied to baggage.
No, I'm saying like that. The FBA comes with baggage.
Okay, and
you borrowed
no. Yeah, but how? Okay, so watch this. Watch this. What I'm saying is, how do you know they accept FBA? Okay, this person, you don't know at all. They just heard the terminology, foundational, Black American, like so many people had. Like the brother on the phone, or the brother on the channel right now, he said he just subscribed to Tariq Nasheed. Matter of fact, Donnie is ADOS. So you got people, see again, y'all know the person of my channel. I had one of the first channels that was inclusive to everybody of the lineage. At that point, people who were claiming ADOS. Just listen. So when y'all have your private conversations, you can say this, because you guys didn't understand the purpose of my channel. You guys were giving me grifting reasons, and I'm saying my channel was one of the first channels that was welcoming people of the lineage who called themselves FBA and ADOS. At that point, there was like a little rift. You were ADOS, you wouldn't really accept FBA, and FBA, you want to accept ADOS. It's like a little rift, like a little civil war, a slight small one. So what I did was I nipped that in the bud. I said, I'm going to create a channel that's going to be all inclusive to everybody that's called themselves ADOS, FBA, descendants of freedmen. That's exactly what I said for my page. I think it's still there. Right. So that was my purpose. I was one of the first people to do
like
that.
The abos and stuff, they don't be, they deny slavery and stuff like that. And that's why I came on. So let's rewind. Let's rewind. This is why I came on anyway in the first place the other day, right? I was trying to get here to this part where we at now, like where you had this. Well, I guess it was a little bit earlier in the conversation where you kind of discuss how you the people who thought they were already here and how you felt about that, and then kind of where we at now, right? I wasn't coming on for like beef or nothing like that, because I was like, damn, I remember Bias used to go. We used to go at the abos and shit like that. Like me and Bias. Me and you used to go at the abos a lot on your channel. I think you used to.
Hey, bro, I ain't never. I ain't never
ever have a discussion about.
Hey, dude, if y'all did, that's on y'all. I ain't never direct my attention to abos, bro. I have no arguments for an abo.
Okay, so I might be mistaken, but anyway,
never. That was Sean and them thing.
So my point was, so I might be mistaken then. My bad. But my point was that a lot of them that's what I was coming on to discuss. A lot of them be like, yo, slavery didn't exist. We was already here and we didn't, you know what I'm saying? So I was just confused by that. That was all. That was my whole thing.
All right.
You know what
So
I mean?
let me straighten that out.
Like, you got the right to have your channel and say what you want to say on your channel. Who am I?
Yeah, so,
you know
right.
what I mean?
So let me address that then. Let me address that, because I heard people say, hey, this guy's on your channel, that guy's on your channel, and they trying to like.
I don't even know that. I don't know the different the abo guys, so I wouldn't know any of that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, because I believe I'm pretty witty, and yes, I'm very good at chess, and chess is about planning and solving problems. I'm very good at solving problems. So I thought about what language, because I feel like people are calling themselves things, and people that might be a roadblock from people to come together of the same lineage. So in my channel, bro, I say I'm FBA AL's descendant freedman, but I really just use the term the lineage. So over here, the lineage supersedes these acronyms, okay? Because all those acronyms are doing, they are names attempted to describe the lineage. So even if somebody came over here as an African American, right? And that's the terminology they want to use. I wouldn't even trip. The fact that they're still galvanizing on one commonality, that they are of the same lineage, I'm cool, because that's my pitch. It's the lineage. Now, I thought about abos. That's okay. So an abo is going to believe, and when we say abo, to my people, aboriginals, right, who believe they were already here, and then no slaves. I say that's not an issue for me, because I will ask you this: do you believe that those people were already here? Do you believe that? Do you believe with their account of history, they were already here before the slave trade?
Do I believe the abos was? No, I don't. Like African Americans was here already? No.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, cool. And that I thought about that. Okay, so don't you believe if they do a 23andMe, it's going to bring their ass back to Africa somewhere?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if that's true, wouldn't they qualify for to be FBA?
Yeah.
Right. So that's how I look at it. I said your origin story doesn't matter to me. Mm-hmm. Are you FBA or you're not? Are you of the lineage or you're not?
Yeah,
and
but
it turned out no. Listen,
they wouldn't even take a DNA.
Okay, no, but listen what I'm saying though. Listen what I'm saying though. I'm saying, listen, it don't matter. What I'm saying, at some point, everybody got to prove what they're saying. At some point. Mm-hmm. So if people were really here and they could prove it, that means they got to do that. So that means that, if they were right the whole time, then they sourced up. If they can't prove it, it's going to be an issue. Okay. When it comes to tangibles and allocations that are directed toward the lineage, right? So that's all that matters to me. It's like at some point, everybody got to prove what they say they are. And right now, this ain't the time. We're still galvanizing. But there's going to come a time, right now, we're taking everybody on face value. There's people who say they're FBA, we don't know. There's people saying they're Adolf, we don't know.
They say they not of the lineage, though. Ain't that the point, right?
Who? Wait, what happened?
Isn't that the point of the abos is like that they ain't of the lineage?
Who said they're not of the lineage?
The abos.
That's absolutely false. No,
yeah, I'm about to say, you bugging.
You're completely wrong.
Bro, this is
wrong.
how I understand it. They don't think that they were a part of our history, like this.
Yeah, misinformation.
Go ahead. So they
Professor Small doesn't even believe that. Professor Small doesn't even believe that. Even though he acknowledged that his family, just like Dewan B talked about his family background when he was having the back and forth with Aunt, Professor Smalls acknowledged that his own family took him to the burial mounds and told him that his ancestors were buried in the mounds. Okay. Okay. So he acknowledged. It doesn't. See, the thing is that
Professor Smalls. I'm saying I'm
telling you, if you listen, you will understand. The point is that if you're tied into the experience See, the slavery aspect is the connective tissue.
Mm-hmm.
Tethers don't have that connection on this landmass here. Okay, that will be like us trying to, if let's say Britain and France decided they wanted to pay reparations to Africa for colonization. Are we going to get that based off of being African? No, we're not going to get that. We're going to get it from this particular experience because it's here. You know what I'm saying? So Professor Smalls even acknowledges that part, while at the same time trying to be connected to Africa as well in terms of the Pan-African. See, the Pan-African part is the ideology that tries to connect the melanated people of the world from a melanated perspective and trying to tie it into a cultural thing. You know what I'm saying? ADOS and FBA is more from a lineage base. You know, that's Pan-African. Before Pan-African existed, we still existed. You know what I'm saying? We still had a lineage here. Pan-African was just a theory that was created in the Caribbean. That was just people trying to believe in or wanting to believe in some idea of us all coming together and working together, which I'm not saying was a bad idea necessarily if it was actually practiced by the people who came up with it, but that's not what happened. But whether Pan-Africanism exists or not, our lineage is still concrete here, though. And that's the whole point. There's nothing to argue about that. Like, either you have it or you don't. Just like I can't claim Igbo because I don't have that. Because I'm not that. So it's the same thing. Just like a Yoruba can't claim Igbo. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not considered that.
Ron, you there?
Yeah, I just.
Hey Ron, we got a wrench going wild in the chat, bro.
Oh, where? Who is it?
Monochondriatic blues.
Yeah, I said that yesterday or the day before, I think.
Okay, so this is what I mean. This is why before I made a channel, I wanted this to be a home for everybody of the lineage, right? Whether you say you already been here or you came on a slave ship, that didn't matter because both people, right, experienced the same ethnogenesis. So that means they're from the same lineage. So I keep saying your origin story doesn't really matter. It's your end story. Were you part of ethnogenesis or not? So when he said that Abels don't say they got of the lineage, that was news to me. I was like, what? But this is what I'm trying to say. Like, they be saying stuff that's false and that they just be saying it. And I almost believe them because I'm like, really? Because I
wasn't saying I was stating my understanding. I don't listen, I'm biased. I'm not like some abo guy or that I talk to abos a lot. I'm saying what I was stating was this is how I understand it, bro.
Wait, so let me just speak to Mono. Mono.
It was okay if y'all corrected.
1 second, Corey. Let me speak to Mono. No, it's not a big deal. Because I wouldn't even, when you said that, I wasn't even sure at that point. Hey, Mono, I don't got to block you. Wait, hold on. Let me just talk to Mono. Mono, I don't got to block you, my guy. You just got to take your medicine, right? So, I mean, you can control your action. He's talking about block me. I don't need to. You know, if you crashing out, then we got to block you. But you don't have to crash out, though. Like, you just need some self-control. That's why I say these guys always talk about self-resilience, self-knowledge, self-righteousness, but they would have no self-control. Like, practice that shit first before all the self stuff. Yeah. So now knock it off, or I gotta get you out of here. I'm gonna take your wrench. Let me take his wrench.
Hey, man.
I'll tell you. He takes guy rich. Yeah, I'm saying though, when you say stuff like that though, because you said it you had me believing you, so you ain't said like in a question form.
I wasn't.
You said it in an absolute form. No, I'm just saying as you're communicating, like you said it like they really were denying the lineage. That's why I said really.
Then I was like, don't the Abos? I think I said it in the question form, but if I didn't, I apologize, bro. But I was thinking, I was under the understanding that the way they say it is like, yo, y'all say that y'all came on slave ships and this and that and the other, and we wasn't involved in that. We was already here. This was my understanding of it, bro. So
yeah, now that's light though. That's light though. Like for us, we don't even engage in that because I know that's
you
what
even
people.
admitted that was your understanding of it. You just said that, didn't you? You
Okay,
said,
listen.
I thought that was that's what the case was.
No, I said I didn't know. I said I don't know them. Okay, prior to you saying that, I thought they said that's why I said the way I said it. Prior to you saying that, I understood that they believed they were of the lineage. All right, prior to you saying that. So when you said that, I'm like, really? Like, oh shit, that's what they thought the whole time? Because I was gonna say, well, then they're not FBA.
Like, no, I ain't African. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I mean?
No. But hold on, dude. I'm past that. Okay, that's not what I do here. What I do here is we talk about what we have in common, not what we don't have in common. See, we're different than these other channels out there that can't get along for shit, that keep splitting and dividing and arguing amongst each other. We know how to come together on something we agree with and make that the priority, as opposed to coming together on something we disagree on that creates unlimited perpetual debates. Like we figured it out, we cracked the code, and that's why we're growing in numbers. It ain't because we're scamming or grifting. It's because we figure out how to get along.
Absolutely.
And nobody else did.
That's why I brought up the one. That's why I brought up the one B.
Yeah,
that's why I brought up the one
B. I have a problem with coming together and nothing like that. Absolutely, it's strength in numbers, definitely. No goal gets accomplished alone, right? Everything that's been accomplished in history been a cooperation. So anything meaningful, rather, to the human species has been a cooperation. So absolutely, you already know I'm down with that.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm a solutionist. I said I figured it out. I figured out how to get Black Americans on one accord and address serious topics, regardless of religion.
I don't know how
politics.
When you call the brother a coon, I mean, goddamn, bro.
No. Well, Malcolm X called. No, that happens. I'm saying that. Well, like I said, like if people don't know, here's a problem. People be with people who are agents or got agent behavior, and if people can't see that, then yes, they're a coon, man. They're cool. If people around people like Haskell and Stu P that have a long track record of FBA hate, Black American hate.
Like 20 people though, bro. It's like 20 people.
But you don't see when he talk. But you don't see. So you don't challenge his arguments.
Discord. It's not like most of the time we not even live. Most of the discussion we don't even be live, and I don't even know when we live.
Yeah, but if we say the smallest thing, oh, it's baggage. But Stu P is on there with full of baggage, and somehow he gets a free pass.
Yeah, but
why do everybody else fucking get a pass?
Wait. No. Every last one of y'all were coon. When I just played, you guys let this guy tell a fake biography about me. Oh, this guy was doing this for a living. You talk about going personal. Like, goddamn.
Listen, bro.
Hold on. Let me just get a few words in real fast. Wait. I got you. Of course, that's why I said y'all cool. Yeah, I got you. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there needs to be some type of sense of, like, hey, man, we're not doing that here.
I got to be cool for what another guy said.
Yeah, well, you right.
Why you?
I
would
got you.
never
I got
say,
you.
well, yo, unbiased is a coon because some wild nigga said something. Like,
Well, no, on my show, no, that ain't just that. If I got a guy on my show,
I would have been
that's
like, yo, that was a wild ass nigga on your show, unbiased.
no. Okay, but let me finish it. But we're different. No, but we're different. That's the thing. What I'm saying is, if there's somebody on my show, I got you. So you gotta, but I gotta say, you said we all got opinions, right? That's my opinion, and I'm going to justify it. I'm going to say how I operate. We operate different, apparently. But I gotta say how I operate, though. You give your opinion, you got it. Now let me say mine, and the way I am. The way I operate is, if I'm cool with people and got a good rapport with them, and an outsider come over here and start disrespecting you in front of me, I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm going to say, oh, what the fuck? Yo, chill out, yo.
What did he say? What did Stupid say? Wow.
Okay, so he gave a whole fake biography about me, like my upbringing and where I worked at, and this happened and this happened. Like it was all to undermine.
I never even heard your upbringing.
Okay, so what about the scamming part when everybody said I was scamming because people, now watch this, just hear the rest of it. People say I'm scamming because I have a channel that's monetized, and it's a super chat button like there is on every fucking body channel that's monetized, and they cash at me like everybody and their mother get cashed at. So nothing I'm doing different my channel that don't happen in regular YouTube world. That's okay now. So that's not a scam, but that was allowed to be said, and they literally put like that. Oh, he's getting donations like everybody else. He's getting Shannon Sharp, DJ Academics, everybody that's popping.
Yeah,
oh, he's getting.
I don't be involved in the pocket watching.
Okay, yeah, but that was allowed. That was said on your watch. I'm scamming because I'm getting super chat.
It's not my channel. It's not my.
I didn't say your channel. I said your watch. Your president. That's why I said we're different. Now, for me, if somebody said, "Yo, Unc is pimping the black community because he decides to sell sneakers," I would say, "Nah, that ain't pimping the black community. That's called black economics." That's what I would say. I say, "No, you bugging." That's what I would say. That ain't pimping the culture.
So how many times did you ain't ever had a discussion with Chief X before?
Okay, Chief X also, yeah. Look, the video I was playing, he was there too. I cooked him too, but I got his ass too. But the thing is, like, we moved past that.
That nigga done said,
No. But yeah, but now no. Corey, hold on, Corey. You're saying things, Corey. You're saying things that he said on his own channel.
No,
like,
I got you.
Yeah, his own channel. But when people come across,
it ain't none of my channels though. So
I got it. Well, I'm just saying, like more importantly, like if I have a special connection with certain YouTube content creator, right? I feel like that's, I gotta be the brother's keeper. Like people just can't say anything about that person, right? Because I understand how the internet works. If you let it go and you say nothing, it becomes true. And guess what? Unbiased, they say nothing, so it must be true. That's his man. That's his internet boy. So if he ain't say nothing, that shit must be true.
So people know me as your internet boy. I don't even think nobody.
No. Okay, you're just trying to find a way out of it. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. But that's why I called you a coon. Okay, like that's why.
What you said is you have your way of dealing with it, and I got my way of dealing with it. I ain't mad. Like I just wouldn't call you a coon. Like,
yeah, because we're different. Yeah. That's part of my language. That's part of like who I am.
Let me ask some question.
You actually know what a coon is, though.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. So if you rock, I'm gonna take Ron out of it. Let's say somebody else and you rocking with somebody and you cool with that person, and y'all cool with another person, and for whatever reason that other person says something disparaging about the first person that you're cool with. They say something about that particular person in a disparaging way where there's no evidence. There's no evidence to say why they're doing anything like that. And you're cool with both of these people, and you don't say anything to back up the other person.
I think you should say something, right?
But if you don't say,
hold on.
Go ahead. If you don't say something does that make you a stand-up person?
It just depends. So sometimes it's everything ain't just black and white. Things is a case by case.
No. If you're cool with both of the people, and the one person says something disparaging, hold on, listen, so you can understand, so you will understand what you're responding to.
You said it already.
Okay, so does that make you a stand-up person if you don't defend the other person?
I started to say, bro, if you let me say it. Like
you were saying a bunch of nothing. That's why I'm trying to get you to answer.
Everything is not black and white. Certain things are on a case by case basis. So in general, yeah, you would want to say something, right? You would say something, like, especially in person, like, you know what I mean, like especially in a real life situation, right? You would definitely, in most cases, I would say you would have to stand up and say, well, no, that guy's, not that type of person, right? But you got to understand, like, we coming off a day where Bias basically cussed me out and already called me a coon and all of this shit already. You know what I'm saying? While I was on the panel. So I'm just in disbelief. But really, at the same time, you got to understand, like, when I'm on that panel, on that Discord, I be at work. So I will come on and come off mute and say a few things, but then I go back on mute, and then I'm gone for, I'm at work. I'm on a construction site. So everything that's being said on that panel, I can't come and say something, or most of the time I don't even hear it because I'm on a construction site. And even if I do hear it, sometimes I can't even come off mute. A lot of times they say shit about me that I want to come off mute and say and rebuttal, but I can't. You know what I'm saying? Because I be at work. So that's just a panel that I go on to get through my work day. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm running the show or I got control over it or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just people I don't even have control over who comes on the panel. You know what I mean? You go on, you hit the button, you have a discussion.
Okay, let me say this, because I find a lot of the communication styles with a bunch of a lot of people, a lot of males specifically, that claim to be either Pan-African or push some of these talking points and stuff like that. I said I didn't even finish my point.
Go ahead.
I said Pan-African or people who push this black unity, whatever, okay? At a certain point, when it comes to men specifically, there's a certain protocol in how you operate, okay? And the thing that men do, we respect when you're consistent, okay? So the truth of the matter is that because I remember having this type of experience when I actually used to be in the pro black Pan-African circles. And what happens is a lot of times when people are cool with certain people, they are willing to let certain things slide that when it comes to just principle stuff, you just can't allow to slide. And so, because once you start allowing the principle stuff to slide, then everything else turns to shit over time, pretty quickly. And so there has to be a litmus of basic things that, for example, when people start talking about people's personal stuff and start, airing stuff out like that, to me, that's some female type stuff, because that's what females do. When they get pissed off at each other, they'll just start airing their shit out, publicly. You know what I'm saying? And the truth of the matter is that that's not okay for a person to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, Ron, he has family, he has a son. If he's divulging information to somebody in confidence, don't get mad because you can't beat him in an argument, and then you start, passing off personal information. Whether it was true or not, you're making up stuff. It's not the point. It's the point you just don't do it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we're talking about trust here, and this is a major reason why we're as a group in terms of FBA, we're so skittish, because we have this experience with people from a foreign jurisdiction who they get close to us, and then they show their true colors when they feel they're in a better position. And so that's not really going to be anything that men, when you're a man, there's just certain things that you're just not going to accept. Like, I'm not going to tolerate that. Like, if somebody comes to me talking something about anything on a gossipy level, I'm going to be like, I don't even want to hear it. Like, I'm just not going to entertain it. I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't engage in the backbiting and all that type of stuff. Like, I can have a mature discussion, but at the end of the day, the backbiting type stuff, like, that's just some high school type shit. We're supposed to be way beyond that as grown men. And the truth of the matter is, like, if you're gonna stand on it, if you're gonna say something to him about saying, you know, to you about a coon, then you should also be offended by what this particular cat was doing as well. Be equally offended. Don't be offended when it offends you, but his behavior should be offensive too. And if you're not going to say anything about that, then eventually shots gonna come your way, because that's just how it rolls, and that's just the way it is. I mean, that's just the way it is, and I think that's what Ron is alluding to, based on what he's been saying so far.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I was already a coon before I even had a discussion. I was on that panel with Stupides, though. That was what I was saying, though. You know what I'm saying? Before he even like played that, like I was on this panel, and he was calling me a coon the other day when I was just basically trying to have this discussion. This is the same discussion, basically. I was trying to come on and have with him, because like I said, like I done been having millions of discussions with unbiased over years. Like I don't even know how many years. You know what I'm saying? So most of the time, I think most of the time we have a discussion, me and unbiased is probably in line with each other. If I can remember correctly. Now he's. Couple things he said I misremembered today, so I don't want to say make it seem like I'm making a factual statement, but if I'm remembering correctly, right, me and unbiased used to be pretty much in line on most of the discussions we used to have. I can't really remember like somewhere where we kind of like vehemently disagreed. I don't, if we did, if he might remember, but I can't really remember. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I had a lot of good discussions with him over the years. So I wouldn't like, I'd maybe say, well, you know, I don't appreciate these guys maybe that unbiased around or whatever, but I would never like be like, yo, he's a bitch ass African booty scratching coon ass nigga. It's like, damn, for real, bro. Like, you know, that's all I want.
All right. So now the reason why I said what I said, because Two Piece was doing that show too. Okay, he was speaking very ill about me and lying, and nobody's challenging.
It was not me, bro, is what I'm saying.
I got you. No, but the brother just explained that before. But this is you right here, though.
I hear you.
Right. Watch this right here.
But everybody, you see, like it's not just one or two people. It's more than one person saying the shit, bro. You know, it's got to be some at least some validity to it. That's all I'm saying.
Let me drop the link.
Because I was really an unbiased fan, bro.
So I was really an unbiased fan, bro. So whoever this is actually going against the narrative that the panel is saying about me. This was beautiful, because they're like, well, we got to stop capping. I get it. We're mad because he called y'all out for cooning. But what y'all saying,
Smalls right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying, but right now y'all ODing. Okay, he called people coon because he felt like people were purposely letting people defame him, and then they come to the defense. So he called people coons. Everybody will allow that. Now watch this. But he's saying right now y'all doing too much. Y'all coming after his character, and y'all know y'all lying. So this is no longer an opinion. You guys are lying. That's why he said, "Hey man, I've been a fan of his," and he kept. And then watch this. Watch when he says, I've been a fan of his, because you're right. Y'all be having a discourse, and sometimes they live and sometimes they not. And he apparently didn't know it was live, so he was being honest. He's not with the script right now. The whole lying shit. Now look what he says.
There's some validity to it. That's all I'm saying.
Let me drop the
because I was really an unbiased fan, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
Is we live?
Yeah, we live right now.
Okay, you see that? So clearly the script was to lie and not be real about unbiased, Ron. This is a smear campaign. Hold on. I got it.
While I was on the panel,
I got it. Okay. Well, you were definitely there at this point. But what I'm saying is, but this is bigger than you though, because I'm not trying to make you the police officer.
Lie about it or nothing like that while I was there.
Okay. Now I'm just saying I'm not trying to make you the police officer right now. I'm saying because this happened afterwards, after I said what I said. But now there's an agenda. Because my name's in the title, so there's an agenda right now. So he's off the agenda. He's off code. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna say some real shit about the brother. Y'all capping with all this, and that. He's a this, that, Arab, Indian. Y'all kind of lying. Like, let's be real. Like, I'm biased. I'm a fan of him. And then he kept saying. So right now he said, oh, I'm a fan of his. Blah blah. Oh, we live. Stay with the script, bro. We ain't doing that. We ain't being honest right now. We hating it. We capping. And then later on, he came back and doubled down and said, he a solid dude. The narrative again. He ain't no solid dude. He was with the Nation of Islam, with the Israelites. That ain't solid dude. And lying. He was 6 different things, lying. But like I said.
Everybody don't have the same.
Hold on. Bro, when you just going on just now, I got it. I understand that. I understand that. See, but this is why we didn't get along the first time you called in. Because when I go to talking, I get cut off as I let you. But you just went just now.
My bad, bro. I just be having a discussion, bro.
I got it. Yeah, but it didn't work last time. That's why I said this time you called in, and I did cut in sometimes too. But I'm like, all right, I kept catching myself. All right, let him go. All right. So I'm trying to be mindful not to cut you off. Right, let him go because it went left last time because of the cutoffs. But right now, I wanted to say the same dude doubled down and came back and said, yeah, he's a solid guy. And then the dudes, so first of all, he said he's a fan. Oh, we're live, stick to the script. Now the dude came back and said, man, y'all wild, and basically, he's a solid dude as far as I ever know him. Nah, he ain't solid.
So I wanted to talk about something that a lot of expats deal with here in Africa. What I'm saying is that there are people here who have left everything behind. I mean, everything. They left their jobs, they've left their families, they left their children sometimes. They've left their very comfortable lives to come live in a world that is not so comfortable. Let me just put it that way. Not so comfortable. You're dealing with countries that are very volatile and desperate and greedy, and the dollar bill, you coming in looking like money is very enticing to people who don't really know your story, don't really know what things are about, don't really know what you really got going on. They look at you and they see dollar signs. So when it is the case that you may have left everything behind, you've not got many people on the ground, people on your side, people that are looking out for you day in and day out. You become a target for some people who's just looking for opportunity, or looking for a come up, or looking for you to be the person that they get close to in benefit of them in the long run.
Now you see you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? That's what I'm saying, that you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
There are people here who are looking at you as prey. And it's really sad because, but it makes it difficult when the outside perception of you as an American living in Africa is that, you know, you've got money just falling out of your pockets, out of your ears, out of your mouth. What? Any other place that you could think that money could be coming from. They thought you might have brought a money tree with you. You planted it somewhere at your apartment complex, your compound.
Stop the cap.
But you know, it's not the case like that for most people. Most people are coming over here with little that they have left from whatever life they left in America. And it's not as easy for those who are, you know, not having so many backings that they can just be so frivolous with their income, with the money that they do have. And to run into people who are not legitimate, people who are looking to scam, looking to get over, looking to come up off of them, you know, it leaves a very, very sour taste in their mouths, right? And from a small level to the largest levels, you know, that level of betrayal, like where you feel like you're supposed to come over here and just feel like family and things are just hunky-dory. Man, it feels like a slap in the face that people that look like you would do you like that.
Let him cook.
So what I'm saying, in short, and I'll wrap this up, is that, you know, a lot of us are dealing with what I would call betrayal trauma, you know, and to come to Africa and also have to deal with that is very devastating. And I'll keep it short because I could go on about this, but this is something that definitely goes through the minds of us who are here on the ground and have dealt with people who are just, yeah, not 100% secure. You know what I'm saying? So, to my expat family, all right, so peace.
Why are you
So
running?
I'll leave you with that for the
Why
day.
are you running?
And
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
All right. Salvatore.
Yes.
Hello, Salvatore.
Hi, Nasheed.
Is this
Nasheed.
Rohan? This Rohan?
So, yeah,
Is this
Congolese. Sorry, go on.
you Congolese?
Yes.
Really? Family, is this Rohan? This sounds like Rohan.
No,
What part of the Congo you from?
Me, I'm from the central part of the Congo, but I was born in the capital city of Congo.
Right. Now, where are you now?
Me, I'm in Congo.
You're in the Congo now. You still in the Congo?
Yes, I'm still in Congo.
Do me a favor. Show us, get on camera, just show us what it looks like over there right now.
Is that a debate today?
No, we're going to talk. I just want to see what it looks like over there.
No, I'm not in a position to have my camera on now.
Uh-oh. Sound like some funny business is going on. You don't even have to get on camera. How would it hurt you to just show?
Of course, I know how to get on camera.
Okay, so how would you showing the village there, what would that do?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm in a position where I can't turn on my camera.
Why not?
I might be sitting in a toilet or something. I'm just in a position of not showing my camera.
Yeah, all you gotta do is just turn the camera on and show where you are.
Okay, you want to see me inside the toilet?
You're not in the toilet, sir, because you ain't got one. All right, well, let's play this. We know you shit in the streets, so I just wanted to see your village, sir. I just wanted to see what the village looked like. All right.
Well. Let's stop with the insult. I'm not here for the insult.
We're not doing insults, sir.
Yeah, well, who told you we
doing-
should in the street?
You must be. I think you're in the UK. You're just saying you're in Africa. I don't think you're in Africa. That's why you don't want to get on camera.
What makes you think I'm in the UK? Do I have the UK accent?
Yeah, because you're not getting on and you're not being honest. You're not getting on camera. So, yeah, I think you're in the UK. Or you might be here in the United States, right?
I thought this was more about you learning about Africa or something like that. Or
yeah, but I like honesty. I like for the conversation to be honest. You know?
I'm being honest with you.
Then why can't you get on camera or show us where you are? I just wanted to see what it looks like over there, sir. You must be in France. Are you I don't think you're in Africa, sir.
Why wouldn't you think I'm in Africa? Can I just know the answer on that, please?
Because you won't get on camera.
No, listen, I go live almost every day. I don't turn on my camera, and right now I'm not in a position of turning on my camera.
Why? You are in a position. You just won't do it
because I say things that are not politically correct. That's the reason why I don't turn on my camera.
That's why you ain't gotta. I say a lot of stuff that's not politically correct, and that's my picture. I stand on what I stand on.
Yeah, but you are known. You're a known person. Like, people know you.
Right.
Yeah, you're a public figure, right?
That picture. That's why I post the. This is my picture.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm in Houston. That's me today. I took this picture a couple hours ago. It's nighttime now. So yeah, I stand on business, man.
No, listen, I'm not a public figure, and I don't want to be known. You know, and right now I'm not in a position.
And I don't even want you to get on camera. I just want you to show your village, and I don't think you're in the Congo.
No, I don't live I never lived in a village before.
Yeah, I don't think you're in the Congo, sir. But so this is what I'm saying. So now that we've seen that you're not honest, whatever conversation we have is not going to be seeped in honesty. It's probably going to be trolling or lying or whatever.
No, I'm not here to troll at all. I'm not here to troll.
Let's proceed.
Okay, let's proceed, please. Yeah.
Let's proceed. All right, now what would you like to know, sir?
I've seen some of your videos, and I've debated with some of your people that make the same claim as you of the FBA, and I think that claim is a bit misinterpreted. Like, whatever you make as a claim, I'll tell you why. One of your claim is that Africans don't like you. That's not true.
Okay, let's slow down right there. That ain't got shit to do with lineage, man. That ain't got, what the hell does that got to do with lineage? Somebody liking an African or an African liking us. What does that have to do with foundational Black American lineage?
The reason why I ask you what's the topic, I'm just going with what's your guys, like your people say on the internet. That's what I'm going with. But if you have a question for me, and then I'll answer that question. But I had more questions on
what's your people? What do you mean my people say on the internet?
I mean, people that claim the same thing as you, being a FBA, being like FBA, yeah, that's one of the claims they make. That it's like saying one of the things, yeah, they said that Africans don't like.
Slow down, because the way you're framing it, you're confusing yourself because you're framing shit in a bullshit way. People who claim FBA, they don't necessarily. Everybody doesn't follow me who claims FBA. All right. So saying my people, I don't know them. I don't know who you're interacting with whatsoever. I have no idea who you're talking to or what you're talking about. There's 49 million foundational Black Americans, sir. I don't know what your conversations are about online. We're not an organization. That's probably why you're getting frustrated, because you want to frame our lineage as an organization because this thing is so big you can't control it. So you think if you can control it in your mind and pretend that there's like a group somewhere that I'm controlling, that'll make you sleep better at night. I'm sorry, there is no group that I'm controlling, sir. There's 49 million foundational Black Americans who think for themselves, sir. Whatever conversation they had with you, you have to take that up with them. It has nothing to do with me, sir. That's why y'all start saying stuff that I had a conversation with a nigga. He said, okay, I didn't say none of that. So why are you telling me? But go ahead.
Well, the reason why I say you have people making the same claim as you and make like identifying themselves as FBA, it's because I spoke to other Americans that don't have that mind. Like Dr. Umar doesn't stand with you. Dr. Umar doesn't agree with what you're doing.
And
so which makes your thing a movement. It's not like an identity, it's a movement.
No, it's not. What's the movement?
Well, you know, I've been following up with Black Americans.
What's the movement?
No.
What's the Dr. Umar comes from a Cuban background, so his lineage is questionable. He's not an authority on our lineage. His background is Cuban, from what we know.
Well, okay. I know Americans that are like there's a guy that I know. I forgot the name, but he always go lives every time on TikTok. Yeah, he doesn't agree with what you guys are doing, what you guys are claiming.
Does that change? Does that change? Does that change our lineage?
What's your lineage? What do you mean by lineage? Like you guys came from Africa.
Everybody on the planet came from Africa at one point.
No, but you guys came from Africa like 400 years.
Everybody's lineage didn't come from the beginning of this country, though, and only one group did it, right?
Like, okay, I'm going with history. Yeah, history tells us that Black Americans are the descendant of Africa that were enslaved and taken to America. Are you doubting? Are you saying that's not right?
Partially. Foundational Black Americans are a combination of people brought from Africa and had an ethnogenesis, and the Black indigenous people that were already on this land. There was an ethnogenesis, and we became a whole new ethnic group, sir. That's what a foundational Black American is, sir.
But I do agree on that partially as well, because with time, Black Americans mixed with other nationalities, other races like Latinos, white, Indians, etc. On that one, I would agree with you. But saying that there was Black people in America, that one, there is no facts proving that there was Black people prior to slavery.
You're saying, listen, let's unpack what you're saying. You're saying on this big ass continent, no Black people were on this big ass continent?
Well, there might be people with darker skin, but no 4C hair, big nose people.
Yeah, they were. Why did the Europeans say it when they got here then?
No, the European didn't find any Black people. They were
Why did they say
Indians.
Why did they
what
say
you guys call Native Americans?
Why did they say it then? Why did so many European explorers say that then? They said they saw people who looked like the folks over in Ethiopia. That's what they called Africa at the time. Why did they say that? Several of them.
Can you give me a name of one historian that claimed?
Pizarro said it. Balboa said it. Ponce de Leon said it. So many of them said it.
Okay. Right. I'm going to look that up, but I doubt that's true. I'm going to look that up.
Get a book by my brother Chase McGee. He has a book called The 19 White Men Who Saw Black People in America Before Columbus.
How do you spell his name? How do you spell Chase McGee?
Chase. C-H-A-S-E, last name McGee, M-C-G-E-E. All right.
I'll look that up. I'll look that up.
Look up, and let me give you some other books. Look up von Wutenau, Alexander. This is a white man, Alexander von Wutenau. He has a book called Unexpected Faces in Ancient America. He has a whole book. This is a white man. He worked with the Smithsonian. He blew the whistle. He talked about how they would hide a lot of artifacts showing ancient figurines with Negroid features over here. This man has a book showing the different phenotypes of the ancient people that's been here for thousands of years. Some of these folks look like Gucci Mane. Some of these people were clearly Black. This is white people saying this. So.
I mean, people I'll tell you one thing here. You might look a little bit mixed with something, but if I didn't know who you were and then I was asked to guess your nationality, I'll probably call you a South African. You know?
Shout out
you look
to
South African.
I don't look South African. Y'all always say that. Y'all say we look Nigerian. Y'all say, and then when I go to South Africa, I stood out like a sore thumb. They knew I wasn't from there. So why we stick out like a sore thumb then?
Well, you like any Black American I see, I can identify them with one African country. If you look, if
Okay,
you look
let's
at someone
roll
like
it back.
Mick,
Let's roll back. Let's roll it back for a minute, because see, y'all like to jump from topic to topic. Because again, I'm sticking to the Black indigenous topic. There were Black people on this land just by logic, sir. You don't think Black people got here?
No, that's not right. But I'm going to read your books.
Over
The
in
reference that you gave me, I'm going to look into that.
So,
and if that's right, then I'll be learning something from now onward. But
have you seen the people in Fiji? Have you seen the people in Fiji?
People in Fiji, are they? Well, let me just do a quick Google search, Fiji people, and see what they look like.
Right. Do a quick search, sir. This isn't Rodrigo. This isn't Rodrigo. I'm not gonna.
Okay,
drop
those, I see that we have some dark skin in Fiji, but this dark skin doesn't. It's not a 4C. They don't have a 4C hair.
Are you out of your mind? Fijians walk around with big ass afros. I was over there, sir. I saw them. They got big ass fros over there. You can't.
Okay,
get
no. The question is,
sir, did you just
were
say
those
they don't
people
have,
in Fiji?
Sir, you just said they don't have 4C. They got afros, sir.
Well, the first picture, yeah, I saw some of them with afros, but my question is, yeah, are those people originally people from Fiji, or they were brought to Fiji just like Black Americans?
The point is, sir, people from Africa circumnavigated the world millions of years, thousands of years. Some of those people ended up in Fiji. They are all in the Polynesian Islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You go to Samoa, there's black-skinned people with afros. You think those people didn't reach here? You think black-skinned people with afros didn't reach the Americas, sir?
I mean, that question will be something that research has to be done on, and even the books that you gave me, even the books that you gave me, those books must be. I must look into the author, because nowadays anyone can write anything, you know. So I have to look into the author.
And anybody can be in denial. Okay, it's already been proven. Okay, so the point is, let's go back to the point. We are foundational Black Americans, our lineage. We have a lineage. We had an ethnogenesis. We have our culture rooted here. We had a different ethnogenesis than other people. Just like in Africa, y'all have all them different tribes based on the different ethnogenesis. We had an ethnogenesis here, sir. So we are a unique ethnic group we're the foundation of this country, right?
My question, I have a question for you. Like, I can't answer that question, but
why can't you answer that?
Like, when I went to school, when I did my research on Black American, everything traced back to African slave trade.
The African slave trade, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we had an ethnogenesis. We became a new ethnic group on this land, all right? That was separate from Africa. That's why we're not continental Africans anymore, sir. We're not European, even though some of us have European ancestry. We're not European, are we?
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe in those DNA tests?
Every time I ask you something, you want to this is
no, I do. Okay, let me answer that last one.
You keep changing the subject, sir. You keep changing.
Let me answer the last one.
You're not answering anything.
Okay, let me answer the last question, and then
I don't know
move on with the question.
What's your point? You won't answer anything.
My answer is that question is not that's a false claim. That the question, like, you know, the question that you just asked, it's not proven. It's a false claim.
What's a false claim? It's a question. Prove it wrong. That's your opportunity to prove it wrong. So you can't. A question is not a false claim. It's your opportunity to prove it wrong.
Like now, I told you, like
if somebody listen. is somebody the foundation? Is there a foundational group to America? Who's the foundational group? In any new nation, some group is the foundation. Who's the foundation of America, sir?
The ones that you guys call Native Americans, the one that
No, they're not.
kind
They're
of
not to the United States. Red natives, because you're trying to say red natives. Red natives had zero to do with the foundation of the United States. Absolutely nothing.
no. So are you saying that all the books lied about them being Native Americans then?
I said the foundation of the United States.
Yeah, but Black Americans cannot be the foundation of United States.
Who's the foundation then?
The American Indians, the
What did they
redneck
build?
people, like
What did they build in the United States?
so before the Europeans, they
What
didn't
did
build
they
anything.
build in the United States?
Are you asking when the American came or
What
before the American
did
came?
red natives build in the United States? Why can't you answer that?
I know they didn't build anything post-Americans invasion.
Right. So they're not the foundation of the United States.
But so what did Black people build post-American invasion in the United States? They were slaves.
What is the foundation of the United States? Who's the foundation then? You just proved red natives didn't build nothing in the United States. They did not. You just proved it. So
That's because there were tribes fighting each other. There were tribes fighting each other.
That's not the ad. That's not the question. We're talking about the United States that we are currently in now. What and who is the foundation of the United States?
The one now it's Europeans, like basically I said English people with the head of the colonization, like the ones that took
So the
part in
Europeans, so the English. So you're saying the English were the foundation of the United
English,
States.
French, English and French. So you have places like Louisiana,
So they
which
were
was
the
French,
foundation of the United States.
and then you have Texas, which was
Slow down.
Spanish.
Slow down. I'm just getting what you're saying very clear. Don't babble. Let me just get your answer locked into the record. You're saying the English are the foundation of America. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Why
Of
did they
this one, the
fail?
one that we
Then
have
why
now.
did they fail when they tried to do colonies over here without foundational Black Americans? Every European colony failed over here.
What do you mean they fell? You guys speak English. Do you know why America speaks English?
The European colonies failed without us. Did you hear what I just said?
No, you guys.
Name a European colony that was successful without us. Go.
The European colonies operate the same way in Africa, same as in America.
Name
So
the European colony that was successful before foundational Black Americans were introduced. Answer the question, sir.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
Answer it.
Yeah?
Answer that question. Don't filibuster. Name it. Name it.
So
Name it.
the
Name it.
I can't give you a name, but I can describe what happened.
Have a good day, sir. There you go. All right. I just wanted to show how dumb these people are. That's it. I'm just playing with my food. All right. I'm just playing with my food for a minute, just to show you how dumb they are. They don't have an answer. They're really dumb. All right. They're just dumb. They don't know what to say. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They just babble and jump from topic to topic out of frustration. All right? They're jealous, plebiscite babbling time wasters. This fool said, Umar is not rocking with you. Sir, are you serious? Who cares? He just be saying anything. You're jealous, sir. You're jealous. Yeah, you tried to Africanize us, sir. We predate the word Africa. Let me tell you something. If you want to get technical, the terms America and Africa, they didn't come into prominence until the 1500s during the whole map making wave. The Europeans started, when they got out of Europe, you know, they had to start making maps of all the places that they went to. They got some of the old Moorish maps and some of the old Arab maps and started kind of cobbling things together. And this is when they started utilizing certain names for whole landmass areas. Technically, fam, because they try to Africanize us. You're African. Technically, the term America in relation to the continent was utilized before Africa was named for the whole continent. Y'all know that? Do y'all understand that? They didn't use the word Africa for that whole continent until like 1570. Do y'all know? Come on now, can we talk history? Oh, let's go there. They didn't use the term Africa for that continent until around 1570. The word Africa existed for a small area in North Africa. All right? The word Africa existed for a very small area in North Africa that the Romans would call. They would call it Africa. But that wasn't the name of the whole continent. They started calling the whole continent that late 1500s. But they were calling this landmass America early 1500s with Vespucci. And his name is disputed. Amerigo Vespucci. All right? His name is disputed. All right? So the name America was being utilized for this landmass before Africa was being utilized, before that landmass. And there's a lot of debate with historians about where the word America really came from, because there was a mountain range in Central America, the Emeriske Mountains. The Emeriske or the Emerike. All right, look at what I'm saying. The Emerike Mountains. It meant the wind or something like that. Christopher Columbus knew about that place because there was gold down there and there was a black tribe called the Mosquito tribe down there. So the Emeriske, that word had been used on this land for thousands of years. All right? Many people believe that's where Amerigo really got his name from. He came, when they looked into Amerigo Vespucci's baptismal records back in what we now know as Italy and all that, his name wasn't no damn Amerigo. His name was, it was Alberigo or Albert or some shit like that. It was Alberigo. So there was some funny style stuff going on with his name. So a lot of people believe that he took on the name Amerigo when he came into contact with the Aboriginal people here. Y'all look that up. That's been a debate for a long time about Amerigo Vespucci and whether or not that's his real name. So the name Ameriske, or variations of that word, has been around for a long time. Yeah, they would always change their names. Yeah, they change their names all the time. Yeah. Also, why would they name a continent after Amerigo, after Vespucci? He wasn't royalty. Also, he wasn't royalty. The thing is, when you name an area after somebody, you use their last name. You wouldn't name them, you wouldn't use their first name. You know what I'm saying? So there was some real funny style stuff going on with Amerigo. You wouldn't use their first name. You notice that? You really wouldn't, yeah. You wouldn't use their first name. Just like Columbus. You know, all these places are named Columbus. They're not named Christopher. Yeah? So some very interesting stuff going on. Yeah, that many people believe that wasn't his name. Excuse me. All right. Man, but yeah, these people, they keep trying to Africanize us, and, you know, and that's not going to work. Because technically, we've been using the term America long before we've been using Africa. Black people over here, we didn't start using the word Africa. We didn't start calling ourselves African until the 1780s. I pointed that out and proved that already. Before the 1780s, you didn't see no black people using the term African to describe themselves over here. You see? So let's be very clear about the words here. These people are going to kind of tell us to use terms that we were not even originally using. It's just some interesting stuff. Man. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. Let's get, who's this, Bill Gates? Somebody named Bill Gates. Bill Gates, want to get on Bill Gates? Yeah, and this guy was talking about Mexicans. Yeah, a Mexican didn't exist before 1521. Before
What's going
1521.
on, Tariq?
Hey, what's up, brother? How are you, Bill Gates?
Man, I can't call it. Now, I don't know if you already have covered this on one of your Hidden Colors films, but like, can you tell me, like, do you know of any, what you believe maybe our first language was before we was forced to learn English here? And also, like, I hear, I've read up on a couple of things, but it's a reason why the Native Americans feel like closer towards the white sea people, and they don't really fuck with us like that. Did they like turn their back on us and sell us out and help Europeans capture us? Because I also, like you, believe that we were already here.
Right. Well, there's a reason why they call some of these tribes the 5 civilized tribes, all right? Listen, there were thousands of tribes over here, but there's only 5 that they call civilized. These were the main ones that were working with them. And many of them were making little deals, and many of them were slave catchers. Now, the Seminoles had a unique relationship with them because the Seminoles, we were the military arm. It was the Black Seminoles were the military arm of the Seminoles. The Seminole War was a Negro War. See, this is why when they talk about the Seminole War from a military standpoint, they kept saying, hey, these are really black people we're fighting. This is what they said. These are really black people that we're fighting. Because the Seminoles, they weren't just turning over the black folks like some of those other Cherokees and Creeks and all of them people. And yeah, we had different languages here that we would use, Algonquin language. It was different languages and truth be told, a lot of words that's used here is not English. A lot of words and terms that are used over here, these are indigenous words. Some of these names, these are indigenous names. Alabama is that's an indigenous name. All right. Arkansas, that's an indigenous name. The Tallahassee, these are indigenous names. You see? Tuscaloosa, Illinois, Ohio, that's an indigenous name. You see? See, a lot of this stuff ain't English. None of these words existed in the English language. All right, Michigan, some of the names of these places. Right, barbecue, that's an indigenous word. All right. Arizona, Milwaukee, Alaska, these are indigenous words. Tulsa, these are indigenous words. Yeah. Man. So a lot of stuff that we use are really indigenous words. And the image of the Native American, that comes from really Hollywood, the Plains Indians. See, when you think of a Native American, they have you thinking that it's going to be some Indian on the West Coast with the feathers, chilling in a teepee. So that's the prototypical image of a quote unquote Indian. They forget about what them damn East Coast Indians look like, those natives. And many of them were people with the Negroid phenotypes. All right. Yeah, a lot of y'all don't know that. Yeah, a lot of the words that we use are indigenous words. They're already indigenous words. We still speak them. Geechee, Gullah. That comes from the Ogeechee River. The Gullah Geechee, that's from the Ogeechee River over there on the Georgia, South Carolina area. Come on now. We already use a lot of indigenous words. These are not English words. All right. Yeah, we are speaking indigenous languages. That's what y'all don't get. We're speaking it. Some of the slang we use. Redbone. That was a native tribe. The Redbones. That's like a light-skinned black person, but that's what indigenous people look like. Yeah. Some of our slang terms are indigenous words. Y'all know the word coochie cat, coochie, a woman's vagina, that's a slang term that foundational Black Americans always use. Coochie, that's an indigenous word for cat. That's an indigenous word. Y'all know that? Did y'all know coochie was an indigenous word? How many of y'all knew that? Coochie is an indigenous, that's a Native American word, coochie. It just means cat. It's a Native American word for cat. Look it up. Some of y'all didn't know that. Yes. Coochie is a real word. It's an indigenous word for cat. Yeah. Yeah, we popularized that. That's why a lot of this stuff that comes from the Black community, these terms, these are indigenous terms that we speak. Yeah, coochie cat. Give me that coochie cat. Yeah. Yeah, look it up. Yeah. So, yeah, man. So we got to really understand the culture. We are the culture. We are definitely the culture, ladies and gentlemen. Who is this? We must stand. We must stand. Hop on in. We must stand. Okay, no. We ain't paying. No. We're not playing that baklava ass shit. We're not doing that. No, clown. Is that Rohan? Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that. All right. Man. Yeah, that's why every time we do something, they try to Africanize it. No, our stuff is deeply rooted here on this land, man. Yeah, a lot of our stuff is very deeply rooted on this land. All right. All right, let me get up out of here. Let me wrap this thing up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Y'all go to rootworkstyle.com. Get that Rootwork deodorant. rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. rootworkstyle.com. All right. I'm up out of here. Papi Akute Lolavuvi to the family. Peace.
Subscribe. Tariq Radio. Like and subscribe.